Hello, everyone, and welcome to a beautiful Monday morning here at National Trail Raceway in Hebron, Ohio, as we kick off the 2024 running of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive, the 20th running of the originator of the drag and drive craze that has literally swept the world. Brian Loans here with Mr. David Freiberger, who I almost called Tony Pedregon because that's what I do in my other regular job. We are here to get things kicked off with you. We'll be here with you all week. I'll be here Monday to Thursday, and David will handle the show on Friday. But we have a few minutes to get things going here. The drivers' meeting's going on in the grandstands right now, but I think we're going to take this first kind of 20, 30 minutes of the show to talk about what Drag Week is, why it's such a big deal, and kind of how it has helped foster this whole drag and drive movement.
I think I always start this program explaining to people what it is. I doubt there's anybody on the live feed who doesn't realize what they've tuned in for, especially right now. But this is the event where we do 5 drag strips in 5 days. The average ET at the end of the week wins each class.
Yes.
This week we're going from National Trail to Indy, to Martin to Milan, and back to National Trail.
And National Trail Raceway is a place that this event has come through 6 times now. It's raced here 5, 1 year it rained out, but it was part of the original grouping of tracks in that 2005 event. It is the start and stop point here in 2024, but back then it was a late week stop. We had gone to Bowling Green, Kentucky, and we came here the next day. And rather than get too deep in the weeds of stories that we'll be telling you all week, I think we need to talk about the drag and drive movement and really the genesis of this event, which is, again, like everything else in the world, not necessarily a creation in and unto itself. It was an inspiration you had from one lap of America.
It was. Back in 2005 is when we first kicked this off. And I had been at Hot Rod Magazine back into the early 90s when we started the very first Hot Rod Fastest Streetcar shootouts. And that was sort of an outgrowth of the fact that streetcar drag racing was on the street.
Right.
And people didn't know who the fastest streetcar in America really was. And Hot Rod was exploring that. We had gone to events like the Top Gun shootout that was in Atlanta. I think the event in Florida was happening at that time.
There was a couple of them, a handful of them,
And True Street had started at that point, which was doing a 30-mile drive around a town. And so we created the fastest streetcar shootout. We stood around and said, if you want to know what the fastest streetcar in America is, there's only one way to find out: have a race. And, of course, we did that in Memphis in 1992, and it carried on, and that event got out of control.
Yes.
You had the Tony Christian kind of full tube chassis, full race car, 57 Chevy. You had Bob Rieger. Cars of that ilk just got out of control, and, of course, everybody said the refrain that I've heard for so many years at this point.
That's not a streetcar.
That's not a streetcar. And so come around 2001, I become the editor of Hot Rod Magazine and am dealing with this type of thing. And my first reaction to it was the pump gas drags, also held in Memphis, also with Brian Loans.
Yep.
And that was a deal where we met at Comp Cams. We put Rocket brand 100-octane fuel in the cars, drove them from Comp Cams to the track at Memphis, and then we had a deal. It was kind of like True Street, where they did 3 laps right in a row, and the average GT won. Now, out of that, we started realizing people started not caring about the pump gas thing. That was a very big deal in the 90s.
Yeah, and even I think in that window, the real overlap happened in this 2005 time frame. Like by the time we get to 2005 and the creation of this particular event, that one had started to get a little long in the tooth. We had started to see a lot of the same guys coming every year.
Yeah.
ETs kind of had stagnated, and the cars were all cool and they were fast. But at the same time, like Robert Schmidt's Chevelle, if anybody remembers this event, a white 67 Chevelle vinyl roof with like an aluminum Donovan motor and a 5-speed in it. And that thing was killer. And you know, it had done what every drag racing event does. It gets to a point where it turns into guys who are better at interpreting the rules than other guys, and the cars get ever more ragged and fast.
And so to solve that, we came up with Hot Rod Drag Week, which actually ran concurrent with pump gas drags for a year.
Yeah,
and
year
pump
or two,
gas drags, got old, and we ended up shunning that and doing Drag Week. So in 2005, I was sitting around going, man, I'm tired of the "that's not a streetcar." And I say to myself, the only way to overcome that statement is to make them actually drive 1,000 miles on the street. I thought to myself, nobody can argue this if we actually make them drive on public roads all the way. And so I ripped off an idea from One Lap of America, which is what you alluded to at the beginning of this lengthy story. And One lap, I find not every drag racer knows what that is.
No, so One Lap of America is a grueling and crazy event where it is basically one day the cars will be at a road course. The next day they may run a drag strip. The day after that they may run a dirt track. So it is a autocross. So it's a multi-discipline style event, and it was formed, the Sea to Shining Sea Cannonball Baker run of fame Brock Yates. Well, his son Brock Yates Jr. founded One Lap of America to make a cannonball run style event, but also include racing in it. And really, what Drag Week is that event just distilled down into the sport of drag racing.
Right. So I didn't create it as much as ripped it off. And we started.
What would we say in today's world? You appropriated it. Yes, you appropriated it.
Borrowed liberally. Yeah. And we did that very first one. I don't remember all the tracks. We started and ended at.
We started and ended at different places.
We did.
So if we talk about this initial event, it was a one-way trip. So we talk about Drag Week now. We come here. We start the week at National Trail Raceway. We end the week at National Trail Raceway because this had never been done before, and One Lap of America wasn't a big circle. It was a one-way trip. So we all showed up to Kansas City International Raceway on the first day, and then the next day we went to, I believe, Bowling Green, Kentucky.
And then here.
Then we came here, and then we went to
Cordova?
St. Louis. St. Louis
correct.
is in there somewhere. So maybe St. Louis was in the day 2 or 3, but then we ended up at US 131.
And we have a lot of stories about that very first event that Brian and I will be sharing throughout the week. As the 20th anniversary, we've sort of put together a list of stories and things to talk about and debates and controversies.
Yeah, I mean, the coolest thing about this particular event is the documentation of it and the maintenance of its historical record is such that we can have some pretty in-depth conversations. We're going to be having those this week. We can talk about, kind of have some hot takes on who've been the most influential people in different sections of this event. During the early years of Drag Week, it was all about Unlimited. That really was the headliner class, and certainly they are still the cars that are going to run the fastest and lay the biggest numbers up this week. But when we talk about Super Street Small Block Power Adder, that is a class that kind of captured the national consciousness, and all these guys with these 850 cars out here that are actually 7-second cars. So we're going to talk about how the events changed and everything. But if we take it right back to that first year and this one-way trip to Michigan where you did have to leave your stuff in Kansas City and then figure out a way back, it was 40 people.
Yeah.
It was 40 people, and spectators were nil. No racetrack understood what we were doing. They just knew that they were getting a paycheck to open their gate on a Wednesday, and it was a very cool, unique thing.
It was, and some of the same people are here this week, not just the racers. I'll tell you about some of the people who are here, but we really kicked it off with myself, Jenny Schmitz, who was running events at the time, Michelle Turzen, who has been to every single drag week, who is producing the live feed right now, and of course, Keith and Tanya Turk, who have been helping us out with operations the entire time. Now, I say always when people say, oh, you invented Drag and Drive, I created the venue, but I always say it's the racers at that very first event that really created the tone of what would continue in Drag Week. And honestly, the tone that carries on in all the Drag and Drive events that have spun off of Drag Week outside of Hot Rod Magazine. Yeah. And I was going to say the very first one took a long time. What was it? We were 12 years in before we were knocked off and there was other races that started.
Yeah.
And there's now 40 Drag and Drive events on 3 continents. So it really did kick off a whole new segment of drag racing and a whole new segment of the industry.
Absolutely. And the rumors continue to abound that the North Korean Drag Week contingent is coming out. No, but, the other thing that the first ever Drag Week did was answered a lot of questions. That was the big exploration, was how far, how fast, and how efficiently can somebody take this Ragged Edge style car, which in 2005, the Ragged Edge style cars were 8-second machines. We're going to have a preponderance of 8-second machines here, but back then that was what we were talking about with a bleeding edge, raw, let it all hang out street car. And so the questions were like, well, what happens if a guy hurts the motor? Well, we found that out when Carl Scott melted, I think, 6 out of the 8 pistons out of his motor in Bowling Green. Well, he had a buddy that was on the event I don't even know what city he went to, but he got a set of pistons, and they slid a new set of pistons in it overnight, and he drove into this place to a small round of applause from our assembled group at whatever time it was the next morning, having driven all night. What happens if XYZ thing? The big question was, how is anybody going to actually complete this event? and the majority of people did, and then more people showed up the next year.
Yeah, and they knew the assignment year one. There was a possibility that people were going to show up that were more of a hot rod power tour mindset, where it was going to be car shows. They were going to show up, have a fun test and tune, and hit the road. That's not what happened. Real racers showed up right away, and Carl Scott showed us that you could actually thrash and do whatever it took to get there. Steve Atwell showed us. Steve Atwell was a guy in the very first event who was a friend of mine out of the Detroit area. Huge Hemi car collector. He shows up with a real 1968 Dodge Dart Hemi Superstock car. Legit, lightweight glass, the whole thing. He drove that on drag week. He hurt the Hemi on drag week, and the moment that we always remember is pulling into a gas station. He's got the intake off this thing, and he is sitting in the engine compartment trying to fix a lifter or something.
He
ate a camshaft. It killed a solid roller camshaft, a theme that would continue for 20 years of drag week.
And you know the detail of that story is we're sitting there, and there's this like legitimately $1 million car sitting there, and he's under the hood of, and this guy who was clearly enhanced with some sort of chemical substance rolls up on a 10-speed bicycle and looks at Atwell, who is elbows and backsides into the engine compartment, and says, my dad had one of these.
Yeah,
and I thought Steve was going to actually throw a handful of lifters at this guy. But these are the type of things, and you know, when we look at Carl Scott's car, how they did it, they would swap the intake. This was wild. They would pull into a racetrack. They would swap the center section out of the rear end. They would bolt the windows into the doors, and then they would take the entire intake manifold off because they drove down the road on a dual plane with a single 4-barrel on it, and then they'd put the big honkin' nitrous intake manifold on it with multiple carburetors and all the nitrous stuff, make runs, and then they would take it all apart. And if you remember right, that car had a one-piece front end on it, and it had headlights that were no bigger around than the end of this microphone, but it all fit the rules.
And this was year one. And I would say Carl Scott really set the tone of what was going to happen with Drag Week throughout the years. And to this day, you'll see people who go to all ends of the earth with all the help from locals that they can possibly get in order to finish the thing. And so to bring it back to the story of how this has sort of affected the industry, I think in 20 years of doing Drag Week, there was a long time when there was a phrase, I'm building a Drag Week car. And what that meant is I'm building a drag race car that's as quick as it can possibly be, that is going to survive 1,000 miles. Now, the aftermarket was not prepared for this.
No.
Not at all. And so we have driven a bunch of technology in electric fuel pumps, lifters,
valve train,
torque converters, valve train, transmissions in general. I think that's about it.
And I think even when you can really get down into the weeds and talk about even some of the front end stuff and suspension stuff, because you know there are drag race style front suspensions now that guys are putting on that are built with better parts, and they're built way more robustly, because when they were first doing this, they were simply built and sold by a company that thought a guy was going to bolt this thing under a Camaro and just make runs on a drag strip and then tow it home.
Yeah, better Heim joints.
Right, better Heim joints. So there has been R&D that's happened in the more invisible areas of the car that certainly goes back to what drag and drive is and what it continues to be. And again, you know, when we first started seeing, and again, probably 5-6 years into the event was when we first started seeing company reps would come out and just kind of cruise the route and look and see what people's problems were. And then that would lead to, you know, the big question is always, do I get the bush lifters? Do I get, you know, do I do bush lifters? Do I do the needle bearing? Guys still to this day will debate those points.
And to this day, you will see people in the industry or in the professional drag racing programs come out here and go, whoa!
Yeah.
I had no idea what this actually was. Everybody who comes here thinks that it's way cool. And part of the element of that is the variety of cars is huge. We have a whole bunch of classes, big tire, small tire, stick cars, automatics, small blocks, big blocks, NA, boosted,
boats,
nitrous, boats, milk trucks. The variety of stuff that shows up here is great. And really, it's accessible for a guy with a regular old drive around muscle car, just a bone stock GTO with Kragers on it. But then also we've got the very top end unlimited cars, which are exactly that. They're essentially pro mods on the street at this point, slow pro mods on the street.
Yeah, and so that's what you're going to be watching all week long. And when we look at the legacy of this event and the people that have competed in it, those are the people we're going to be telling you about and talking to you about over the course of the next what will be 5 days. So I think some of the general rules that, again, if you're a hardcore person watching this, but obviously you can't, quote-unquote, have a support vehicle. You leave here with your car and potentially with a trailer hooked to the back of it, and if your buddies are in the event and the other competitors can help you work on the stuff and repair it, but you're not allowed to have another guy in a pickup truck down the road with a pile full of parts and a spare motor in the back of it.
And that's really another ethic that Drag Week created, is the image of a Pro Mod-looking car hauling a trailer on the street. You'll see a lot of cars out here with trailers on them. And by trailer, we mean a little box trailer that's carrying their spare transmission, their tools, those types of things. We do have an award for the quickest car at the end of the week that did not haul a trailer. We also have one for a sealed engine and for a sealed hood. So for those of you who say, that's not a street car, there are a bunch of ways to look at Drag Week. You can dismiss the Pro Street big tire cars if you like, if you think that those are not legitimate. There's another 10 classes of more regular guy cars that you can focus on and really take your pick. You can sit at home and go, that's not a street car, that's not, but that is. And you can see who's the quickest in that particular class. And Brian and I will be talking about all of them throughout the week.
One of the fun stories about that 2005 week, and one of the reasons there is a rule regarding how large your trailer could be, is because a guy named Jim Neuenfeld showed up with a really cool turbocharged LS-powered Silverado pickup truck pulling a full-size car trailer
with a machine shop on the back.
That had like a couple of 55-gallon drums of fuel, a lathe, a welder, a CNC machine. But no, but racers are racers, and if you hand racers rules, the real good ones aren't reading the words that are on the page, they're seeing the words that aren't on the page. And simply put, there was a rule that said you could pull a trailer, and there was absolutely no regulation as to the size, shape, or towing capacity of it. So they just brought a trailer, and eventually the rules were made where now this a little, 4 by 48 by 48 square type of thing, or something like that.
Yeah. And I will tell you, if you're watching the live feed, we're apparently getting somewhat close to action. I see that the drivers' meeting has broken up. People are walking out of the grandstands. That's another thing that has happened since the very beginning. We kick it all off with the drivers' meeting, and we do wrap it all up with an awards ceremony, which for the vast majority of Drag Week, probably 18 out of 20, has been supported by Rick Johnson at Gear Vendors Overdrives.
And so let's talk a little bit about the kind of enduring support that Rick has had for Drag Week. He's been around since this thing was an event that barely drew 50 cars, let alone the nearly 400 we have out here this week. And, his product has been such a big part of many, many people's, not only their victories, but their builds now and their enhanced experience out here. It was not the first few years when guys would show up with a small block naturally aspirated combination and run a real crazy steep gear in the back of it. I mean, we'd be going by them on the highway and they're driving along at 45 miles an hour. The gear vendors have allowed those cars to become way more drivable. And I think I got to give Eddie Miller credit here, as much as I hate to do it sometimes. Eddie Miller, a long time and maybe somewhat controversial competitor at Drag Week, was really the first.
The Purple Duster.
The Purple Duster, Elvis. But Eddie was, I believe, the first guy that started actually punching the button at full throttle out here to shift the thing on the drag strip, which was another level of testing. I'm not sure Rick even signed up for at that point.
Yeah, and he's been here the whole time. Sometimes he just throws out Gear Vendor Overdrive units like confetti at the awards
They
party.
come out like depth chargers. You see him going down the highway, it comes one out the window,
Yeah, so that's another example of the type of aftermarket development that we've seen here at Drag Week.
Yeah, I mean, from end to end on the vehicle driveline, I mean, it really is. There are guys that will finish the week and then send the stuff back to be taken apart and disassembled and looked at. The fuel pump situation, the fueling situation David talks about is very fascinating, because cable drive fuel pumps for many, many years were the standard on the real super high horsepower stuff. And I'm sure some of them still run that way, but the electric pumps, especially the brushless stuff, has gotten so much better reliability and volume-wise that they've been able to serve that same level of horsepower while eliminating that cable. And how many times, dozens of times, we saw high horsepower cars with a low drain battery that couldn't actually turn over fast enough to move the cable fast enough to feed the thing fuel.
Yeah. The other thing I was thinking through is how when we first started Drag Week, it was very analog as far as the cars go.
Oh, boy.
It was just changing jets and changing converters and blower pulleys. And during the 20 years we've been doing the event, we've also seen cars just change.
Leapfrog,
Now, horsepower is not the problem. Everybody out here's got a turbo. Everybody's got nitrous. The problem is hooking it up, and we've seen the development on that go through the roof. Where did that really come from? from? Where were the classes where you first started seeing, let's call it, traction control on cars?
Well, when the rise of the popularity of the drag radial. So again, if we go back to the early days, let's call it even the first, I want to say the first almost 10 years of this event, it was almost purely a drag slick style event. And then, the popularity of the drag radial gets to be such that, one, I get to save myself some work because I can actually cruise this thing down the road. I don't have to keep busting the tires on and off the car, so that saves me some room in my trailer. As if I'm a competitor, right, this is the mindset. And then secondly, those drag radial tires begin to evolve so fast. Then we get to a racetrack that's getting just crushed at the course of an event. You have slick tires on it and everything else. So the chassis side of it, to me, became really, really important when more and more guys went to a 275 or a 315 radial instead of a 10.5-inch wide traditional bias ply slick.
But the radial guys are running on a track that is just sort of a universal prep.
Yes.
They're not looking at a prep that they might be more used to at other events, and
Correct.
They're also not looking at no prep. So there's a new challenge in figuring out how to get that stuff down at Drag Week. What do you got going on, Brian?
I'm just checking here. So the lanes are open for groups A and B. So, Warren, if we can be reconnected to the house speaker system, we can alert the authorities and or the competitors that lanes A and B are open.
And that's one of the things you'll see on the live feed throughout the week is that Brian and I are jabbering to you, but we're also talking live at the track. So you'll hear all the nitty-gritty about calling for parts and giving instructions to the racers on when to come to lanes and that type of thing.
All right, we are now hooked up to the PA system. Look at us. We're back. Freiberger and Loans have been in here yabbering for many minutes, talking to our online audience. Groups A and B, staging lanes are open for you. Groups A and B, staging lanes are open for day one, morning one of Hot Rod Drag Week 2024, presented by Gear Vendors.
And who will be the very first car to go down track at the 20th Hot Rod Drag Week? People shoot for that type of thing as well. People do personal goals like I was the first one, I was the last one, I had the most laps. The other thing that you'll see at Drag Week is many of these cars, believe it or not, will see their personal bests throughout the week.
Yeah, so and then let's talk now that we have the attention of not only you and everybody else, and we have A and B coming into the staging lanes. Let's talk a little bit about performance potential this morning and what we could be looking at. We're going to have about 1,300 feet of atmosphere, which is density altitude, which is a combination of a bunch of atmospheric factors that give
temperature,
us
pressure,
yeah,
humidity.
Think of density altitude as what the engine thinks it's at. That engine thinks it's at 1,400 feet above sea level, which is a nice number. It's a very nice number for this morning. It's cool air. The traction compound sprayer is doing its job out on the racetrack, so there will be plenty of racetrack and plenty of air to see some big performances. Let's talk about what you saw yesterday in testing. Now that we're kind of shifting into the now moment here, Ned Dunphy in the Viper was laying some numbers up. Sweet in the Nova, I heard the big naturally aspirated car was making some good runs as well.
Yeah, Alex Taylor was out here, Goldstone. So what we're looking at, well, I guess we should tell this story rather quickly, is that our 6-time winner, Tom Bailey, is not here. If you follow social media, you can see the reasons for that. I have not watched his video on YouTube, which was, I guess they had difficulty with the car after it had been parked for quite a while. They even had a broken frame on it. He's not here. That means we will have a new first-time winner, I think it's safe to say.
And Brian Goldstone chased Tom to the ends of the earth last year. They ended up within a couple of hundredths of each other when the final tally was made. And Goldstone runs in the ultimate iron category, which if we're stacking our categories in order of performance potential, the top one, of course, is unlimited because there is effectively no rules. Ultimate Iron, these cars are heavier, but they're effectively steel cars with a lot of the same stuff in them that an unlimited car has.
Yeah, they're a stock wheelbase tube chassis car with a stock body on it. And so it's interesting to see a so-called lower class that is in contention for an overall win. And yesterday, Ned Dunphy in the Viper, it's a blue Viper, white stripes. You saw it last year. The issue last year is he wasn't licensed up, so he could not run all out. This year he can. In testing last night, 6:26 at 2:44, I believe.
And so if we talk about what we're looking like for the rest of the week, forecast-wise, again, the weather's the weather, but we're looking at potentially low 80s, which is nice and comfortable for the entire week, which more importantly means cool mornings. And the strategy of the fastest competitors at Drag Week since the very first running until today if you can get out on the racetrack in the morning and you get a clean run in, typically you're packing your stuff up and you're heading out the gate as early as possible. One, because it's going to allow you to actually get to where we're going and get a night's sleep. But two, beating on the equipment, you want to minimize, as much as we hate it, because we want to see these guys make 10 runs a day, but we understand you want to minimize the amount of time you're just at wide open throttle on the drag strip so you can save the stuff to last a week.
Yeah, breakage is a huge thing. We always say it's not over till it's over. This is not a competition of being the quickest as much as it is a game of survival.
Yeah.
So it is the quickest car that can make it down the whole way. You'll see another strategy from a lot of these guys, which is hold back, look at what's going on in their class, slow their car down in order to make sure that they're not braking, survive the week, and then lay it out on Friday back here at National Trail.
So we'll see a lot of racers, of course, just running for straight-up low ET. We will see a lot of racers, especially in the Super Street Small Block Power Adder category, trying to run exactly 8.5 seconds. The reason that class has turned into a week-long, almost index style of drag racing is because of the chassis rules that disallow a funny car-style cage. So you can only run as quick as 8.500 seconds, or you go quicker than that, you're unable to turn the time slip in. We simply won't accept it. So last year, the average was, I believe, 8.504. After 5 days, 8.504. So what we end up seeing, and what we'll all be living together for the next 5 days, is when we see these small block or Super Street Small Block Power Adder cars come up, those are the guys who will make a lot of runs. Because if they run 8.52, it ain't good enough. They'll go back and jump on the laptop and come up here and try to shave it even tighter. So let's explain that class for people, because, again, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about it, a lot of entries and a lot of runs.
This class is for, I guess it's the most bolt-on type class as far as the suspension goes. Stock cars, stock bolt-on suspension. And one of the rule changes we had 5, 6, 7 years ago at this point was you cannot have a funny car cage. And that de facto means that it's an 850 class. You can't go quicker than 850 because the NHRA rule for how quick you can go stops at 850 for a regular roll cage. 849, you got to have a funny car cage. And so it becomes an 850 class. When we first did that, there was a lot of people who were screaming and yelling, going, this is ridiculous. I remember Larry Larson in particular, our 5-time winner, said to me, you know, you just turned that into an index class, right? Yes. So it's become one of the most exciting things to watch. And it's interesting because all of the engine categories within that class have this same rule. And the big blocks don't seem to get there. The big block Power Adder class doesn't do it.
Strange.
And clearly neither do the naturally aspirated cars. So it is just small block. Last year, Dustin Trance ran an 850X every single day, but not just one. As you were saying, he wasn't chasing just an 850 hit the road.
No.
He was knowing that he needed to get down. He was racing to get an 850 and he's one of 2 people who have ever done that.
I think him and Steinke. Yeah, and Rick Steinke is a guy who competed in that class in the Honk at Parts Fall Off 67 Chevelle 300 for many, many years. A famous car. Him and his wife Jackie are great drag and drive veterans. Jackie was out here, and she also kind of in the Perfect Run Club. In the Street Machine Eliminator category, she ran her Mustang to a perfect 10-second flat, which is the ET cutoff in that class.
And let's talk about that class for a minute because it's a lot of what you'll be seeing here. It tends to be our largest class. It used to be called Daily Driver. I changed it to Street Machine Eliminator, which was dumb because everybody still calls it Daily Driver.
Yeah, we tried.
That was a complete marketing fail on my part. But those cars are racing for an average ET at the end of the week that puts them on a bracket race ladder, and we run them out on the very last day. The target for that has changed over the years.
Oh, yes, it has.
Well, what did it used to be? 1080 or something like that?
Yeah, if we talk about what you have, how quick we had to go to make the 32.
Right.
Yeah, you can go back and look. We've documented that where it started in the 12s, 11s, and now you need a mid to low 10-second car.
It was a rule.
Yeah.
I think there was a rule that you could not go quicker than 1080, and now it's a rule that you cannot go quicker than 10.0.
Yeah.
And that change a few years ago to the 10.0 cutoff opened up that class.
Yeah.
All of a sudden it became really interesting because you had to have, 10.0 in the face of drag week and 6-second cars doesn't look that big.
No, but but this is such a weird thing. Like, as anybody knows out there, if you've been in a 12-second car in the street, you're like, okay, wow, this thing's really got some guts.
Yeah.
A 10-second street car is a serious piece of iron. Oh, thank you.
Apparently, we're getting some data and information here. Don't know what that is. So you will see people chasing for that 10.0 ET. And that is bloodthirsty throughout the week because the bump spot these days ends up being around a 1075, 1080 kind of bump. 1074, I believe, was the quickest bump. 1074.5 to be specific, Brian. And so we'll be looking for the quickest field to Street Machine Eliminator that we've ever seen.
So, yeah, A and B groups, staging lanes are open. Got to be pulling cars around the corner here in just a moment. Lonnie Grimm down there, the master of the staging lanes, as he has been for so many years. He drove out here from PA last night.
I know, as Brian got on the plane.
I got on a plane.
And they both left Reading at the NHRA race and arrived here in different manners.
Although he probably, in the end, he probably beat me here with the hang-ups we had. But they served drinks on my plane, and I don't think Lonnie was serving drinks in his car. So it was a pleasant ride.
I see the degeneration beginning. I would say that the Laurel and Hardy routine starts now.
Yeah.
We've been a little bit serious about the past history of this whole deal, but I think you all know that Brian and I have a lot of fun on the mic up here, and I will give you the warning now.
Yeah.
Don't be offended by what we say about your cars if you're out here in the grandstand, because it can get ugly.
And for those of you watching in Europe, there tends to be some confusion when Dave and I just wantonly attack each other. We are friends, and we do enjoy being around each other, and that is part of the shtick. But there are some people that get very confused about why do they have these guys working together if they hate each other. It's like, no, this is how we express our friendship.
I said that it was a Laurel and Hardy routine. Really, it's Penn and Teller. You get to pick who Teller is. It's also, what do we call it? The Don Rickles routine of drag
Don
racing.
Rickles of drag racing as Ned Dunphy rolls in. As I'm looking out here, the staging lane, see Ned rolled in.
We got
Clark
some fast cars right up front.
Yeah, they're stacking up like cordwood down there.
I will say the other thing that has developed out of this is, not to pat ourselves on the back, but this is probably one of the most unique drag racing announcing things you will ever see.
Theater of the mind. Theater of the mind.
It is. And I don't know if you are all aware, you should be, that Brian here is actually the anchor on NHRA on Fox. He and Tony Pedregon are on every single race.
Yeah.
And it's you give the illusion of being very professional in that program, and then you come here. And I'm here, and I bring you down.
No, it's nice. It's like self-leveling paint. You know, you find your level.
Lower your expectations.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's gonna be a fantastic week. I know it's something we both look forward to each and every year, and to see fresh cars and upgraded cars. And again, we're going to be taking you through the stories and the history of this thing over the next 5 days. I think when we talk about what we should be expecting this morning, expectations-wise, there are multiple cars that are not only capable of running in the sixes, that should be deep in the sixes. Dave Schroeder is back again, the only nitrous car to ever win Unlimited. Dave's back with John Enns, and they'll be competing this week. Some of those familiar names and faces that you've come to know and love, they kind of want to conquer this place, because one of the last times we were here, if not the last time we were here, Dave had an incident at the top end. So he wants to come out of here clean and mean and show him who's boss here at National Trail.
And people will be doing that in every single class. We'll be telling you about that, too. There's bloodthirsty runs, but occasionally there's classes that only have a few cars in them, and they feel like, okay, well, I'm going to win at least a podium on my class because I'll be in the top 3, but you still have to make it, and it's still a good personal goal. You'll also see people running out here for just personal goals. They don't anticipate winning. They just tell themselves, hey, I have a 10-second car. My goal is I want to run 9s the first time, or I'm dying to average in the 8s, even though they have no shot of winning. What's interesting here in a lot of classes, you can have an 890 car, and sorry, you're sort of back of the pack.
Right. Yeah, finishing is goal number 1 for every single person out here, and for, I would say, the more select few, finishing number 1 in your category is the real attainable, or the real driver of a goal, but for the most people in the staging lanes and for most people you watch this week, simply being able to pull through the gate at this drag strip under their own power on Friday morning is the moment, and of course then stage the car is the moment that they're here to achieve.
Yeah, and Brian will fail that as he will be kicking out on Thursday night. You know, there are two other official goals that people are going for. First of all, we do have the Hot Rod Drag Week 200 mile an hour club, and that is for cars, obviously, that exceed 200 miles an hour in the quarter mile throughout the course of the week, but they're not eligible if they do it on day one. And that's because the car is all fresh and nice. We want them to at least have made one street drive before they put down that 200 number to join the 200 club at the end of the week. The other thing that people are shooting for is the top 3 spots get the gear vendors' guitars at the end of the week. And that means the top 3 quickest cars regardless of class. And that is often cars that are not just in Unlimited. As a matter of fact, the Volvo, who you may be familiar with, the gold little Volvo wagon, Michael Borgren.
What was it? What kind of wagon?
No, stop this.
What kind of wagon is it?
Volvo.
He had to work to say it, though, but he did say it right. Yeah. Normally, he says it in a way that's medical sounding, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
But first, he was the first car. I'm just moving beyond. He's got Warren in on the game over here, throwing me under the bus. He was the first car in the 6s on a small tire and the first small tire car into the 200 mile an hour club. Alex Taylor got in her car. Actually, we'll have a list. We'll talk about that later on, but that's another goal. And the top 3, regardless of class, and Borgren was also in that. And, of course, the overall prize is the Gear Vendors Trophy for the Hot Rod Magazine Fastest Street Car in America.
All right, David, thanks for coming up for air. That was nice. We were alerted minutes ago that we're going to take a break for a couple of ads, pay some bills. So thank you for the diatribe. We'll be right back with more diatribes. And less David.
The best racing features with MSD's Ultra 6AL and Ultra 6AL Plus, and an all-new MSD mobile app for configuring your ignition. Completely redesigned, all in a smaller package. Find out more about MSD's latest products at Holley.com.
Now customers can save up to $140 when you purchase an MSD ProBuild ignition bundle. These packages include a ProBuild distributor, new Ultra 6AL ignition box, plus a Blaster 2 coil. Your complete ignition upgrade is one click away. Visit MSDignition.com for all the details.
And here we go, folks. We have our first pair of cars coming around the corner here to go down the drag strip and officially open up Drag Week. I have been alerted by Hot Rod's Mike Galimi that if you are on the text message system, everybody is enrolled in it. You have not missed any messages because apparently no messages have been sent. Don't freak out. The text messaging system is operational. It is ready to go. And in one of the scariest things that happens over this entire week, David has control of the announcer button, which is, again, a single button that turns into a complicated exercise. Jeffrey Mole, right side, 1967 Chevy 2, running in the Super Street Big Block Power Adder category.
Brian, you do need to get some new shticks. The whole button, the whole
No, I don't. It's part of the
Volvo wagon.
It's part of the retro fun of 20 years of Drag Week.
Nah, people are tired. Get some new material, dude.
Chris Murray on the opposite side of the racetrack. I'm going to say Chris running in the M category, which is Street Race Small Block Power Adder. So we get to start to set some performance standards for these two categories. Track is sprayed, track is prepped. Chris Murray is locating the pre-stage beam, which is out there. There he goes.
Jeff Mull on the right-hand side, big block Chevy with a Pro Charger on it.
Nice clean launch on both sides here. 60-foot times right about 1.3 seconds. Mary's going to get down first, 8:49.3 at 161. A 9:44.5 at 142, just shy of 143 for Jeff Mole. So there we go. Now Chris Murray, 8:49.3 in the Street Race Small Block Power Adder category.
Cannot hand in that time
Can't
slip.
hand it in.
Too quick. Got to stick with an 8.50.
One of the greatest drag and drive cars ever built. Randy Seward's Mustang on the left-hand side. Also another Street Race Small Block Power Adder entry. And Ken Cuttle. Cuttle is running in the Street Race Big Block Naturally Aspirated division in the Chevelle.
Cuddle on the right-hand side, 946 at 139. Randy Seward off his pace, 866. That's a guy who ran 850 last night.
With respect to Ken and that Chevelle, we may just call you Ken for the rest of the week so I don't have to hear David saying cuddle anymore. Triggered.
And the next guy up is Joe Spooning.
Dave Deal, 2001 Mustang. And on the right side, this Pontiac Firebird running in the street race small block naturally aspirated category.
Now, Brian, on the right-hand side, this is the car where the passenger is Michael Borgren, who you know from the Gold Wagon. And it has got a 429 cubic inch naturally aspirated tunnel rammed LS in it, making 945 horsepower. And Borgren told me it is the most punishing thing he's ever been in on the street.
Dave Deal's goal here for this run is to make the first 6-second pass in the history of the category of street race small block power adder.
Super Street small block.
I'm sorry, Super
power
Street,
adder.
yes.
Super Street is a class that allows a funny car cage, and if they are teched up for it, they can run in the 6s.
Got a set of 315 drag radials on the back of it. Got a couple of parachutes hanging out the back. If he gets it hooked up, pay close attention. Oh, boy. He's clean and mean. Uh-oh, it broke loose before the 330. You see he wagged the tail out there. He's going to lift. Meanwhile, the Pontiac, with its naturally aspirated combination, is going to go 901.5 at 151.
Here we go. This is awesome. Ferrone Engines is back from Australia on the right-hand side. This is a Valiant Charger, a VH. You'll see it is right-hand drive. It has got a big block Chrysler in it, a 572, couple of turbos on it. And his goal is to just run in the 740s all week and not have to change the transmission. I was about to say as quickly as Brian changes his underwear, but that's not very frequent, so it was a bad analogy.
That is correct. John Ferrone changed transmissions like 4 times 1 year in this thing over the course of a week, which was at least 3 more than my underwear changes of that same time frame. So you're accurate. Well, it's a really heavy car. It weighs like 4,200 pounds.
Yeah, he told me 4,019 with him in it. And it is a very clean car and very cool looking. If you get up close to it, you're like, I don't have this in the United States, but this is neat.
So the Aussie engine builder. Let's go with the trans brake, and that car just did not go anywhere early. Now that really starts to feed the power to it before the 330, and John is going to drive it to the end of the racetrack and go 858 at 178.
Now, the real question is, will he come back?
Absolutely.
He told me, you know what, I am getting old. I don't know if I've got all of the thrashing left in me, to which I had to agree. Same for me.
It was very strange. At 155 short time, the car was just real lazy down low. So it'll be interesting to see what, if and what they decide to do.
He has changed to a tighter converter in that thing
Okay.
for street driving, and he did go from, I think, a 3.4 rear gear to the 373. It is a new combo for him.
So here comes Glenn Hunter on the left-hand side. Hunter out of New York, the 1956 Chevrolet. Boy, this car is awesome. It has run down in the 6-second bracket before, Maryland International Raceway at the World Cup a couple years ago. Back in the day when he first showed up, had a huge Whipple supercharger on it. And it, whoa, baby.
Oh,
big wheels. Oh, no,
and
don't
he
do
kept it
that.
off the wall.
Woof. Meanwhile, Eugene Holderfield, the 2021 Mustang, goes cruising on by. Holderfield runs 993.6 at 142. But, man, Glenn Hunter, that is as close as we have seen to that car getting scraped up.
Man, one of the things I was saying to the Hot Rod staff last night is the advent of all the traction controls and everything have taken away the wheel stands from Drag Week like we used to see. And then coming out of the hole right there,
Woof.
Glenn's putting on a show. Man, he did almost, if it was a funny car, we would have said he almost flattened the header.
Yes,
but
yes.
It was pretty close.
Plenty of traction out there, too, because when he got back at the throttle, it climbed right back up again. The 1955 Chevrolet of Cody Helger out of Rhode Island here. Got this thing wound up with a 4-speed in it.
He is in our gasser class, B gasser, B being non-supercharged.
And the Corvette, the all-motor small block entry, is making good steam, 903.6, 148. Meanwhile, Helger goes 968.7 at a $140. And I'm not even going to call it a 2-lane blacktop knockoff because it isn't. It's just a really nice primer gray 55 Chevy. Ooh, Don Fo's coming up next. Fo's coming up in one of the more serious entries on the property in the form of this very low-slung Camaro making its way around the corner. You can see the hat on top of the carburetor there. It'd been a nice clean Monte Carlo. The Monte Carlo Super Street small block power adder of Jason Burgesson, 81 model year car, and Don Fos, the 67 Camaro. Good to see Jamie Miller out here experiencing drag week, wearing his typical red hat as part of the Red Hat Mafia. Good to see you, sir. Shell Turgeon has come in. Most updated list as of last night. There will be quite a few class changes. See, that wasn't even supposed to be read out loud, but I did.
Well, actually, the racer entry list is on hotrod.com. You can go check that out if you're wondering if anybody's there. Oh, it's not there yet. They're working on getting that up, but it is in Brian's hand. This one's pretty...
So Fos makes his way back. You know, again, time's going to tell this morning what low ET is going to be. We know that we saw a deal try to run that 6-second lap break. The tires loose about the 330. Fos's car has got some serious power as well. Of course, these A and B groups, these are the highest performing grouping of categories.
We do have the A and B team here in the tower as well.
Really gentle launch for Fos, 120. Then he started to feed the power to it. But, man, the Monte Carlo is trucking. A 771 at 176 as Don goes 808 at 167. Nice side-by-side runs. So Burgesson, that's low ET of the morning so far. Fos right behind him at the 808. Once again, if you're down there shooting photos, you cannot stand on the wall. You cannot stand on the wall to take photos. Just a FYI. I remember my first day at the racetrack, too.
Was that Galimi?
You cannot. No, the wall didn't sink, so I don't believe it was him. Alan Whitaker, the 1972 Monte Carlo, and Bob Ruppel coming back. We know Bob. He's run a ton of these things, and who can forget the color of that car?
Street race big block power adder for Ruppel in the left-hand lane.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that thing. $161 in the 8th mile. He goes 7:13 at 199 in the 1972 Monte Carlo.
You know, it's interesting. He runs a 1-2-3 60-foot time on a naturally aspirated deal. That would be sort of an 850 car.
Yeah.
You'll see a lot of the turbo cars doing that as they're managing the power. Horsepower is not the issue. Traction is.
I'm going to guess we see Alan back again only because I think there's a little bit more to be had early, and that run was as clean as it comes. But, man, just a tick shy of 200 in what is effectively a stock-bodied 1972 Monte Carlo. James Williams coming up, the 1980 Malibu right side, silver with the black rally stripes. And Les Smith.
The unlimited car of Les Smith. And the Pro Street Power Adder car on the right-hand side. You look at the tire under that thing. It's hard to call that a Pro Street car, but there is a rule that it's 11.25 inches on the ground. If you exceed that, you go into some of the big tire classes.
In goes Williams first. Here comes Smith. Oh, man, Smith busted the tires loose. You saw the thing almost run out of shock travel out there as Williams goes down to 789.6 at 180 miles an hour. So James Williams, a nice clean run, and Smith had his hands full. You watch a radial car like that work, you saw the rear suspension start to go to work where the back of the car was physically climbing up as it drives the tire in, but it did appear that Smith's car almost kind of ran out of shock, and when you top the shocks out, it tends to bust the tire loose.
We have already seen 3 7-second cars this morning.
Corey Pant coming up on the left side, the 1971 Dart, and TJ Linebaugh, the 1978 Fairmont Wagon.
In the right-hand side, Linebaugh goes down 856 at 158 miles an hour, and Corey Pant on the left-hand side, 990 at 132.
One of the neatest cars that competed and has competed for a few years is blown Chevy Nova on the right side. Running in the gasser or A-gas category, that is Wayne Baker. And it's just so mean-looking, so high-riding. And Jim Treadle, the 1968 Pontiac Firebird in green. Beauty and the Beast out there right now.
Once again, just like in the tower. The blown big block Nova here is in A gas, which is the gas category. They have to look like legit old school drag race cars. But this A gas may have blowers as he hoists the front end going to a 1:40 60-foot time. He's going to get passed on the left-hand side by a red lighting Jim Treadle, who goes 7:59 176. Your fourth 7-second car this morning.
And Treadle had the shootout early, too. He killed some speed off of that thing.
And the Nova went an 8:82.
Dave Armentrout coming up. Armentrout's car is one of the competitors in the Ultimate Iron category. And to be a real player in this class, you need to run in the high 6-second bracket. There's no two ways about it. Really, the mid 6-second bracket is probably where you want to be if you're trying to run with a guy like Brian Goldstone. Armentrout has been testing this car. He's been running the wheels off it, and now he gets to see the fruits of his labor out here. That same spot out there, really, when the guys, I believe, are starting to put all the power to it at about 250, 300 feet, especially in the left-hand side. We've seen a few of them bust the tires loose. Already a racer in need.
We need a head gasket for a 5.3 LS. John Snyder is needing this thing. He's near the lane entry with a blue 65 Nova. They need an LS head gasket. I don't know, Brian. Do you think there's an LS head gasket on property?
I hate when people need the exotic stuff.
We do have his phone number up here in the tower if you've got a gasket for this guy. You know, it takes some skill to actually huff a gasket out of it in the staging lanes.
I mean, hey, everybody's good at something. We have to thank Mickey Thompson. Of course, Mickey Thompson, we never stop innovating at this company, from our insanely quick and consistent Pro Bracket radial to Mickey Thompson's undisputed ET drag. When you need traction, we have you covered. Looking for the ultimate street legal performance car or tire for the new or classic American muscle car you own? Mickey Thompson's ET Street is the tire for you. Check out the ET Street SS and the ET Street R that will give you the hot tip for choosing the right tire for your ride. You can check out the guys at Mickey Thompson, and they will steer you right. If you're a Jeep or a truck owner, Mickey Thompson has a tire for any terrain, from the aggressive Baja Boss Hybrid to the off-road-only Baja Pro X. We even have something for your side-by-side. Check out Mickey Thompson tires at the MickeyThompson.com website, and stand on the gas with Mickey Thompson.
You know, we do have the live feed going, which means we also have live chat, heretofore known as the live questioning of where Mike Finnegan is.
Okay.
That's all we really need. You can just cut and paste that question about 30 times. Finnegan is here with Blasphemy. He is riding with Tony Angelo, or Tony Angelo's riding with him.
Randy Bellahar and Mark Cecino, two longtime Drag Week runners. Cecino this year was part of the Drag Week exhibition that was run at the NHRA New England Nationals in Epping, New Hampshire, and he won. A very cool day, a very cool moment for Mark Cecino, but this is a guy in a car that he has competed in a very long time.
And Randy Bellahar in the left-hand side with his Pontiac-powered Pontiac and Street Race Big Block Power Adder is, in fact, your record holder in class and the quickest average holder in the history of the class, I believe.
Mike Finnegan has actually rolled now right in front of the timing tower, so he is just a couple of pair away. Nice work here for Cecino's car, and again, it made a little move down low, but he was able to power right through it. And Cecino goes to the stripe, goes 8:59 at 162 miles an hour, and Randy Bellahar 8:51.5 at 148.
I will remind everybody that red lights do not matter at Hot Rod Drag Week. This is more time trials than drag racing.
Chuck Stefanski coming up now on the left-hand side. You cannot forget this thing once you see it. Stefanski's car, he's got those headers that run right out in front of the front fenders above the tires. And Dustin Trance, this is one of the all-time Zen voodoo masters of the 850 Index class, of course, known as Street Race Small Block Power Adder. Trance is the guy who was just a swami at this last year, making repeated runs to make sure he was as close to 850 with a 0 as possible. We'll see what he can lay up here right now in this 05 Mustang. Same car that he's run for a couple of years. And Stefanski's on a nice strong pull over there. He's running the modified Power Adder category, goes 730 at 191, and Trance is a mile and a half off. He's 860 with a 7 at 158. They got work to do.
A tenth being a mile and a half.
Yes.
Wild.
They will be back for more. We can promise you that. Next up, Mike Finnegan rolling up here on the left-hand side of the drag strip. It is the Blasphemy 1955 Chevrolet that has gone through a raft of updates. A new front end, a new nose on the car, and a slipper clutch has been put in there. He got rid of the diaphragm-style clutch that was in it, and he has had some very good results in testing with that new clutch.
And he has a T56 back in it. It's a TIC Performance unit. He was running a clutchless 4-speed prior to this.
And Nick Deleno right side. Deleno running that late model Challenger, and Finnegan on and off the throttle over there in the left. Very strange over there on and off the throttle a multitude of times on the summit side of the racetrack. Goes 960 at 108 miles an hour. That was kind of odd. Didn't sound like it was spinning as much as it was just hunting all over the racetrack. So they'll go back to the pits and get a look at that thing, and I'm sure we'll see Mike again a little bit later on today. Doug Kistler coming up left-hand side, the 1972 Nova. And the Pro Street NA machine on the right side. With a gear jammer in it, the 56 Chevy Bel Air. Boy, that thing sounds good as he stuffs that thing through the gear ratios. He goes down to a 948.3 at 144. Kistler goes 1026 at 129. Good flow of traffic down the racetrack this morning as the beautiful Chevelle rolls up in red on that right-hand side. Brian Acton on the left side in the Chevy Nova. This is a car you see a lot of places, whether it's Roadkill Nights, whether it's Drag Week, whether it's any of the other multitude of drag and drive events around the country. They really do race the wheels off this thing. Bill Schwartz, the guy in the 1969 Chevelle. The poppin' and bangin' was the big signature of the turbo cars for so many years. You don't really hear it too much anymore. Schwartz goes, oh boy, 850 with a 160, and of course he is competing in the street race small block power adder category. So man, pack your stuff and get out of here.
That is putting the class on notice for sure.
Man, that is an epic pull for Schwartz in that Chevelle. Acton goes an 847. He also running in the same class. So we talk about how Drag Week strategy changes day by day, moment by moment. That run right there sets what is now the leader, unless somebody goes 850 with a 0, and it makes a guy like Brian Acton's life way more complicated because now they have no choice but to stay here and run that car until they can get close. Because if you leave here even a couple of hundredths off that 850, lights out.
Think of the early days of Drag Week, cars making laps at 850. That would be mind-blowing. Craig Douglas gets out in his sassy grass green 1970 Dodge Dart. Wow, this is going to run hard.
Douglas goes 1073. He was off the throttle. The suspension was working pretty good down low, but he had issues up the top of the drag strip. 997 on the left-hand side of the racetrack. So, yes, you had sassy grass green if it was a Dodge, and lime, was it a Limelight?
Well, Limelight's a different color.
Oh, okay. So what was the other green?
I forget what the Plymouth name was for Sassy Grass Green.
Oh, Sublime.
Green Go.
Sublime.
It was Green Go. And you had Limelight and Sublime on the Plymouth, or maybe it was vice versa. I'm a bad Mopar guy.
Ned Dunphy has come around the corner, but first we have Clark Rosenstengel on one side and Sam Colalilo on the other side. That's an 87 Grand National. That is a mean-looking piece. He is running in the street race big block power adder category.
Rosenstengel going back to the very early days of Drag Week. I remember first seeing him at US 131. This car has done the standing mile down in Arkansas. I think he told me it went 263 or 268.
Yeah, it was well over 260 miles an hour in the standing mile.
And he's going to try for 275 pretty soon.
And oh boy, crossing the racetrack is Sam Colalilo in the Buick. Clark Rosenstengel goes 7:07.2 at 205 miles an hour. That thing just makes power for days. And Colalilo had his hands full out there.
Man, 7:07.
Yeah, there was stuff leaking out of that thing the second he stepped on the throttle. I'm hoping it was water because that's why he crossed the racetrack. You're watching on the live stream right now what appears to be, and I hope is, steam coming off the back of that car, and that steam is not enhanced by any sort of glycol product. Otherwise, we got a full left lane grease job over there. And, of course, Ned Dunphy is sitting in that lane in what is arguably the most powerful and fast car on the property. Good timing.
One of the problems with running this street car situation is guys show up with antifreeze in the radiator. Just the wrong move in a situation like that, especially for a boosted car.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it is in the rules that straight water is the mandatory libation. Yeah. And hey, this is a gentle reminder. If the engine begins to sound like a cement mixer, or you think, man, it's real slippery out here, pull over and stop.
The throttle pedal works both ways.
So the starting line crew here at National Trail Raceway going to touch up that starting line area. They've taken a look down course as well. Glad to hear that we're not rolling any big equipment or anything like that. Summit Racing Equipment is proud to support the drag and drive racers across the country, and you'll always save big at summitracing.com. Shop millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trailers, trucks, tools, accessories, and more. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. Summitracing.com. Speaking of rolling equipment. Oh, man, it's transmission fluid. That is so not good. But thankfully, this is a track that is equipped with big equipment. You see that big Tenet cleaning machine going out there, the scrubber. And so they are going to work that thing, and I'm guessing this is going to be pretty much end to end.
One of the new things that we've got this year is a live action from the pits with KJ Jones from Hot Rod Magazine. So this is going to be the first time that we have worked that out. We're going to get that coming here as soon as we can. He'll be out there in a pit seeing what's going on, staging lanes, watching people thrashing, packing up. You'll see him throughout the week.
And so we're backing cars out to give our track workers some room to operate up here in the starting line. For those of you just tuning in, this is Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2024 presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. Great sponsors like Summit Racing Equipment, Mickey Thompson Tires, Tremec, and more. And we are bringing you live streaming action all 5 days. And we are at National Trail Raceway in Hebron, Ohio, which will give way to Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway tomorrow, where we'll be standing in a shipping container, which will be the third time this year I've been in the shipping container. I believe Warren Evans has been in there at least that many times.
And one of them was a drag racing tower.
Right. Yes.
Warren is in the closet.
Well, yeah, and in the container. There's two different subjects for two different conversations. So the scrubbing's going on out there. We're cleaning things up. And KJ Jones, I believe, is, if not in position, maybe getting in position.
KJ, why don't you text us and let us know what's going on?
I think he's going to do that.
Well, we're watching KJ walk across the staging lanes.
Just to review, Clark Rosenstengel, low ET of the morning at 7:07. We have another 5 cars, another 4 cars. No, 5. There's total 6 cars in the 7s. And then a stack of 8-second cars. And then a 20.
And yes, the lane changer. And there's been several attempts at cracking even deeper than the 7s as well. So we're going to see how that all plays out over the course of the day. This, of course, is the prime time of the morning, the cool air, the most friendly density altitude we'll see all day, but we will be on the racetrack into the afternoon. As many of you that are familiar with the event understand, we run groupings of classes, and then at the end it's basically a free skate. We open it up to anybody that wants to just make runs that improve an ET, or the car was broken in the morning, you miss your run group, you can come back in that catch-all session at the end, and that's where we see, if we talk about drama at this event that goes beyond people rebuilding motors on the breakdown lane of a highway, the drama comes in the afternoon when people are just desperate to get a run, desperate to try to patch the car up enough to stage it, just to say you participated that day. That's what it comes down to.
One bad day can frag your entire program here. And sometimes that can be as much as a 10th off when you've got a guy right behind you in your class who's chasing your ET.
And so this cleanup, of course, is progressing down there. We're notifying the drivers that you could take your helmets off and you can probably make yourself comfortable. It is going to be a few minutes down there. with the field as big as we have, of course, just to reiterate, if you sense any sort of an issue with the car, please pull it over and get it stopped just so we can continue on. A note for racers, when you hand in your time slip, you're going to room 108. 108 in the timing tower is where time slips will be handed in today. Suite 108 in the timing tower. And typically, I believe it's, 30 minutes after the last car is the cutoff. Yes.
Speaking of cutoff, you have 10 minutes to get your trailers out of the pits.
Check.
As you all know, trailers are not allowed, and by that I mean support vehicles, the trailer that you brought your vehicle on, those need to be up in the trailer storage area where they will stay here at National Trail for a week. You got 10 minutes to make that happen. You have any questions? See Keith Turk.
Yeah. And now let's go to KJ Jones, who's roaming the pits.
Hot Rod Jag Week 2024, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives. KJ Jones here, Mickey Thompson, Tires and Wheels pit reporter, and we are in the staging lanes right now. Cars are going down the track. Things look really good. Right now there is some downtime due to transmission failure, transmission breakage, but look at this. We've got cars lined up from the back of the lanes to the front of the lanes. Everybody ready to make their hit now. Some have made it and have doubled back, actually. I saw Randy Seward's car in here. He's trying to get another one. He's in that Super Street small block power editor class, a very competitive, almost like an 850 index class. It's like a street race class. These cars have stock suspension and pretty much just the funny car roll cage is permitted, and they're running no quicker than 850, and these guys are already battling to like 850 with a 4. So that's going to be a real big shootout. Randy's out to make another hit. Some guys are here to make their first hit. There are some people doubling back, and we're going to watch all this action. Just stay tuned to the live feed, brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels.
So that was our very first practice run on getting KJ to do the live feed from down there in the pits. You'll see more of that coming throughout the week as we polish our program. That was the first time in the history of Drag Week that we've done that.
Wow, breaking new ground. And we're going to stand in front of our backdrop here, and I'm going to take you right into the timing tower as work continues on the left-hand summit side of the drag strip here at National Trail Raceway. You know, this place has great history. We tend to talk about the tracks that we visit and some of the historical moments that have happened here. It was the longtime home of the NHRA Spring Nationals. It is the place where Shirley Muldowney got her first national event victory.
1976.
Seen at the very first side-by-side Top Fuel female final in NHRA history.
With Shirley and,
Lucille Lee.
Yes, that's what I was trying to come up with.
Who was an interesting story. Lucille Lee she worked for Mark Danakis, who owned the car, as a secretary, and he thought, this might work. You want to try this?
Wow.
Had never driven anything.
And there she was.
And she did a fair job, and she had the respect of her fellow competitors. This track has, I believe it's 72, I think, was the Raider family opened it in 1972.
1964.
64, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So 72 might have been the first Spring Nationals or something like that.
72 was the first Spring Nationals. NHRA bought the track 82-ish?
I believe somewhere in the 80s.
Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait. It was 1996, actually.
Really?
I think so.
Okay. Either way, it's a place that has been a hub of activity, and Drag Week has now really half dozen times we've had it on the schedule. As I mentioned earlier in the show, it rained one year, so we didn't actually come here, but we were slated to do it. And that's one of the interesting things of this event that we've seen over the course of years. A couple of years ago, we were down in the southeast, and there was that hurricane coming. So basically, we said, whatever the directions say, doesn't matter. Just get out of here. And we made it to the next track and kind of outran that hurricane over the course of that week. There have been years where we've left places and gone, well, this ain't going to work tomorrow. Go back. And we've kind of gone 2 days in a row at the same track. But outdoor, open weather, moving event, you do what you can do.
Brian, Herb White.
Herb White, yeah. So if we
this is like a Pavlovian thing,
how much?
by the way.
Listen, how much range does KJ's mic have? Because if we can get,
will he make it to Refugee Road?
I don't know. If we can get him down to
Send him
Refugee
down
Road, we can really. There's if you look at the end of this drag strip, there is a house off of the end of it, and in 1980s, it was owned by a guy named Herb White, and there was an alcohol funny car racer, I guess at the time a nitro funny car racer, that went off the end of this racetrack. All the way off, and a flaming, burning, melting heap of a funny car ended up in Herb White's front yard, in his vegetable garden, And the NHRA bought that piece of property at the time and built an extension to the racetrack. The sand trap was actually in Herb White's front yard. Refugee Road is the road that runs left to right, and they would drop gates down when the fuel cars and the real fast stuff was running in the event somebody went long. And it's not that super uncommon. For instance, at Maple Grove last weekend, when we were in the fuel cars, we put the gates down because there's an extension to the sand trap on the other side of a public road. But, yeah, famously when I believe it was Gary Anderson, I'm trying to remember the guy's name, went off the end of this place, there's great video. And, you know, the stuff that they used to be able to do on TV that we just can't do today, like you walk up to a guy who's, like, basically being resuscitated and say, wow, look at this. This is pretty bad. He's hurt real bad. Like, we don't do stuff like that today. But Steve Evans had no trouble doing it. Yeah.
And we're going to go once again to KJ Jones live in the pits or in the staging lanes.
Us with a beautiful 66 Chevy Chevelle. This thing is gorgeous, and one of the eye catchers, the thing that draws you to it, is this big supercharger sitting on top of the engine. It's not a 671, not an 871. Kyle, what are you working with?
I have a 1071 in there.
A 1071. This car, and it's a small block.
It's a small block. It's an LS right now, just to get it here to Drag Week today. It's eventually going to have a big block in it.
All right, so just to get it here to Drag Week, is this something, bucket list thing? Have you been on Drag Week before, or is this you've always wanted to do this?
Always wanted to do this. This is a bucket list thing. First time, first year. We're going to be back, though.
And what class are you racing in, Kyle?
Street race, small block power adder.
Another one going after that street race small block power adder chip, man. This is going to be one of the tightest classes, 40-some-odd cars in the class. And Kyle, now 850, and 850 is already 850 low, like 850 with a 4. Can you get under that?
Oh, I don't think so. Maybe
Okay, that's honest.
not this year.
Right on. About what will this car run, though, in your testing? Or, well, you just finished it, but what do you forecast this car will run?
Hopefully, just right now, we literally just finished it Saturday. Right now, it'll probably be 10s.
Brian and David, you hear that a lot. Just finished the car XYZ day. Some of them just finished the cars yesterday, but they're out here at Drag Week competing, and we'll see how they run. Back to you guys.
Yes, that is a common refrain. I just finished the car yesterday. I've often said that this is the world's largest gathering of cars that didn't run last night.
So, you know, one of the things that, it's never the fun thing to talk about, or you always try to find what's the right time to bring something up. But we have a moment of quiet here. But Harry Haig, legendary guy in the history of Hot Rod Drag Week, the famed Ozzy Chevelle. You know, they buy this thing from a field as a tired old 396 in it, and they just run it as it was. Then they come back with a full kind of race motor in it. The turbocharger's mounted like a foot above the hood.
This is a orange 69 Chevelle SS 396 car.
And Harry was I don't even know how to describe the guy.
Bigger personality than you can possibly imagine. He brought the party with him.
A meteorite of a guy. And, he passed away, had an accident in Australia. He lost his life. Andrew Baumgartner lost his life. And it was just a really sad thing just because of how full throttle this guy was. I mean, you were around him, and it was just a full-on energy deal. And I wrote a piece for Hot Rod, and I'll just tell the story real quick here again if you haven't seen it. But several years ago, his farm was on fire. So he had a farm, and he had a trucking business, and he was one of these guys that handled everything. And so, he calls me, and he's talking to me. He's in a piece of equipment trying to, put this out. And I'm like, how bad is it? He's, oh, well, it's pretty bad. It's like, this is on fire and that part's on fire. But he was like, loved the adventure of trying to put this fire out. He was just that type of a guy. It wasn't a guy calling because he was afraid that he was going to be mortally wounded in the fire. He was thought it was cool that he was out there just trying to battle it. And he just got a kick out of it. And that was kind of how he lived his whole life. I mean, those guys, when they came over here, like you said, they brought the party with them.
Yeah. Sad deal.
Yeah.
And it's something that we have had to face a couple times throughout the 20-year history of Drag Week, is losing one of our racers, and never a good thing.
No, never a good thing, but there's a load of people out here that knew Harry, and whether they raced with him or just hung out with him, the guy was had an effect on pretty much everybody met. So definitely somebody that's being discussed far beyond just the two of us chatting about it here. People are, I'm sure, sharing their memories and stories about the guy. But, yeah, it's crummy. Just a crummy thing. He even started one of these in Australia.
That's right. The
Hard Ass
1000, which that name alone sort of shows you his
and
character.
They stopped at bars.
Oh, exactly.
It was very Harry. Yeah, very Harry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it 3 minutes worth of commercials here, so you can take.
We're going to take a break here for just a couple minutes, pay some bills as the track staff here continues to work, and we may be contributing to a national shortage of oil dry by the time we're done with this one.
Get the best racing features with MSD's Ultra 6AL and Ultra 6AL Plus, and an all-new MSD mobile app for configuring your ignition. Completely redesigned, all in a smaller package. Find out more about MSD's latest products at Holley.com.
Now customers can save up to $140 when you purchase an MSD ProBuild Ignition Bundle. These packages include a ProBuild distributor, new Ultra 6AO ignition box, plus a Blaster 2 coil. Your complete ignition upgrade is one click away. Visit MSDignition.com for all the details.
Since 1963, the name Mickey Thompson has been synonymous with pushing boundaries and gaining traction where others dare not venture. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
KJ Jones in the pits at Hot Rod Drag Week 2024, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives. One of the things about Drag Week is the combinations, the type of cars, the brands, the packages that you see these racers put together. Some of them are very, very unique. What you see here is a 1969 Chevy Nova, and for all intents and purposes, Chevrolet is, I guess you could say, the dominant brand here at Drag Week, most Drag Weeks, but there's something very different about Steve's car here. This 69 is Ford powered. Now, all the Chevy loyalists in the world might be very pissed off to hear that, but this has a very unique combination in it. It is a big block Ford, a Kazi engine, and it's power added with what?
2088s.
2088 ProMod I can't even get it out. ProMod 88 twin turbochargers. It makes a lot of power, I'm sure. Steve, what drove you to put a Kazi Ford in this Chevrolet?
Well, John Kazi built my Pro Stock motors. I raced Pro Stock, IHRA, and NHRA for 19 years. And he was the best engine builder I ever had. And when I quit in 2012, I decided to do this in 2017 or 18. And I called him and I said, I want you to build a motor. He goes, you know, I built your Chevy motors. He goes, I can do that. He goes, no, I want to put your Boss 9 in it. It's something that he designs. He makes all the heads and everything. Everything's in-house. And he goes, I want to do it on Drag Week. He got real quiet, but he has always wanted a challenge. He's always won all the engine masters and everything else. So far, knock on wood, this thing should fly. We're still having a problem getting it tweaked out. I think we're okay now. And then see, I quit. I did it at 19. We ran, and my guy with me got heat stroke at Cecil County, and we had to quit. And then I kind of lost interest, and this thing sat for five years, and we never even pulled a motor out or nothing. So I mean, I had to get my suit redone, you know, recertified, and we sent it into Simpson. They go, it's brand new. I go, yeah, it's only been worn twice, you know.
Well, listen, what do you put behind a Boss 9, a Kazi Boss 9 with 2 turbos? What do you put behind it as far as transmission and the rest of your drivetrain?
Well, we got an M&M Turbo 400 in it, and of course he's one of the best in Pro Mods. So We got that, and the rear ends were done by Indy Gear, Wayne Henderson, and Strange, and just everything else. So.
Well, that behind that M&M, let's hope that there's a Gear Vendors Overdrive, because you're not going to.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
Very good. Rick, did you hear that? There's a Gear Vendors Overdrive behind Steve's Mickey Turbo 400. But anyway, wonderful car. Good luck here on Drag Week. It's outstanding as far as presentation. And then just to know that you have that big block Kazi under the hood with 2 turbos. I'm very anxious to see how it makes out. You're in the unlimited class, correct?
Yes. The unlimited iron.
Unlimited iron. Unlimited iron. So he's got
Still steel.
steel body panels, racing against the likes of Alex Taylor and many others. So we'll see how Steve makes out here at Drag Week. Brought to you by Mickey Thompson, Tires and Wheels. I'm KJ in the pits at Drag Week.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So phase 2 has begun. As you can see, the vacuum truck down there after just a half a truckload of oil dry. But listen, the great track crew here, and again, the equipment is a key element to this thing, and these guys are out there hustling, but going to turn that lane around properly. The vacuum truck's doing its job, and progress is being made.
So, Brian, that was Sam Colaleo who went down in his Grand National. And I'm going to say for the rest of the week, a major oil down will be known as the Colaleo.
Suite 108 in the timing tower is where you're going to go to drop off your time slip. If you've not done that, if you're considering doing that, 108. And again, the cutoff on that is going to be about a half hour after the last car this afternoon, which was going to be about 2 o'clock, but not no more.
We will flex the schedule as we go for situations like this. I have thrown out the request for questions on the live feed so that we can address some stuff. Have I ever had a flip-flop blowout? I wear sandals quite a bit. Sometimes Brian does too, but not today. He's got his more flamboyant Adidas or something on. I have stuck them. I have stuck a sandal to a starting line.
Well done. You are a jerk.
Garish? Would that have been better?
Garish. Come on, man. Come on, man. A guy with his feet hanging out in the breeze is going to call shoes garish.
Oh, here's a good one. Loans. Are we getting any more podcasts?
I just put 2 up last week.
And how about before that?
I put 2 Dorcomotos up last week. I had one a couple of weeks ago. Oh, the Hot Rod podcast. Yes, there's actually an episode coming. We did with Danny Thompson, John McGann and I. The Danny Thompson episode, which Mike Galimi, kind of like I'm like a kid asking for a pony. Mike's show coming out this week? Oh, yeah. Yeah, show's coming out this week. No pony yet, but it's coming soon. Stay tuned for the Hot Rod Pod. We've had a blast doing those, and I know that folks behind the scenes are working hard to make that more of a regular thing, but it's been really fun. If you've not watched any of the Hot Rod podcasts, you can Google them up. David and I and John McGann have done a ton of them. You and I have done a few together. John and I have done a few together, but they've been real good conversations.
They have. Who have we had? Well, we had Ida.
The Ring Brothers, Tony Stewart.
Billy Ganal.
Yeah, hot rod builders, racers. The Danny Thompson episode is really cool because, I just didn't want to ask him the same stuff as everybody else. So we kind of go down a bunch of different roads. He shares a lot of great stories and insights. And, we end up talking a lot about how different he and his father are. Both very successful, both in the same, there's a lot of the same DNA there, but their view and approach to life is very different, which is cool.
His father, of course, being Mickey Thompson.
Yes. You know a little something about him.
I'm working on it.
Yeah. As much as a guy who, makes an altar to anybody works on a project, you're doing fine.
Yeah,
it's not weird. It's not weird.
It's
not weird. It's just a hobby. No, it's weird. Warren Evans going out to make a camera-related repair.
Someone here is asking, what happened to garbage that barfed? I have no idea. However, I do know that once in a while, Brian will bestow a car with a name like Garbage That Barfed, and people just take it as their own and paint it on the side of their car.
39 Pontiac, I believe that thing was. Comment on the gastrointestinal destruction.
That comes later
That
on in
has
the week.
not yet. We have not yet begun to fight. I've only had Red Bull and fudge so far this morning. That is not enough to. That is not enough to begin percolating. To get the garbage apart, I believe it was a 39 Pontiac. That car is still around. He runs Sick Week. He's been out and done a bunch of events. And
Well, they now have G that Bead 2.
Oh, wow.
He has the second car that is now Garbage the Barf, too. This guy says, David, say something nice about Ford engines. People think I hate Fords. I do not. In fact, the Nova with the Boss Kazi motor in it, that is fantastic.
Steve Spiess's car. Yeah.
I love that thing. I'm getting more and more invested in putting the wrong engine in the wrong car. I love it because, for so many years, I think the muscle car thing of the 60s, the era of Dick Landy and Grumpy Jenkins and Dave Strickler and all those guys, I think that's when the industry really promoted I can only have a Chevy and a Chevy. I can only have a Ford and a Ford. Prior to that, in the 50s,
well, guys were putting Oldsmobile engines in Corvettes.
Yeah,
I mean,
no one cared. It was the cheapest engine that you could get that had the most power at the junkyard that you threw in whatever car that you owned, and that's what's happening now with the LS engine that's being seen in every Fox Mustang that we've got parked out here.
Yeah, I mean, it's the era of that. I mean, listen, everybody's entitled to their own opinions on stuff, but the hardcore Ford and a Ford, Chevy and a Chevy thing is long since sailed.
This guy's advising that the new garbage that barfed is a 38 Chevy.
Okay. But still a round fender era car. Pre-World War II.
This guy asked Freiberger on the Roadkill fleet, Roadkill being the TV show that I do, which one would make it to the end of Drag Week? I would say Blasphemy.
Yeah, there you go. Hey.
He's here. They're going to give it their all to get that thing to the end. As you know, that has not happened every year, including the last time he was here. The stocker, the better, if you really want to make it all the way to the end of Drag Week.
That's a fact.
That's no guarantee.
Just about a month ago, we were hanging out in Detroit, Michigan, Roadkill Nights. M1 Concourse this year. That was a heck of an event. Very cool stuff. Some crossover here between some competitors that were there and are also running Drag Week. That was probably the most honest no prep drag race I've ever seen.
That was a no prep.
We were on the back straight of a road course. Weren't allowed to touch it, to do anything, and really it was a really interesting thing to watch people tune for it. And there was a couple of legit Detroit street racers in that thing that were pulling wheel stands by the end of the day on a surface that had not a drop of glue. There was no traction compound allowed. We were not able to drag it, not able to rotate it. It was as we ran a brush over it, and some of those guys really showed how much talent they have. I mean, when you're watching guys by the end of that day running in the mid to low 4-second bracket on that thing and guys pulling wheel stands, it's like these dudes are solid.
And then we also had the Nitro display. We've done Nitro burnouts at Roadkill Nights for a long, long time. This track, it was flat, and in prior years on the street, we had a crown to it, which made it difficult. This track was flat from side to side, not so much going down track.
No.
There was a big whoop-de-doo at the end. And Matt Hagan did a really nice burnout going down there and hit that whoop-de-doo and actually brushed the wall a little bit.
Well, yeah, Matt's burnout was so awesome because his throttle stuck open.
Yeah.
And when your throttle sticks, and when we talk about this, not wide open, of course, but it was open about a quarter of an inch. And so, you listen to these cars long enough, you understand when something gets a little wonky. So he's doing this thing. I'm thinking, man, he's really putting on a show for these people. And all of a sudden I hear the motor really pull down. I thought, oh, that's him pulling the brake. So there's a problem here. And it barely dinked the wall, enough to just kind of scuff the paint. But and thankfully, the team had taken all the precautions. They had basically put a very small amount of fuel in it. So it ran out of fuel. Otherwise, that may have made headlines in the wrong direction. The Ida Zetterstrom in the top fuel car made her burnout, which
cautiously
included no stickage. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Nor tire, nor throttle, no stickage.
I walked up to her. She was strapped in the car. I said, you know what just happened? And she had already heard about it.
Yeah.
I think maybe Kim told her I'm like, you might want to take it easy.
And she's like, have you seen some of the places I ran?
That's what we said. I
Right.
said to her, this is
Yeah.
probably not that much
Yeah.
different than back home in Europe. And she was laughing, said, yeah, that's what I've been telling everybody. But the thing is, the big whoop-de-doo at the end of
Yes.
that is not going to be good on a top fuel car.
No, it's the wheelbase is so long, and depending, there was a minor worry about actually high-siding the thing to a degree, meaning that the front end would get over the hump and the back end would basically grind its way over on the chassis, but that did not happen, thankfully, and all was right with the world. Edith's had a nice debut. She's a 2023 European FIA Top Fuel champion. She came over here and made her debut at Brainerd, Minnesota. Last weekend at Maple Grove was the first race she didn't go past the first round, so she lost in the first round. Her and Sean Langdon just keep running into each other early, and
That's rough.
Yeah, she beat Torrance and Brainerd. Then the first round at Indy, she advanced to round 2, and then
I think Tony Stewart maybe.
could have been.
Yeah.
And then Langdon took care of business in E1 yesterday.
She's an interesting story because junior dragster racer over there,
Yeah.
or that wasn't here. That was in Europe.
No, that was in
wasn't
Europe,
it?
but
Yep.
her real success came on motorcycles.
Yeah. A naked bike.
Yeah, 200-plus mile an hour, no wheelie bar bikes. And I believe, I don't know if it was European or globally, like the fastest ET, quarter-mile, no wheelie bar, or fastest speed, I should say, is hers. Like 200, I don't know, it's close to 220 miles an
Still
hour.
is. She just lost her top fuel record in Europe, I think.
Yes, I believe so.
But think of her career there. She gets in the car, wins every single race
Yeah.
and the championship in her first season, and then came over here to the United States, which is cool. I did have a question on the live feed. Someone said, when is Clay Milliken going to come out here and race Drag Week? I don't have an answer to that, although he and I have talked about it in his Dentley pickup truck. We have had some NHRA stars out here running at Drag Week. I think the standout one to me is Larry Dixon.
Yeah, Dixon, Richie Crampton came out, of course, with Johnny Lindbergh. Tim Groves, funny car great. Tim Groves is building a very serious drag and drive car. In fact, I'm guessing Tim Groves is probably watching this live feed right now. So that's a project in the making. Of course, Larry Dixon, as you mentioned. The hard part is, for a guy like me, I get to jump off the road and come out here for a few days and then jump back into Charlotte. A guy like Clay, especially going into Charlotte, Rick Ware Racing, his team is based in Mooresville, North Carolina. They have a lot of activation. They do a lot of stuff with their sponsors. So, he's the type of guy that it's harder for him because he has obligations outside the race car, the team. So for him to be able to get off the road between two races, and then let's compound one other thing. That car is running for championship this year. He's top 10 in the points, came into Maple Grove 7th.
Won the U.S. Nationals.
Yeah, and as much as it's easy to say, well, what does it matter? It does matter. Like, if you're going to assert yourself to be a professional level racer, you kind of have to concentrate on the task at hand.
Yeah.
All right, so here's more good news. The majority of the vacuuming work is done. Jay has got the flat drag in high gear. He is working in some gold dust over the first 100 feet of this thing. And then once the vacuum truck completes its rounds down there, you're going to see that flat drag start to work the remnants of the grease sweep in. We still have a little ways to go, but the good news, the heavy lifting here is on the backside.
I get a lot of questions on the live feed about roadkill. Somebody asked what happened to the Jaguar and the Rotson. Those are two of our project cars, and you will see those coming up in the next roadkill that I am shooting in a couple weeks. Someone asked, Brian, what is your take on Tony Stewart's performance given his inexperience in top fuel drag racing?
It's been good. I think it's been exactly what we all expected. He did things the right way, spending the better part of a season plus running the injected car. For a guy like him with his background and everything, it was never going to be a matter of can he do it. It was going to be a matter of when he feels as though he can do it at a professional level and be competitive, which he has certainly been. So, the big thing for that team was getting the car figured out. They really did struggle for a lot of the season, but we have watched it over the since Sonoma. They made a final in Sonoma, which was 4 or 5 races ago. The car has really made a turn. I got to spend some time with his crew chief when I was out at the U.S. Nationals. They've concentrated on just a couple areas, and it has come around. I mean, that is the car Leah drove almost to a championship last year. That final round at the NHRA finals, if she had won, she would have been the top fuel champion. Of course, Doug Coletta got the job done there. But it's it's come together in a way that I think we might have all expected it to come together a couple of months ago, but it's working right.
You know, Tony Stewart is either the greatest or among the top greatest drivers of our modern era.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is he's a guy. It wouldn't surprise me too much to see him at Drag Week.
Oh, absolutely. He loves this type of stuff.
And he goes out and races little podunk tracks all the time. Someone saw him out at Chuckwalla the other day.
Nice.
You know, Chuckwalla is that Boondocks desert drag strip that's actually on a road course outside of Desert Center, California. He's there watching no prep racing.
Yeah.
So I think that's super cool.
Yeah, he's into it. And, of course, you know, owning Eldora, and now that he's divested himself of the NASCAR team, and yeah, fascinating guy. And, you know, being able to spend some time with him, just a legitimate, as much as he can be, a legitimate regular dude. You've hung out with him, too.
Yeah, very cool.
And yes, even better, that's the tie-in. Thank you, Warren Evans. He won in his top alcohol dragster with the McPhillips team. They won here at the regional race, and they dragged the Moosehead out of the storage room. And honestly, the very first photo I could ever smell on the internet, when I saw that Moosehead there, I thought, man, I have to burn this laptop now. You can, whatever that smell is. But no, it was a great moment. And the reason he was out here running that alcohol car is he wanted to be on the Jegs All-Stars. He wanted to qualify as a Jegs All-Star to this is a racer. This is not a guy who's like, okay, I'm done with the A-Fuel car. He loves racing with the McPhillips. He loves jumping in that thing. So it's just neat.
Brian, here's another sort of important question. People want to know your take on what is the progress in the recovery of John Force.
So yeah, that's a great question. And you know, being able to talk with the family and stuff like that, I can tell you that John is coming along. Maybe a little bit faster at the pace that they would have expected, but you know, he's out and about with his family, going to his grandson's hockey games and sports practices and family events like that. He still has a way to go. He's, you know, doing his rehabilitation, doing his, you know, it's a brain injury, closed head injury. So he's in that same process that we know even professional athletes are in, where you have to spend the time to retrain yourself to do certain things and get yourself back up to full speed. But the good news is John is intact. He is, you know, living his life, and we're gonna, my opinion, by the end of the season, we'll probably hear something from John. But you know him; he doesn't want to be in front of a camera or be in front of a crowd until he is 100% back at full throttle. And it's just really cool to hear from the family when you chat with him that he's there. He's the guy that they remember. He's the guy that they know and love, and he is a guy that's recovering. And 75-year-old man suffering that crash, the fact that he is with us is amazing, because it was a very bleak moment when that happened.
If you missed it, this was at Virginia NHRA race, and he got into both walls hard when it blew up and the chute didn't deploy.
Yeah, he went through the lights at like 302 or 308 miles an hour, and the car just went across the racetrack and basically piled into the wall at that speed. I mean, well, he was definitely going faster than 290 miles an hour, and then he went across and got the other one. And again, guys in his 70s, and as of all things in the sport, even with our drag week rules and evolution of street cars, it's, you know, something happens. You see a failure. You see a system that can be improved, and that's what's gone on with the parachute deployment and stuff like that.
And that reminds me to remind the racers here: don't get in a rush about your safety situation. Make sure to get belted in the car hard. We have had some deals where people think that they've got to get up there to make their next run really, really urgently, and they'll run with loose belts. A big thing that I do all the time that I really try and remember, and that I would discourage you to forget this, is putting your visor down. That's actually a really big deal if you think about it. So get your visor down. And I think the self-evident request here is that if you suspect that there's parts or fluids falling out of your car, slow that thing down, safely get it to the wall. We don't want to set any more records for distance on ATF on the ground.
Yeah, no, this is good enough for us. Yeah, you win. Yeah.
Relentless questioning on the live feed. Is Cletus there? No. As far as I can recall, he's never been at Drag Week.
No, I don't think he's ever on Drag Week. Done Sick Week. Man, he's got a brand new pro mod that is on the verge of being completed. That's going to be a very cool project. Very, very serious build there. Not, you know, he's gone the right way, gone a beautiful chassis shop, and it's going to be a full pull 8th mile style, I believe, Outlaw Pro Mod.
Another question, very kind of you to ask, how is Steve Magnante? Steve, of course, being a Hot Rod Magazine staffer. I met him first at Chrysler Power Magazine in the 80s. He worked for me at Hot Rod. He subsequently is doing his YouTube channel. You'll want to look that up for his junkyard crawls. But he got, I believe, encephalitis.
It was encephalitis, yes.
And was in a coma for a while, and everybody very concerned about him. The coolest thing about this story is how people jumped up on the GoFundMe.
Yeah.
And I mean, really funded him, which is very awesome. Steve is on the road to recovery. You can see his own updates on his YouTube channel. And we are working with him now to try and get him out to an event here in a couple of months. So I'm happy to report that Steve is not awesome, but definitely on the upswing. And he's himself. He has his memory.
Yeah, and really, that is the man's gift. And you can, again, follow him on YouTube. You can watch his channel. That is certainly a way to help support him and his cause as well. A reminder, the souvenir shop is open here at National Trail Raceway. And the cool thing they have in there, among other things, but this is the 60th anniversary of this racetrack. So they have cool 60th anniversary gear in there, shirts and otherwise. For those of you that are making Drag Week a once-in-a-lifetime bucket list type event, buy the shirt, get the shirt. You were here, get the shirt. If you're doing this every year, still get the shirt. Everybody collects stuff, you know.
So, Brian, it's rare I get to catch you, but you knew that it was the 60th anniversary of the track, yet you thought it opened in 1972.
Right, and you can't say the word Volvo. So we all have our deficiencies in this life.
Is Alex Taylor racing? Yes, she came
She's
out
right
here
down
last
there.
night and hit a 7.0, I think 7.02 last night. Hi, Alex. She's talking to them.
What do you know? A woman's ignoring you. That's weird. Gee willikers.
Yep. Here, let's try this. Hey, Dennis, what's happening? Okay. All people ignore me, Brian.
Well, he didn't like you anyway, so that's a given.
She is down there with Mike Finnegan's video crew. He's shooting a whole episode for his YouTube while he's here.
All right, so we can see the drag is working right now, which is great. I'm saying we're about 75 to 80% done with this thing in the sense that we're losing equipment out there, which is a good thing. I believe there is still cleanup to do in the shutdown area, but the good news on a shutdown area cleanup is that it is way less intensive than the racing surface. We're going to get the oil dry down on it, rub it in, and then basically blow it off, and that's going to be good to go.
I get a lot of questions on the live feed or from other people here and there. Why don't they just run the other lane? Okay, dude.
Yeah.
I think we have demonstrated clearly how when people get out of control, they get in both lanes. And so you don't want to slip and slide in the other lane when somebody happens to cross the center line.
Yeah, there are times we will. If something happens directly on the starting line and we can have the crew working on that starting line while other cars are running, that's fine. But anything that's actually that down track in any manner.
Or the full length of the track clear into the pits.
Yeah. Even it's destroyed Herb White's vegetable garden. The asparagus crop has been hit with transmission fluid.
If you want to visit this guy, I would suggest you follow the trail of ATF all the way to his pit.
Yeah, this is not a CSI style investigation you need to make to locate the vehicle. You do not need any Sherlock Holmesian style logic here. You can just follow the trail.
I don't know if you're aware, Brian, they do make that accessory pan for that thing that has the 55-gallon capacity. Probably got a 200 in that thing.
The metric 200.
The metric 200 with the, maybe it's a liter's pan. I don't know. Maybe it's a 70-liter pan.
Just so you guys know, KJ is
Yeah, so KJ is not only doing live stuff, he's doing some stuff they're going to package up and edit. Yeoman's work. So John Snyder, again, is looking for that LS head gasket. We assume by now he's found it, but he is near the lane entry in a blue 65 Nova. So hopefully John has been head gasketed. Apparently a set of hotel keys were left here. I don't know what that's all about. Someone handed me those.
right by the starting line. Somebody found that key and said, "What do you want to do?"
Brian, did you forget I gave that to you?
No, don't trust me. I was just trying to play it off and just make it seem like something else. If these are your keys, dear God, please, no. That's all. Right lane's been touched up pretty well there. You can see the flat drag has done its work. Doug Kerhulis is another memory from this racetrack back in 1984. California top fuel racer named Doug Kerhulis. You can find this video. And so this was before the Gary Phillips incident, before the extension was put on the racetrack and all that other good stuff. There was a steel cable that was designed to stop you if you were going to run off the end of this thing.
The decapitator?
And it was, and the steel cable, and as you can look up the video, had a little bullseye, about 8x11 piece of paper looking thing hanging from it that had a bullseye on it that was the center of the cable. And Doug Kerhulis went into this cable at probably 170 miles an hour. And it stops this dragster, and I'm not kidding you, it stops this dragster in probably 10 feet or less.
Yeah.
And he lived.
Throws all his guts right out his eyeballs.
Oh, yes. I mean, there was definitely some rearrangement of organs probably happening there, and I'm sure the way his brain probably slapped around his head. But he survived. He ended up coming back and racing Top Fuel several years later. He was a guy from California, but it's a wild thing. I mean, when you see this video, you think there's no way anybody's making it out the other side of this. And sure enough, Doug Kerhulis not only did it, but came back to be a Top Fuel racer of some note.
You know, Brian and I love the history of this whole thing, and we really geek out on it and do way too much research. He makes fun of me for my research on Mickey Thompson, but he just spent the better part of his life researching clutches and Scotty Fenn. But let me bring this up, and I want to trigger the story from you, Brian. I often talk about what is the origin of the word drag racing.
Oh, yeah.
And my story, which I'll try and abbreviate here, is that I asked Wally Parks one time, and he said, well, it's either the main drag in your town is where you race, or you would tell your buddy, drag your junk out here, let's run. Or he would say you would drag out the gears, meaning you would hold it in gear longer than you normally would. But Brian recently came across some evidence that it goes way earlier than any of those things.
Way, way, way back, like multiple centuries back. And a drag race back in those times was basically a race among animals, and they would drag the scent of an animal and have, I think it was fox or whatever they were actually racing, but the idea was you would lay a scent down and the animals would follow that scent and race. And you can go back and find newspaper clippings from the 1800s where this is a common practice. It's something they did in England, but drag racing was that. And now if we apply it to what we do today, you can kind of see the correlation.
We're still a bunch of animals.
There's still a bunch of animals, but it is this idea. It is effectively what was a straight line race among animals. But yeah, so that the origin of drag racing, that's another kind of level to it. But you know, it does make more sense to me that it would be that drag it out, or we race down the main drag.
Is mine. Yeah. Main drag is mine.
But even that probably has its origins.
Well, the main drag would be in an old western town, any town, even in your dark corner of the United States. You would make
your corner wouldn't exist without my corner. Show my corner respect.
Boston versus LA is what you got going on here. But the main drag would be where they put a drag behind the horses and leveled the road. And that's why the main drag was the main drag. I still want to go with drag as main drag.
Yeah, and
quarter mile. Why is it 1,320 feet? That's another one that you hear a lot of discussion over. People say that it was because at Santa Ana, the first regularly operated weekly drag strip, that they had just enough runway there to run a quarter mile and get the cars shut down. I still think it's from a quarter horse.
I kind of tend to believe that as well. Again, origin-wise, this can go 10, 15 different directions. Going back, and as you said, I've been looking at a lot of stuff from the 50s, and, we talk about 1,000-foot drag racing, and there was all these stories in drag news in about 1957 in Kansas. A guy opened a 1,000-foot drag strip, and then in Riverside they'd run the cars a half mile, and then you had the kilo drags in other places. So you did have a lot of variety in eighth-mile stuff, of course, and even 300-foot drags were going on, half a century ago. So yeah, but the quarter-mile distance became the standard. Did it come off of the idea of the timing trap on the salt that these guys would use, a mile timing trap, and they just cut it down to do more sprint-style racing. And again, very early in the sport, nobody really cared about ET. It was speed was the major factor, really early on, and then it didn't take long for ET to become the more important kind of thing there. But yeah, the quarter-mile distance thing is kind of funny, and it speaks to how just buckshot the early coverage of this sport was. It's so funny to figure out, like, well, you can go back and research like the first time anybody ever played football, but you go back to look at some of the basic founding tenets we have in drag racing, and you really end up with it could be A, B, or C.
Well, it was an outlaw deal
Yeah.
at the beginning. Nobody was keeping track of it sort of officially. You know what's interesting? We talk about the land speed racing origins of hot rodding, much of which happened in the dry lakes of Southern California. I recently went to a deal where I was able to talk to a guy whose name is Bob Gurr.
Oh, boy, this is cool, yeah.
This is a super interesting cat. This guy's 93 years old. He was a neighbor of mine when I was growing up. His claim to fame is that he was the original Disney Imagineer. And he will tell you, any vehicle at Disneyland at one time, I designed it. He designed the monorail. He designed the Autopia cars. He designed the what do you call it, Doom buggies that you go through the haunted house with. The guy just did absolutely everything. And I walked up and I was talking to him, and I was wearing my El Mirage 200 Mile an Hour Club shirt. And he said, "Oh, El Mirage, I remember going up there in probably 1947.
Wow.
And he said, I just remember it was dangerous. Because I had asked him, how did you guys get up there at that time? There was no major highway going there. What did you do? He's like, we took the ridge route. And he's like, the whole thing was dangerous. He said the cars were dangerous. The ridge route was dangerous. And when we got out there, he was like, it was a party free-for-all. He said guys would race 4, 5, 6 wide out there, as we have known. But the thing that stuck with me is he said we'd be on the starting line, and you'd just see the ball of dust. And he said guys would
when
crash.
somebody would crash.
And he said, and we'd go down there to try and help them. And, of course, they were always dead.
Yeah, of course.
That's about how he said it to me.
Moving on. Yeah.
And he also told me a story of actually buying his first Hot Rod magazine from Robert E. Peterson, the founder of Hot Rod magazine, when he was at a dirt track, and I think Newhall or something like that. And we were also at the Grand Central Air Terminal in Glendale, California, which opened in 1931. It was at one time the largest airport in California before LAX came in. It was your standard Charles Lindbergh, Amelia Earhart, Wiley Post, the whole run. And I said to him as we were walking out, when this place closed in 55, did you know that there was a sports car race here in 56? And he looks at me and goes, I was an official. So
that is great.
The guy who designed all of the vehicles at Disneyland at one time is a hot rodder.
Super cool.
Yeah, it was very, very neat.
So yeah, that's we talk about the way you get connected to some of this stuff, and he and I fall down the same rabbit hole sometimes. You get on a subject and you get obsessed with trying to figure out every last minute detail about it. And he'll be working on a project, and I'll be working on a project, and I'll send him stuff, and he sends me stuff, and
neither one of us care about our other thing whatsoever.
No,
it's just an opportunity to float the information one way, and then you answer cool,
and then it's
meanwhile,
on to the next one.
Scotty Fenn.
Because there's only one other person in the universe that may mildly even care about this, and even he doesn't. But I got to tell somebody.
The clutch thing went a little deep for me. You went way deep.
Yeah,
but top fuel clutches. Honestly, the stuff that you found about them, think of the huge change in drag racing that you saw through those clutches.
Yeah, the danger that they were able to solve to a degree, and even Finnegan. Mike's got that slipper clutch in that thing now, which goes right back to the roots of all this stuff. A racer in need. Aaron Green, a red and white C10 Chevy truck, needs a harmonic balancer puller for an LS. He's located across from the staging lanes. We're talking a red and white C10 Chevy truck, needs a harmonic balancer puller, again, shockingly, for an LS engine. 2 for 2 on the parts needs, 2 for 2 on the LS stuff.
The puller for the LS deal is a little bit different because, they don't have bolts in the face of them, and so you got to get the hook and pull them off. There's lots of creative ways that you can do that. Somebody will help you out over there.
Yeah, and if we, once again, it's a red and white C10 Chevy truck. If you get a balancer puller for an LS, he would enjoy it. And we got a racetrack that is effectively the right color now. It is all rubberized black which is good. You can see the dust in the shutdown area, which means we're blowing stuff off. I'm going to take a wild guess here and say we're not that far away from having drivers get back in cars yet. I wouldn't necessarily do it at this second, but I'm saying I'm guessing the next 5 to 10 we're going to be talking about getting back in the saddle, which is a good thing.
Suiting up.
Let's talk a little bit about performance and records as we have some of this stuff in front of us here, because we can kind of let people know what they should be expecting to see or could possibly see over the course of the week.
Well, potentially a whole lot of records broken, but let's mention the quickest ever in the history of Drag Week for all these records. And by the way, I only compiled this stuff about 5 years ago. We didn't keep records, and I had to go back through all of the Excel files that are supplied by Tanya Turk at the end of every week. And by the way, you can still find them all at hotrod.com. If you search them, you can find all the results from all the years. The quickest ever. Oh, I was about to say, you'll see two different types of records. The average and the quickest single pass for a car that finished. Guys will show up and run a killer number, but when they drop out the next day, we don't count that. They have to finish. Jeff Lutz is still the quickest average ever. 2016, he averaged 6:19.
It's mind-boggling to think of that.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is when you go back and how much stuff has changed in advance, that the fact that just sledgehammer of a car was able to do that in 2016 is insane.
It was Mad Max. It was his Pro Mod car that he actually actively raced, and he converted the thing for the street, sort of. You can ask Mike Finnegan what it was like to ride in that thing. It's a torture chamber.
Yeah.
And what that shows you, 6:19, is that the last real big barrier for Drag Week is a 5 every day or even a 5-second average.
Sure. And, that is an open thing that guys like Tom Bailey, for instance, that is something that everybody is shooting for. Like, it's not happened at any drag and drive event yet. But as we continue to see advancements in the cars and advancements in the technology, that's going to come eventually. It just needs it. The reason it is so difficult is not because anybody could, with a hero, anybody can, quote unquote, build a 5-second car. The reason it's so difficult is because you don't have necessarily the consistency of racetracks and some other stuff over the course of a week. You may have one track on Monday that is on kill. You may get to a place on Tuesday that's very loose. And so unless you're willing to go in there and make multiple attempts at it and make multiple chassis adjustments and really go back the next day and reset everything, it needs to be a perfect alignment of the planets and the stars and the sun to make it all work over that week.
And not completely in your control. Now, my only great moment as a drag racing announcer.
Whoa. Probably not this one either.
Probably not this one either.
I'm just kidding.
It was pretty good.
Kidding. Yeah.
It was pretty good. Tom Bailey did run a 5 at Drag Week at Virginia Motorsports Park. 5.998 at 250 miles an hour.
On the last day.
On the last day after he had already secured his win, he got out there and laid it down. So that's the only 5 in the history of any drag and drive, I believe.
I believe you're correct.
Yeah. So all 5-second week would be great. I don't know if we're going to see it this time. It's possible.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible, right? On the basic black and white of the math, it is possible. Probable, probably not, but possible, yes.
One of the things you and I were texting about just yesterday was who is the greatest naturally aspirated drag week racer ever? And you've really got a shootout there between
Kurt Anderson with the most wins. Won 11 times.
Kurt Johnson.
Kurt Johnson
with the most wins 11 times. I think all of them NA.
Doc McIntyre, quickest of all time.
And the first in the 7s.
Yep.
And then Jason Tabscott.
The small block guy.
Cannot be ignored.
No. And I think, we have an appreciation, as many of you probably do, on the naturally aspirated side, because as hard as all of this is, the NA car, just like Mike Bergeron said to you,
it is so much more difficult to run a naturally aspirated car. They typically need to run much higher RPM. They have much more fragile valve train as a result. They have issues with the fact that they have to run a steeper rear gear, so they can't cruise the highway as easily at lower RPM. the RPM can kill anything.
Yeah.
Pistons. It's a tough one.
And you're limited, you know, there's no wastegate to adjust. You're down to jetting and timing changes, basically.
Which is what Michael Berggren was pointing out to me yesterday. He didn't like it because he said, if I need to get a hold of the track, I can pull some timing and get a little bit of power out of it. I can't get 100 horsepower out of it, practically. And if I have another problem, need to charge the top end, I got no way to just turn a knob and add horsepower.
No high-speed lean-out,
And the other thing is you've got a torque converter typically in an NA car that is a lot looser, a lot on the street than what you would find with a turbo car. A torque converter, its stall speed is based on load. And so when you have a turbo car, you have a torque converter that driving down the street on no load is essentially tight.
Yeah.
If you've got a naturally aspirated car and an 8-inch converter and it's a 5,500, 6,000 stall and you put a trailer on the back of your garbage that weighs 2,000 pounds or even 800, then you've got a real problem. And so we really respect these naturally aspirated racers.
You have a transmission that will glow orange at times.
And so who was the best? I mean, you can name Kurt Johnson, who has the most wins.
Of anybody, and that should be mentioned, Johnson is not just the winningest naturally aspirated guy, the single winningest person in the history of this event. He's up to 11 right now.
With multiple cars in multiple classes, in big blocks and small blocks. So
the king of the 632. I mean, that 632 motor, I think he had that Mustang, and that car was just untouchable for years.
He kept berating me because we always call it a 632, and I think it was a 580.
Okay.
Yeah, he brought that up to me a number of times. I don't know if he's here this week. I sure hope so. And who's the Nova that is out here trying to smash Doc McIntyre? Unfortunately, I don't recall his name.
The Sweet Guys. That car was with us last year. It has run Sick Week, I believe, as well. They were out early last year in Bristol, Tennessee. I believe they had a lifter, or they developed the infamous squeak. I think they had a squeak and lifter or something like that and put them out. But those guys are out for blood. And I think Doc McIntyre announced that he is building a new car, a lightweight car, and he's got that killer Goodwin engine in that machine that he and Jeff McConnell have run for several years.
707 cubic inches or thereabouts.
And for people that don't know, Doc is not just a nickname. Doc is an actual doctor, and he does drive that thing to the hospital when he goes to work and to his office. It's a neat piece. That car, C-Red, has had incredible history with him, but I'm glad to see the lightweights coming because he's making all the horsepower in the world, and if he can get a few hundred pounds out of that thing, it's going to be that much faster.
And he does hold the record in Pro Street naturally aspirated at an 803 average, but his best single ever came in 2019, 789 naturally aspirated, and we're looking for the Nova to dip down. I think he's threatening 760s this week.
That thing is a weapon. Yeah, that thing is a weapon. I think Mike Galimi from Hot Rod had told me they ran some 770s, some early shut-off 770s, and depending on how they play their cards, to your point, do you go a little bit soft early and then really pour the coals on the last day or two, come out swinging and just try to run the thing? We'll see how they do that. Okay. We have one blower left on the track, and our flat drag is flat dragging. Shutdown area appears to be speedy dried and blown off. The big tell is going to be when the announcement is given to re-helmetize drivers. Oh, yeah, traction compound sprayer is coming out, baby. We are almost through this thing. So KJ Jones, roving reporter, continues to dig deep for all the news that is fit to print here in this live streaming coverage of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors and brought to us by great people like Mickey Thompson Tires, like Summit Racing Equipment, Tremec, and a host of others. VP Racing Fuels. All right, KJ Jones is with the coolest Canadian here, or one of them anyway, Dave Schroeder.
KJ here. Thanks, Brian. Dave Schroeder's with me. I'm with Dave Schroeder. Let's put it that way. And Dave, this is how many drag weeks for you? Let's start there.
Yeah, this was our first drag week here at National Trail in 2010 with a 55 Chevy.
14 years ago with a 55 Chevy. Now in 2024, the Vet is here. And one of the things about the Corvette that you need to know is that in a field of turbochargers, nitrous oxide, 5 stages at this point.
Yeah, who needs a couple hair dryers? This is much better power adder.
The power adder of power adders, if you ask me. I do use a supercharger now, but I started with nitrous, as did a lot of people that use power adders, started with nitrous oxide. But Dave, with the Vet now, you made some runs yesterday. How did everything go?
Yeah, we were happy with it. We tested back home on Friday and put the same tune-up into it. It did the same thing pretty much, sub 160 and a 417 clicking it off just past the 8th. So that was good enough.
Oh, it's plenty good enough, actually. That's going to look good. Full pull should get you close, and the objective, of course, is one and done.
Yeah, I hope we can start packing her up after this.
Very good. You were saying earlier, Dave, that things are flip-flop for you. It used to be the drive wasn't a big concern, or actually, I'm sorry, the track. Well, you tell me what it was, but somehow, some way, it's now flipped over.
Yeah, a lot of these nitrous motors need a big camshaft. I think this car has probably the biggest camshaft on the property. So it took a while to sort out our cooling, our electrical, our valve train. Iski has tried a bunch of cams for us in here. The Delta Pag rad was a big game changer for us, keeping this thing cool, because when this thing got hot on the streets, our lash get out of whack, and then we'd hammer our valve train. So yeah, the street used to scare us more, and it's pretty happy on the street. Really, the only complaint in this car is the noise. Doesn't get too hot, and now we just like to ideally be one and done and go fast. So.
But cooling, electrical, valve train, there's a lot that goes into competing in any drag and drive competition. This is the 20th year of Hot Rod Drag Week, the grandfather of this whole scene, basically. And thanks for that information. People really need to understand, if you're watching this live feed, you need to understand that it is not as quote-unquote easy as you might think it looks. You need to come out here and get involved with Drag Week and try it out. Wouldn't you say that, Dave?
Yeah, there's nothing like doing it. I mean, the first year we came here, we hadn't driven that 55 more than 5 miles to the local cruise night. And we were doing high fives when we went to the first fuel stop after 50 miles. But yeah, it seems like a lot of the cars here, just get done just in time. And, you worry, you need to test more. But, just finishing this thing is a big deal.
There it is. Just finishing is winning. I definitely endorse that. But thanks for your time. Good luck. Be safe. Hot Rod Drag Week 2024, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives. KJ in the pits, courtesy of Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. Back to you, Brian and David.
Brian, we were talking records here, and as we know, Dave Schroeder, who we were just talking, their fastest nitrous car in the history of Drag Week. I was looking over every class, and with the exception of B-Gas, Hot Rod, and Street Machine Eliminator, every record is 8s or quicker.
Yeah, it's amazing. It really is amazing. It's kind of funny. We've never done – actually, I have done a little bit of record progression work here over the course of years. We look at certain classes small block power adder back in 2005, 10-second car. It takes until 2007 for somebody to run 850s. Now think of this. 2007, a small block power adder, 852.170 was the winning average. 2018, 852.1. And I think what's interesting, too, is when you look at some of these categories over the course of years, they do fluctuate. Like, you'll have these years where maybe there was an additional couple cars that forced people to run their stuff a little harder. And so sometimes we'll see classes dip down average-wise, and then all of a sudden they come back up for a couple of years, and then they fall back down again. Unlimited, you can go back to the very beginning of that, and that was an 850 car. That was Carl Scott's unlimited winning average of the first drag week was 858 at 157. When Eddie Miller was 856 the following year. And then there was a winner from the Pro Street category that won 1 year with a 13-second average when everybody broke.
Yeah, it was a 55 Chevy.
Yeah.
I think he was the only one in the class. Was it 06? Yes, it was.
And then Terzic goes 780 on an average, 707 in 2010, 706 in 2012. Tom Bailey, 683, 684. And then that 619, as we mentioned a few minutes ago, that 619 stands out like a sore thumb. And if we go back to that 2016 year, now that we have a second to do it, I'll see what I got jotted down here. But, there's a reason for that, and it was Lutz's second overall win. The tracks were National Trail, Norwalk, US 131, and Indy. Mike Wensler, who has unfortunately since passed, was the runner-up in Unlimited, and I'm sure you remember Mike Wensler's car. It was that third-gen Camaro that was a former Pro Stock car that was just gorgeous, and it had that big nitrous motor in it, and it sat perfectly. And unfortunately, Mike died in a racing-related incident with a nitrous bottle. It was a very horrible thing, but that car was one of my all-time favorites. Brian Goldstone won Ultimate Iron that year at 685 average at 211. Glenn Hunter won that year in 2016, beating Mike Roy. Great battle that year. It was Glenn in the 56 Chevy, and Mike Roy's the Monte Carlo. The history of big Monte Carlos at this race, unparalleled. George Gallimore, Mike Roy. We saw the green car out there today. There's a list of really, let's call it a half a dozen killer huge Monte Carlos in drag week history.
Oh, there's a guy.
That's John Enns. John Enns has already taken a nap down there. You know it's John Enns because when he lays down, he is so tall he crosses 3 staging lanes.
I saw that. In 20 years, Drag Week has been to 35 total tracks. Most visited, Indy at 8. Although that one year we got there, it was raining, and we turned around and went back to Cordova, which is number 2 at 5 visits. Gateway, or Worldwide Technology, we've been 5 times. US 131, 6 times. And National Trail, 1 rainout, but nevertheless on the schedule 6 times.
So what we got going on now is some gold dust going out there on the racetrack, and that gold dust will get dragged in just about around the 8th mile mark. So an update for all of our competitors here. When we fire cars again, we will run the A and B groups for an hour and 15 minutes and then move on to Street Machine Eliminator and then go into all run. So when we fire cars again, we'll have another hour and 15 minutes of A and B group, then we'll go to Street Machine Eliminator, and then we'll go into all run. Certainly apologize for the delay, but the one thing I'll tell you is that this has been a very efficiently run cleanup. We're watching these guys. They're well coordinated. It is an end-to-end cleanup of a drag strip. There is no way to do it quickly, or actually there is a way to do it quickly, which is to do a bad job of it, and that is something that these guys are not going to do. Great racetrack with a great reputation, and they're out there doing the job the right way.
The other thing that we do at Drag Week is we name the Hot Rod Drag Week 200 Mile an Hour Club winners. I'm just looking over the list. There's 1, 2, 3, 14 winners right now, and I think we've already seen this morning there's going to be at least a couple more.
I liked how you were saying the words to yourself as you were counting them.
Well, it's gripping entertainment.
You couldn't count them silently, and someone home's going, say 15,
no,
say 15. Oh, he stopped at 14.
Live is always entertaining here with Freiberger.
So if we talk about the all-time kind of unlimited battles, the back and forth, and Larry Larson actually, and this is interesting. I think I worked on a piece for Hot Rod Magazine, a feature on Larry Larson. I'm going to look over at Mike. Hey, Mike Galimi, is that going to run this week sometime, or what's the time frame on that? Okay, it's going in the print magazine. Okay, so it's going in the print issue of Hot Rod Magazine, but it's profile on Larry Larson, catching up with him. He is coming back. The plan is next year to be back out with his pickup truck. And he has a David Visner billet motor. It's going to be a twin turbo setup. And initially had really wanted to come out for this year, but he's like, I'm not going to rush it. He's like, I want to come back. He's never not finished one of these. 11 times he's entered and 11 times he's finished. And there's really nobody else in Unlimited that can say anything close to it. So he's unwilling to rush a car out that he does not have fully vetted and tested. But he has the motor. It's going in the pickup truck. And the idea is to put street miles on it, make runs on it, send it back to Visner, have him take it apart and go through it and make sure it's correct. So if and when the plan is for 2025 to come back out again, which this is the 20th running of the event, that would be the 20th anniversary of the event. confusing, but it is what it is. Would be great to have him back.
Well, and Jeff Lutz has threatened to come back as well. And one of the things that's great about this is that between Larson, Lutz, and Bailey, there really isn't much love lost.
Correct.
Yeah.
As there should be in this sport. There is
Exactly.
rivalry and angst and annoyance and anger. It's good. And so for the Delta group, the D group customers, they will be called just before the all-run category, as Lonnie has just informed me.
We got 5,100 people watching worldwide, and we're about to go back to action and looking at the staging lanes here. We've got some really good cars coming up, so don't go anywhere. Spread the word to your friends that this is happening all week long. If you're in the grandstands and can only make it here to National Trail, make sure to watch for the rest of the week. As a matter of fact, you can be in the grandstand streaming on your phone, and you'll be able to see some of the action going on in the pits and also in the staging lanes, which you cannot see from the grandstand.
Another of the great moments at this track back in 1990. Of course, Darrell Gwynn had his horrible accident. They got the car back on the racetrack, and Frank Hawley was chosen as the driver, and the return race for the team was here, and Frank Hawley won Top Fuel that weekend. Pretty emotionally charged thing, as Darrell was still very early in his recovery from that horrible crash in England. Yeah, there's a lot of great history at this facility, as we've talked about, and some of the Spring Nationals races, one year they had like a foot of rain fall down, and there's these incredible videos of guys like slicks floating by and people's trailers up to the axles and just wild stuff. Mopar National still happens here every year, like one of the signature events at this racetrack. Has long been a part of this place's history. And the first time I actually spent days hanging out with your buddy Steve Dulcich.
Oh yeah,
was here at the Mopar Nationals. 10-minute heads up, folks, 10 minutes. So drivers, get back to your vehicles. We are inside of 10 minutes to firing cars. Inside of 10 minutes to firing cars. But yeah, we did the dyno contest here. He and I kind of announced it, called it, whatever. And that's when I got to learn the magic of Dulcich. We talked about whaling ships, and we talked about all manner of esoteric things, which was great.
Dulcich is very well-rounded. It's amazing. He goes to sleep every single night watching YouTube documentaries, and I guess he falls asleep and it just sort of absorbs in.
Let's absorb KJ Jones back into our broadcast.
KJ Jones here in the pits at Hot Rod Drag Week 2024, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives. Mickey Thompson, Tires and Wheels, is taking care of this live feed for us, and I'm with Brian, said weapon of mass destruction. Okay, we're with the Pro Street naturally aspirated Pro Street NA Nova.
It's as ready as we're going to make it.
Brian Loans, you heard that. It's as ready as they're going to make it. This car's a rocket. Last year in Drag Week, it was pretty much on the edge of setting records. Pretty much unofficially did set a record, but you had some mechanical failure. This year, you're going for the same type of performance?
Yeah, we're going to try to better that. We did run it later in the year, and it ran real well, fixed a few problems, and things are pretty good. Got invited to the NMCA event to do some match racing, and as Loans referred to it, it got turned into a weapon of mass destruction, and we've spent the last 6 weeks trying to piece it back together.
So piecing it together in 6 weeks, nobody is immune. Nobody's, it hits everybody as far as trying to get these cars together up until the last minute to participate in Drag Week or a lot of different drag and drives. But with this being the 20th anniversary and this being, in a sense, the grandfather of all drag and drive events, how do you guys feel about that, competing in this for many years, too? This isn't your first rodeo.
No, we come here to set a record.
Hey, come here to set a record. I dropped this mic, but it's expensive. I'm not going to do that right now, but good God, that's a shot. Come here to set a record. What would the record be?
As fast as we can go.
Okay, but is there a numerical number right now that stands as a record? Do you know what that is? No, he doesn't. He doesn't know what that is. He has no clue, but he came to set a record.
I think the record's 789, 84, something like that.
Okay.
Today, hopefully. Our plan is to run at least in the 770s, maybe 60.
Right on. Well, you heard it. They plan to fly, naturally aspirated. And that's one of the things about Drag Week. In a sea, a literal sea of power adder cars, competing in a class that has no power adder. This is all muscle. Very impressive what you do. Good luck this week on Drag Week. KJ with you in the pits. Got engines fired up. I guess it's time to go racing. We'll go back to David and Brian.
Thank you very much, KJ. As yes, a little heat getting put back in the motor here in the starting line as the traction compound is on the racetrack. Second shot going down. And a big, big thank you, a sincere thank you to the National Trail Raceway track staff who have come in here to work on a Monday after they have worked their tail off all weekend long and have been put to the test. And we certainly appreciate their dedication and the fact that the racetrack is staffed up enough to have this handled. And if this is 10 years ago, we're down for another 2 hours because back then the tracks that really didn't know what this event was, and you can't really blame them, they would have like one guy flipping the switch and a guy handing out time slips. And if anything went wrong, there was nobody to run equipment. There was nobody to do anything. In fact, the very first drag week, of course, the Christmas tree ended up having issues and was like rewired by some of the competitors.
And you.
And they had an issue on they had an issue on the other side of it too. Those guys helped the physical side of it, and I ended up helping out on the back side of the CompuLink side of it. But yeah, it was.
Some tracks have treated it like a test and tune. And many times we've shown up in the morning.
They're like, "What is this?"
And it's 8 o'clock or something. Like, when did you guys want to go hot? Now?
Yeah, maybe an hour ago.
Oh,
yeah.
It wasn't 10?
No. Yeah, that was Eastern Standard Time. Well, we gave you there. Yeah. All right, so the traction sprayer is coming off the drag strip. The hard-working John Deere flat drag combination is going to be following it off here momentarily. And look, the weight, as painful as it might have been, Ned Dunphy has been sitting there, and one of the fastest, one of the most powerful and technologically advanced cars on the property is going to be on the freshest prep we have had.
Brian and I were talking up here that it'll either shake or it's going to go down and shake the earth.
And let's talk a little bit about that. So tire shake, many of you know what it is. Obviously, if you're watching this, you're a hardcore drag racing fan. But the one thing that can give you a little bit of pause here on a big tire car like we see Ned Dunphy's is that when you see all that traction compound hit, it can make the track what we would call too tight, meaning that if a slick tire doesn't make enough wheel speed, doesn't begin to turn, and sticks hard on the pavement because of all that glue, it's going to square. It's going to actually wrap up on itself and go into what we call tire shake.
It runs over itself. Yeah. And here comes Dunphy.
That rumbling you can hear in the background is the big, giant, naturally aspirated engine in that 1976 Nova of the Team Suite, let's call them. And the great quote from that Sweet interview with KJ was, "I don't know what the record is, but we're going to set it."
Okay, how does he not know what the record is when he's going bloodthirsty?
He absolutely
after
knows what the record is,
does.
But he gave a good answer to a good question, and I can respect that. It's the typical, I'm not racing the guy in the other lane, I'm racing the track. And then you go out there and cut a 20 light because you know you're racing Justin Ashley all of a sudden. Yeah. No, I just do that all the time. No, you did it once this season, and I can prove it to you. Yeah.
I don't like the sharing of the love across lanes in drag racing. I like a little heat, little tension.
Like a little hate.
Yeah.
One of the great high-tension drag racing moments of the late 70s came right here. Final round of Top Fuel, Shirley Muldowney taking on Richard Tharp. They both hated each other, and over the course of these Steve Evans interviews, he baited him into every question in the book. They'd go rounds, she'd go rounds, and finally Tharp wins the semifinals, and Evans says something, and he turns around and looks at Evans and said, Shirley wanted a war, and now she's got a war.
I love Tharp.
And Tharp goes down and wins the race, and Shirley takes the champagne bottle into the tow vehicle and leaves with it, and Evans goes, what are you doing? And she said, I'm not going to let that bleep have this, and they drove off.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
As it should be. All right, Evan Erkwitz is here on the right-hand side in the Malibu.
And here comes Ned Dunphy. Man, that thing is awesome. The 2013 model year Viper. A big, big set of Hoosier slicks on the back of it. The wheelie bars hanging off the back. The Zoomy-style headers coming out from under the fenders, but it is turbocharged. See, I like that. Nice long burnout through there to set a setup for himself on the tracks. Now, a lot of times when we see a guy do a burnout, you don't necessarily back in your own tracks. That may not be the goal, but here, that burnout was just long enough to get past the area that was treated with a second shot of traction compound. So now he has some good rubber to work with. He's got Jamie Miller behind him, who I mentioned. Miller, an incredible tuner, has tuned and won on every level a championship NHRA Pro Mod tuner, drag radial versus the world, Pro 275, no time style racing. Jamie has done and tuned it all on radials and big tires, so he's working on the chassis setup there. Dunphy does race in the radial versus the world category with a different car, but this car has been in the 3-second bracket in the 8th mile on radials, which to run in the 5s quarter mile, you have to be in the 3s, typically in the 8th.
Has he done standing mile on this as well? Or is that a future goal?
I think that may be a future goal. I know that he also did set the world altitude record for the top of an intake manifold last year at Carolina Dragway. That was insane.
Shot it right through the hood.
Here we go, as Ned Dunphy's crew guy is going to take one last look and then bring him into pre-stage. A big moment here, folks, as this could be and should be the pace-setting run for the unlimited category if he gets a proper hold of the racetrack. Evan Erkowitz giving him credit over here. He has taken his time, has not rushed Dunphy in. He's not didn't dive in there and put a bulb on. Erkowitz running in the Pro Street Power Adder category. No slouch there in that tough-looking 1979 Malibu. Very conservative launch. They feed the power to it. Dances through the 8th mile at a 4:19, and Dunphy goes 6:19 across the finish line stripe. The dust down there, that's going to be okay. That's just the grease sweep he's going through down there. Don't panic. Nobody freak out, as Will Ferrell would say.
And Evan Erkowitz, 8:26 at 174, but that's 6:19, 2:47.
The speed is incredible. You know, I was distracted momentarily to make sure he was okay down through there, but the 247-mile-an-hour speed is, I believe, the second fastest run in the history of this event, or darn close to it.
And it's right on Jeff Lutz's average record of 6:19.
I believe in my heart of hearts that they are going to come back and feed that thing a little more. It needs about another 10th in the 60, and you're going to see a 3-second elapsed time in the 8th. I believe that car is very much capable of running a 5-second run today. Hopefully they give it a shot because I'm selfish like that.
I think they're packing it up and taking it to the next track.
You're a loser, and nobody likes you. Oh, this was on. Okay, next pair coming up right now. Brad Perry left side, the 1991 Mustang in white. Got word that Dunphy's car may have gotten a little crispy coming off the top end of the racetrack. May have been a little fire, apparently.
A little flambe,
yeah.
Viper flambe.
Thankfully, it does not appear to be a sustained problem because we don't see a giant plume of black smoke. But it is going to be a quick check down there. It has been extinguished. All right, we're going to send the next pair. Super Street small block power header entry on the right side in that Fox Mustang. an M category entry, which is a street race small block power adder entry on the left side. 43 cars in that category this year. It is the tied for the largest volume-wise with street race small block naturally aspirated.
With the exception, of course, of Street Machine Eliminator, which has 155 cars. Our total 352 cars starting drag week. That'll turn into about 330 tomorrow.
Couple of small tire cars hanging on out there. Right side of the drag strip all over the place. 120 in the 8th. He still manages to run a 916 at 155. Brad Perry goes 1021.6 at 102. So here comes
Matt Sweet.
Matt Sweet, the big, nasty, big tired, big displacement 1970s era Nova.
And he claims to not know the record that he's shooting for. I think he's aware it's 789 out of Doc McIntyre.
And Kyle Sparks, the Huber Performance 1991 Mustang, left-hand side. Sparks is running in a very fast category of modified power adder. Pro Street NA, of course, for Matt Sweet.
Modified is the class for small tire cars with a fairly liberal amount of chassis modifications. It's kind of like unlimited iron for small tire cars.
There you go. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. And Sweet's going to be backing up, apparently, out of this thing. Maybe have an electrical issue of some sort. They just cycled the power switch. That's going to put Kyle Sparks on the racetrack on his own. Doing well. I mean, things are going well this morning. Smooth. Real smooth. 123 in the 8th for Sparks, and Sparks will shut it off early, go 942 at only 146 miles an hour.
106.
And I think we're going to send somebody over to check the racetrack. All right. Yeah. Been a while since we've done that, like zero pairs. Left-hand side of the drag strip is being checked. Now, Sweet's car has been fired up, and Sweet's guy is rolling toward the tree, but typically we tend not to run cars where there's human beings at the top end on the racing surface, so it's going to be just a minute.
You notice, once again, at Drag Week, this is not side-by-side competition, which is why if somebody rolls back, like we just saw Matt Sweet do, we'll go ahead and send him next round. He's not out.
Correct. In a traditionally styled drag race, if there is qualifying, when you come up to the starting line and your car is unable to make a run, you do not get to finish that because it is a qualifying round. Time trials usually get put to the back of the line. You can run again. All right. Question is, how low can they go in that 7-second bracket?
Now, if he does run quicker than the record of 789, he does have to finish the week to set that record.
It would be a provisional record, and that is loose. That is loose. Boy, he got up there kind of odd. The car moved to the inside. He made a big steering correction. It just was unstable. 995.2 at 87 miles an hour. Matt Sweet will be back again for sure.
You know, Brian, we did have a question years ago about whether if you cross the center line at Drag Week, is it still a valid ET? And it is not.
No, it's not.
And people said to us, well, that's not in the rules. It's like, you're correct. The entire NHRA rule book is also not in the rules.
Right.
But that's the way it is. Look on the starting line over here. We got Josh Norris, I believe, on the left-hand side, and Jim Huber on the right-hand side.
Great to have Jim Huber back in this famed 4-cylinder turbocharged Mustang that is suffering the same maladies that everybody else has suffered this morning. A weak launch out there. He's just going to take it down. Meanwhile, Josh Norris, 989.2, 135 miles an hour for Norris. And Huber will go back to the pit area after running 17:43 at 85 miles an hour. There is a half an hour of improvement available there.
Brian, it is, in fact, John Huber. We were saying Jim. It's
Papa
John Huber.
Q category entry. That is B-gasser here for Jamie Jarvis. And on the left-hand side, that is an entrant in the modified power adder category. So again, a high horsepower setup there for the modified PA car, Jarvis and B-Gas.
With a record of 9.427.
I'm liking that sleepy little Camaro over there. Multiple colored body panels, and the Camaro will go down through a 906 that's just shy of 150 mile an hour.
And 1034 at 131 on the right-hand side for the Gasser.
Next pair coming up this way. Josh Treadle and Jody Ames. Ames in a 16 model year Coyote-powered Mustang.
Jason Treadle, in fact.
And what I call him?
Josh.
Oh, well, maybe you should be.
You were just joshing.
Right. Two good running cars in the same category, which is street race small block power adder. 985 for 138 for Treadle. 1080 with a 5 at 134 for Ames. Buick Grand National on the left-hand side of the racetrack. That is a Super Street small block power adder entry.
I'm having some flashbacks right now.
Yeah,
Gotta tell
yeah.
ya.
Hey, Mike Lyons, man, just be cool.
Be cool.
Be cool, bro. And Chad Garut, right side. Garut, the 1967 Mustang Coupe. Both cars packing parachutes. Garut running in the street race big block power adder category. Clearly a V6 still in the Buick. Both cars deathly silent down there. The Buick goes down to 894.1, 155, and for the Mustang, a 952.2 at 142.97 miles an hour.
You know, years ago, there was a lot of complaints about how the turbo cars would come up on stage and sit there and bang and bang and bang, building boost for about 20 minutes before they'd go down the track. And that's why there is a new rule that I think your reaction time cannot exceed 1 second, and any RT in excess of 1 second is added to your ET, which basically knocks you out of competition. But what has fouled that rule is the bump box, because you build your boost before you ever stage.
And then you dunk the thing in there.
Yeah.
Dan Dinan, the 1979 Malibu, Super Street small block power adder, and Jack Brooks, 64 Nova, sans paint. And that's an ultimate iron car for Brooks. I mean, that thing launched like a mobility scooter, and then he put some power to it. As Jack Brooks goes 895, 744. Dinan goes through there. Matching parachutes. That's nice. 960 with a 7 for Dinan. So the heavy-powered Dart on the left-hand side, one of the multitude of shades of green, which we spent more time of your life than you probably ever wanted to have back, speaking about when we were waiting for the track to be clean. William Jordan. And that is an unlimited entry. Jason Willis, the 07 Corvette. I remember, of course, with so much fondness, David's childlike joy when we saw the first C7 Corvette to compete on Drag Week.
Also a very tired joke at this point. You know, we should just
it's not. It isn't
your
though.
commentary
It
from
isn't
past
though.
years.
It's not. It's just like when you go to Thanksgiving dinner and Grandpa, tell us the story again. Oh, I will.
Brian, cut and paste loans.
946.5 at 150 miles an hour for Bill Jordan as Jason Willis goes 10.099 at 126 miles an hour. We got a little flow going now. I like this. We got a little flow. We're moving. We're moving now. Feeling it. Bob Senker coming up on the right side, the 1984 Pontiac Grand Prix. That Grand Prix is running in the F category, which is Super Street. That is Super Street Big Block Power Adder. And Eric Beer Catfit on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Beer Catfit, the 2000 Chevrolet Camaro. which I know is exactly how you're going to pronounce that.
Brian is fantastic about looking at the name and just going straight to whatever comes out of his mouth for the pronunciation. I go with pronouncing the guy's name differently every single time.
Yeah, you began to irrigate your shorts when you saw that come up, and you thought, no, this is not going to work out for me.
B-J-E-R. There's a jerk in there somewhere. And
I got to tell you, I did get guidance on this one. Derek Putnam, I have to give him the credit on helping me out with that one. He gave me a preemptive strike on that name. I wish I could claim credit for just calling that one out straight, but I got help. Pure Catfight goes 863, 161. Senker goes 816 at 172.63. And I'm sure like Pure Catfight, whatever the origin of that is, that's like Smith in that
Probably.
in that corner of Latvia or wherever the origin of that name comes from. Couple of M runners, and we know that M is street race small block power adder. Mustang with it's got the luggage rack on the trunk. Nice touch. And a parachute mount that appears to be made out of Twizzlers on the right-hand side. The thing was flopping around on the starting line. It's not exactly the most confidence-inspiring look. 881.9 at 131 for the Twizzler-mounted parachute Buick. And an 8.504 on the opposite side of the drag strip for the Mustang.
The 8.504 making him competitive in that class. Bill Schwartz is ahead of him, I believe. Yes, 8.501 for Schwartz, 8.504 for the car that just went down.
Lane 3, drivers, if you're in the staging lanes, you've got to be with the vehicle, especially now that we're rocking and rolling. If you're lane 3, we're pulling those cars, so if you're in lane 3, you need to be with your vehicle. If your car's in the lanes, please stay with it.
John Paul Franks on the right-hand side, James Foils on the left-hand side.
If you are part of the drag pack this week, Suite 205 is open for you. If you're participating in the Hot Rod Drag Week drag pack, Suite 205 on the second floor is open for you.
All motor small block on the right-hand side in the 88 Mustang.
All motor and no traction as that thing is just skating its way down the drag strip. 884.9, 155. Unfortunately for James Voiles, he left before the tree was activated. So it is as though he didn't exist. A feeling that I suffer with almost every day. But that is another conversation for another drag week. Scott Miller coming up right now. Miller.
I remember in the early days of Drag Week, his dad showed up and he had that Cougar with a FE in it with 2 centrifugal superchargers.
Super awesome. Jack's still around. I don't know if he's traveling on. No, he's out there. Jack's the guy in the gray cap. He's looking on as his son Scott gets ready to take this card on the racetrack. And Graham Hayes, the 1966 Nova, purging the nitrous in Ultimate Iron. Graham Hayes, you see that thing fattened up as the nitrous flowing through its veins, goes 732 at 189 miles an hour as Scott Miller goes 786.9 at 167. So nice run for Hayes there, puts him on the clock in the number 5 ET position of the day. And Scott Miller cracks the top 10 for quick cars, going 786.
And 8 cars in the 7s. I think that's probably a quicker field than we've had in quite some time. 8 cars in the 7s, 1 in the 6s.
And again, and by the time we're done with this first rip through, which is still got a ways to go, I bet we're going to really exponentially add to that number. One of my favorite cars, of course, on the right side, Brian Anders, the 1977 Chevette in orange. And here comes Frank Romano of New York, the stick-shifted big block Chevy 210. And Romano's car goes through the traps. A 10.03 at 137 miles an hour. Gear banging that it is. Anders, 10.40 at 128. Anders used to hang like free weights off the front of that thing to keep the nose down. It was a very tame launch.
Man, I'd love to see Frank break into the 9s.
Yes, and that may have been an NA pass. I know he's got spray on it. I don't know if he's spraying it, but either way, a very high-winding big block and in the stick shift. You got to love it. He was also part of the Drag Week exhibition at New England Dragway and had a great time. We appreciate them coming up to New Hampshire. It's Jim Weiser, 84 Monty SS, and Kanan Hall, the 77 C10. The C10 is shooting to run to be competitive anyway in the mid-8s. Goes a 10 flat at 133. Running in street race small block power adder. Weiser goes a 906, 148. Now we're talking. Star power in the starting line, baby. Alex Taylor. So I think it's fair to say, we don't know necessarily the genesis or root of it, but there is a very strong rivalry between Alex Taylor and Brian Goldstone.
I need to dig into the details of that.
Yes.
All I've heard is rumors on that. I do know that last night Alex went 7-0 in practice. We know the car is 6-second capable.
And Jason DeShime, right side. I love this thing. 70 Mustang fastback.
And a big wheelie out of the Mustang.
Alex, man, that thing's loose down there at 800 feet. Taylor's car wags the tail at the top end, goes 739 at 151 miles an hour. She pedaled it early and then was on the power big time, and it got loose down there past the 8th mile.
Alex Taylor, who just got in the Bonneville 200-mile-an-hour club, driving the Camaro that I've driven for so many years, owned by Keith and Tanya Turk, who are running the operations down there. She went 235 for her record to get in the 2 club.
Jason DeShime goes 982.4 at 109 miles an hour. Lonnie Grimm says we'll run groups A and B for another hour, then we will call group C, followed by Delta, then all run. Street Machine Eliminator will run as a group Friday morning for final time slip turn-in.
Oh, right.
Sorry if he was confusing earlier. So
Friday
SME,
when we come back here.
SME, you'll have your dedicated group Friday, otherwise you'll fall into your respective groups.
Randy Seward is on track in the left-hand side, and he just ran too quick to hand in his time slip. 8:49 with a 7. In the other lane, we had 8:47 at 162 miles an hour.
And here comes another one of the great Mustangs that we have here this week. That is Chase J. Barnaby. Barnaby was part of the Roadkill Nights event in Detroit, Michigan. Really tough car. I mean, he's got big tire on it, sits right, makes the right noises. And Mike Delaney, the 1980 Pontiac Trans Am.
You know, at this point, we don't have a bunch of information about the cars as far as what they run for power. We got some stuff out of memory, and I visited some people in the staging lanes yesterday. As the week goes on and we see people out on the road, we will have more information to share with you. As Delaney gets out first with a 500 reaction time in the Pontiac.
And again, Barnaby's car was just slow down low, and then he puts the screws to it, goes 10.05, 135. Delaney goes 10.90 at $124.
Brian, who do you think is the best lever in the history of Drag Week?
Definitely not Mike Galimi.
No.
No.
I wish he'd leave.
He doesn't even know the basic usage of some drag racing slang. And he despises words that cool guys use, like lever.
Like lever.
Kyle Moss, right-hand side, the 1966 Chevelle, and the little Monza Spider with its turbo motor on the left.
He has a very cool trailer that you need to see. It's a scatter print of old photos from Drag Week.
Get out of here.
The Monza has that, yeah. Oh, and the Chevelle's going to be the better lever this time as he gets out with a blazing 642 reaction time.
The Monza just, whoa, man, again, way loose down through the top end. Goes 975.1 at 133, but that car made a big move down there. Kyle Moss goes 1144 at 122 miles an hour in the Chevelle.
It'll surprise you to know that he's got a turbo 5.3 LS in the Monza. That never happens here.
So a little check being made out here, the starting line area. So the Barracuda right side of Terry Kiefer. Kiefer's car sneaky fast. Nice clean piece. Running in the Super Street Big Block Power Adder category. Goes a 981.7 at 144 miles an hour. Speed is down. Very good ET, but the speed down. Kiefer was either off it by design or by need. Yeah, I see the nose dip on that car, but still a nice run in the 9s. Here comes Dave Schroeder. Dave Schroeder, John Enns, they have been friends for effectively their whole lives, right? And you have to be if you're going to fold yourself up and drive around for a week with each other. We saw Dave years ago, I think, first show up in a 55 Chevy, right?
That's
was
right.
His first
that
entry?
red 55. They sort of did the recon run to see what it would be like to run Drag Week, and then came back hard after that with the, what year was the early
63.
63 Corvette that he had.
Done in that cool Sunoco Mark Donahue, Roger Penske scheme. They worked with Monty Smith, and we talk about the big names and people that have had influence on this event that are no longer with us. Monty Smith was one of those guys. We lost Monty several years ago, but man, he was a great nitrous tuner, a great racer, and certainly somebody that lent a lot of nitrous and a lot of help to a lot of people during Drag Week, and he was the crew chief on this car.
He actually went through every tune-up in the kits and fixed them all.
Whoa, baby.
Oh!
Yeah, it hit the wheelie bar and unloaded the rear tires. You're going to watch that in the live stream. It basically stuck the tire and drove up onto the wheelie bar. Big wheel stand out of this thing. She got loose and shook, so Dave is going to take it down, and we'll be back in line. Thankfully, doesn't have to repack the chutes.
I was saying Monty had gone through, and the NOS brand instruction sheets had jetting recommendations, and at the time, they square jetted a lot of stuff.
Okay.
It was like 72, 72, and he went through there and leaned them all out and made a whole bunch more power with them straight out of the box. Chris Thompson in the right-hand side, out of California, dragged his junk all the way out here with his twin-turbo small block Mopar under the hood. Dave Deal on the left-hand side in the 01 Mustang. Chris Thompson having run 8 O's with this car in the past, not here at Drag Week. He has struggled through Drag Weeks for the past couple years, but he is looking for his first 7. I don't know if you remember, Brian, this thing used to
be drag
cut on is, strangely enough, the big blocks have always been slower, or at least less consistent and in less volume than the small blocks.
It's weird. I blame the guy that made the rules. Fools goes across the finish line, 9:45.4, 1:45 at Kirby. Goes 8:41.9 at 159 Kirby, running in Pro Street, NA. So the flat drag going to touch up the racetrack as we are roaring through our A and B groups out here. We can see some return customers, Randy Seward among them. Randy went down and ran 8:49.7. He was attempting to run 8:50, so he will make another stab at that run. We've had 2 drivers, 8:501, 8:504, in that street race small block power adder category. So that's exactly what we wanted to see. We wanted to see people come out of the gate with that level of precision because it makes it really intriguing the rest of the week.
It is going to be a fun one to follow, and of course, I'm stoked on the quick cars that we're seeing here. In Unlimited, really, the Viper is the biggest player.
Agreed.
So let's talk through Unlimited. That was a class that didn't exist in the very earliest days of Drag Week, and
you're right. It was just
it seemed like we needed more and more classes to address the hardcore cars that people were bringing, the full tube chassis stuff. And the question, I think, falls on Unlimited. Should that class have ever happened?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean,
there's a bunch of people who argue no, because that's not a street car.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of people that are idiots, too. I mean, there are people that put ketchup on hot dogs. I mean, there are people that do all kinds of just moronic things in the world. But, look, the idea of what that class meant to the early days of this event and then what it meant to the early days of the Drag and Drive stuff, you don't have the growth period that this thing did without that class. It was what brought people out to watch this.
It was the top fuel of Drag Week.
It was.
Yeah.
And, and over the years, I think, again, we've seen some of these other classes become so hyper-competitive that they put on a better show to a degree, like watching these 850 cars battle it out over 0.03 of a second over 5 days. It has its own level of intrigue. But if you're a drag racing fan, no matter what type of racing you like, there is always some level of appeal to some wild, all hanging out, very few rules category.
And it's got the craziness of that guy actually is driving that on the street.
Yes.
Now we get into the nuance, though, of the ultimate iron category versus Pro Street.
Sure.
And what happened there is Pro Street, it was fat tire cars to begin with, but we started to see sort of a separation between the back half cars, which is generally a square tube car from the firewall back, versus the full tube chassis cars. And so we took unlimited iron, and that is the stock wheelbase, stock sheet metal on a full tube chassis kind of class. And then Pro Street remains a back half class, although you look at Glenn Hunter, for example, and it just gets more and more extreme as we go. So I look at those two classes. Should they actually be together? Because we've really not had any fast power adder back half cars.
I think but you can. I think having the opportunity for someone to find it and do that is the fun part. Just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it's not going to happen. So I don't think you should close the door on that possibility and just kind of throw everything into a lump. You mentioned the Ultimate Iron class. Larry Larson right now is in the process of building Doug Klein a new car. Doug Klein is a guy who has had great drag and drive success, Rocky Mountain Race Week winner, and he's run multitudes of drag weeks. He is wanting the all-steel record.
Yeah, and
so,
McGilton would be another
Tom
one.
McGilton.
That would be an Ultimate Iron car as well. I just see that the performance on a lot of these cars is getting narrower and narrower and is not as dependent on suspension modifications.
Oh, yeah.
In the small tire class, you look at Modified and Super Street. Does that really need to be broken down that way? Do we care that Super Street is sort of a bolt-on suspension class that's more liberal than Street Race? Or should Modified and Super Street be together? What I'm getting to is I think there's too many classes at this thing.
Yeah, but I think, in typical fashion, I think you're wrong. But only for the reason...
Notice how I don't even flinch at this stuff? The look of boredom on my face when he throws this stuff out.
But only for the reason of, look, you presented people with a lot of different ways to skin this cat, a lot of different ways to come and participate. I don't think you gain anything by starting to lock those doors off.
You gain bigger classes.
Yeah, but you're just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. You don't have more or less of them. You just got them in different groups.
You don't have 14-second cars winning classes that should be 7-second
When's the last time that happened?
It does happen, but it's down more.
You were in your mid-50s the last time that happened, which is at least a decade ago. So there is really...
Get some new material, man. Speaking of which, are you up to your drag week weight? I mean, you've been...
No, listen, I've been working hard on this. I've eaten. A guy gave me a box of fudge. It didn't last more than 20 minutes. It's gone. I felt like I was a little light on my toes this morning.
Got to bulk up.
And it's in. That's a power eating program. But yeah, I don't think you gain anything by starting to shave the classes off. Just because now guys are entering this stuff because they're building the cars for them.
In some of the classes, I just don't think so. You look at the smaller small tire classes, even Pro Street Power Adder, it's strange, with the exception of Glenn, there's a bunch of cars there that are just, I hate to say just 9-second cars, but they're not super competitive, go for the throat kind of cars.
But as we have seen over the course of time, and you mentioned the extreme example of a 13 or 14-second car, a reliable 9.0 car can occasionally outlast the mid-7-second car.
It can, but if you put more 9.0 cars together in one class, then you've got more competition than you do with multiple classes with 5 cars in them, and 4 of them are a second off the pace.
Yeah, but then you're going to get annoyed when there are 10.0 cars in that same class with the 9.0 cars that you're trying to group together. It's never going to end. Your displeasure, your malcontentedness is never going to be satisfied. It's how you live your life.
Did you want to invent drag and drive next time?
I'll just perfect it. How about that?
Okay. You go ahead and do that, tough guy.
All right, we're just touching up a spot down there, and we're going to be paying some bills. We'll be back at it here in just a minute.
Get the best racing features with MSD's Ultra 6AL and Ultra 6AL Plus, and an all-new MSD mobile app for configuring your ignition. Completely redesigned, all in a smaller package. Find out more about MSD's latest products at Holley.com.
Now customers can save up to $140 when you purchase an MSD Pro-Built Ignition Bundle. These packages include a Pro-Built distributor, new Ultra 6AL ignition box, plus a Blaster 2 coil. Your complete ignition upgrade is one click away. Visit MSDignition.com for all the details.
Since 1963, the name Mickey Thompson has been synonymous with pushing boundaries and gaining traction where others dare not venture. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
All right, you guys aren't ready for this, man. This is from Tremec. It is their TKX. It's not just the latest offering in a 5-speed. This is the first performance-based aftermarket 5-speed designed for us in the aftermarket.
You said it, man. It's got awesome features. I didn't want to miss this one, man.
Yeah.
Everything from an in-load versus a top load. So they spent a lot of time getting this package shape down so it fits up under tunnels a lot easier. You can drop this in a Chevelle A body without a single mod of the tunnel.
Yeah, no floor pan work, not near the tunnel work. And look at all the features it has, man. Everything is designed for performance, from the guts to the gaskets to the packaging. And check out these shifter positions. All right, you can alter it. If you don't like the shifter here, you can move it here. If you don't like it there, you can move it up here.
Yeah, and the synchros inside. So this is the old TKO, a single centered bronze, a single friction surface. Now you've got a modern multi-cone, right, with carbon fiber lining on the inside for extreme bite, extreme durability, and 7,500 RPM shifts all day. Wider gears, everything's been shot peened, roller bearings on the in shafts. I mean, this thing is ready to go pound and hound the guy in the next lane.
All right, there you have it, man. The TKX from Tremec, the brand new 5-speed. Woo, it is sweet.
Oh, I'm fired up on this baby, man.
Tremec manufactures the industry's most celebrated overdrive performance manual transmissions and is a proud sponsor of the 2024 Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. Building high-performance manuals since 1964, Tremec's 5 and 6 speeds are built to deliver what most competitors can only claim. From boulevard bruisers to street strip terrors, nearly any high-performance street machine, early or late, can be made more fun, offer better function, and even return increased fuel economy through the use of a Tremec. To find out more, simply visit them online at Tremec.com or stop by the Tremec display trailer and pick up some free literature. From street easy to full race, Holley EFI systems cover everything from simple self-learning throttle body systems like the Sniper 2 EFI, plug-and-play systems such as the Terminator X, or all-out race systems like the Holley Dominator. Features include self-tuning strategies, handheld programmers, and striking touchscreens. The leader in innovative fuel systems, Holley EFI. Since 1959, Simpson Racing has been keeping you safe from head to toe. Simpson Racing can take care of all your motorsports safety needs, offering custom fire suits, helmets, gloves, shoes, and restraints. Simpson Racing has you covered. You can be wearing the same USA-developed protection that is worn and trusted by top NHRA, NASCAR, and IndyCar teams. Simpson Racing. We make safety comfortable. For racers and builders who want more power, more longevity, and winning performance from their vehicle's engine, Mahle Motorsport makes the highest quality forged piston kits available. Every Power Pack kit is backed by decades of engineering knowledge and experience that are consistently proven to perform at all levels of motorsports. Visit MahleMotorsport.com and take your engine build to the next level. That's MahleMotorsport.com. VP Racing is the world leader in race fuel technology. For nearly 50 years, VP Racing has been fueling wins and championships in every type of motorsport and at every level. You can count on VP Racing fuels for top-notch performance and consistency in every batch, and with over 70 different blends, they are sure to have the perfect fuel for your racing needs. Visit VPRacingFuels.com to learn more. Win every race with VP Racing. And we are finishing up the touch-up, if you will, of the left lane down there at the, let's call it 700 to 800 foot mark. Stuff was discovered, and that stuff has been dried up, cleaned up, and being drug in right now. And we'll be back at it here in just a few minutes. A reminder for those racers who have decided to hand in their time slip, you have to go to room 108. That is room 108 for time slips hand-in. 108 for time slip hand-in today. And if you're part of the drag pack of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, that is Suite 205. Suite 205, the timing tower. If you have and are participating in the drag pack this week, Suite 205 is where you're going to go. And once we see the John Deere head into road gear and head back up here to the starting line, we'll know it'll be about time to fire up cars again. We're on what would be kind of the backside of this A and B group, as Lonnie Grimm has kept us up to date on his plans for the staging lanes and how those are going to roll, but A and B group is still on right now. As we check back in, the A and B group is in this last hour. Then we have the C group, followed by Delta, then All Run. Street Machine Eliminator cars will be called as a separate group on Friday. Otherwise, you'll be part of the C, D group area.
Brian, your cupcake deliveries here. They said there's 3 dozen.
3 dozen?
Yeah.
Wow. Are they the deep-fried ones that I requested? The beer-battered, bacon-wrapped, deep-fried cupcakes?
People on the live feed, it's a good time to drop some questions.
Yes.
Even if I can't answer them immediately, I will keep them in the back of my mind and forget them in 13 seconds.
Much like the names of the people in his own family.
This guy said, how easy is it to know that you're leaking down the track while it's happening? Well, Let me explain, having quite a bit of experience with this.
As a recognized expert, yeah.
Smoke in the rearview mirror is a good key. Slip and sliding down the track, getting sideways and not lifting is a pretty good answer. Smelling is popular.
It's popular. It's a popular method.
Oh, I did get the word on the Viper, by the way. What happened is he has a street driving gas tank, and then I assume a methanol tank.
Yep.
The gas tank they had switched over, but the vent of the gasoline tank puked back just a little bit, and parachutes, whoosh. So he's looking for a couple parachutes on that thing. I think he's asked Keith Turk if he can go grab some spare parachutes that he has in his truck. That is a thing. You can go to Turk and ask permission to make an unplanned run to your trailer to get a part or something like that while we are here at National Trail. That doesn't happen later on in the week.
I'm trying to remember the year, and maybe the track, and maybe it was here, that Dennis Taylor was having some fire issues. Remember that thing when I think he burned a set of parachutes off it or torched at least one or two in the Nova, when he was out running the Nova once or twice. That thing got real hot underneath. I feel like it might have actually been here, but I can't quite remember. So hopefully they can swap that replacement laundry, if you will, onto the back of the car for Ned and have it come back up here again.
Is Vice Grip Garage at Drag Week? No.
His Pantera deal is pretty cool. The guys, you really can't fault on anything the guy does. It's all very fun to watch, and Derek's a genuinely good dude. You know him better than I do, but that Pantera deal is one of his neatest things yet.
Yeah, I forget if I was on the phone with him or with him when he first bought that thing, and he said, I just made the scariest car purchase of my entire life. It's my dream car. Spent a lot of money on it. It's in Canada. Never seen it in person. And it
really is in bad shape.
Yeah.
There isn't a piece of that thing that doesn't need some tender love and care.
Impound. We can tell our people at home what Impound is all about.
Yes.
Remember that this event is about not having a complete crew with you. Now, there's typically some extra people hanging around on the very first day, but they're not allowed to go on the road with you. You're not allowed to have a whole crew following you in an SUV, and you need to work on the car yourself with the driver and passenger, even if there's multiple passengers, and they all have to be wristbanded. And so the top three quickest cars, or the top three cars in each class that are quicker than, I think, 9.0, have to check the rule on that, are required to report to Impound every day, where they are monitored by Drag Week staff. And you can only get outside help if you get permission from race director Keith Turk to do so. So the Impound area is going to be where the quickest cars are, and they can pull anybody else into Impound that they want as they go. Sometimes it can be a benefit to be in Impound because you do get a fast pass to the staging lanes when you are in there. Question from the live feed. We all know what cars Freiberger has, but Brian, what do you have?
Not a whole bunch. Got my old Ford tractor. Got my son's project car. That is his first car. That old.
Oh, did you get the Marauder?
Yes. So the Marauder. My youngest boy just bought his first car that we're going to be picking up as soon as I get back from Charlotte. But 03 Mercury Marauder, baby.
I think they're pretty good.
When he was saving his money, and both of these guys, thankfully, they've been working and saving and doing the whole thing. And when I asked Jack what his strategy was when he was shopping for stuff, he said, if it's not a Ford, it will be ignored. So he is, for reasons known only to him, he is a really dedicated Ford kid. He loves all things Ford. Coyote, obsessed with stuff like, the Snot Rocket Mustang and all that type of stuff. So,
which is getting an LS, by the way.
Yeah, that has kind of broken his heart. But no, I found this Marauder a couple of towns over. Went and looked at it. like any 21-year-old car. It needs plenty of work, and we're gonna do it ourselves like we did with my other son. So,
the Marauder was the Panther platform, but it's got the 4-cam motor in it, right?
Correct.
It's a 4.6 cam.
Yeah, it's like 305 horsepower from the factory. It got bucket seats, a column.
It's all black. It's the Impala SS of
100%, 100%. And this one's in decent shape. Not a lot of rot or anything like that, and doesn't make any too horrendous noises. Makes the right sounds when you hit the key, so it'll be a good first car for him. We looked at, and you know this because we talked about it, but he found the 65 Falcon. That was a really nice car.
Yeah.
But the kid's 16, manual steering, manual brakes. It just ain't the way right now.
Yeah, Alones cannot be troubled with anything that manly. I agree.
No, listen, you know us too well. Very soft of foot. You got to push that pedal very hard. Hey, look, Evan Erkowitz is needing brake pads. Front TBM F1 DR1 pads. He's got TBM brakes. Looking for a set of brake pads. 79 Malibu, that is white. He is located an 8th mile behind the East Grandstands. So an 8th mile back. This is Erkowitz is running in, I believe, the Pro Street category. It is a, white being a generous description of the color. It is a white, varying shades of it around the car. But the TBM brakes, F1, DR1 brake pads, he needs a set.
It is the color of Brian's soft underbelly.
Man.
Here's a good question from the live
the
feed.
problem is we go from cuddle and the underbelly and the spoon. It's a very, 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 very bad environment in here.
Love-hate. Here's a question I haven't seen before, which I like. Are drag strips regulated for slope?
Well, there's a yes and no on that, I guess. I guess the yes is if you're going to build a new drag strip and you want it to be at a national event standard, so to speak, yes, it's 1%. Existing tracks have far more than that, but they're grandfathered into, national event level facilities. Pomona, California being the most significant.
7 feet?
I think it is the maximum. I think it's the maximum. It may actually be more than 1%, which would be 13 feet end to end.
Right.
But
a 13-foot drop is what we're talking about downhill.
Yeah. So I believe it is a 1% gradient. Up or down is the allowable spec.
Well, and Bristol is, I believe, uphill.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that are. Yeah, there's a couple of them that are. I believe Denver had a little uphill to it. Obviously, an uphill shutdown area and stuff too.
That was a pretty good question I haven't seen before, though. People are asking if they can come watch Drag Week in person. Yes, you can at any of our tracks. I believe it is $20 to get in. People asking, when is the next Drag Week rules update? What we do on Drag Week is we issue rules in 3-year time periods so that you can be guaranteed that if you start building a car, it's not going to be obsolete before you even finish it. So what I always did was 3-year batches of rules. Of course, it'll be on Mike Galimi to have a look at that and change that up because this batch of rules, I believe, ends this year. The MotorTrend moderator on the live feed has linked to the rules so that you can look through there and find out exactly what's going on per class, especially if you're thinking about doing this. I'm shocked at how many people show up.
Drivers, let's get back to cars. Let's get helmets on. Let's get ready to go. Equipment's coming off the racetrack. Drivers, back to your vehicles, strapped in, ready to go.
I'm surprised how many people show up and they're here. I'm for my first Drag Week. What class do I run? I've seen that at Bonneville a little bit. It's like, dude.
I mean, yeah, as a guy who is fully expert at being unprepared walking into situations, even you were stunned by this.
I was. Ooh, someone asked, is the pink Beretta there? Yes, it is.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I love that thing. In terms of the lower performance cars, and I mean that only in the raw, number sense. When we get to our C and D groups, we'll see some of that. Last year, of course, it was that Lincoln. What do we call it? The Velour Express.
The Velour Shaker.
The Velour Shaker. The Velour Shaker. In years past, it was the Marlin, the most majestic and regal fish of the sea.
The Kingswood.
The Kingswood. So this year, we're gonna wait and see what presents itself to us.
Yeah, you can't pre-plan
You
these
can't
things.
force
and,
these
and
things.
you also can't go back.
No,
People
it is
always-
only forward.
On the live feed, people are always commenting, Kingswood, I got to hear
No.
it now. You can't
do it
go
again.
back.
No, we can't go back.
Oh, somebody just goes straight for the gut and asks if either one of us has been to Santa Pod, and no. We actually discussed having a family vacation together to go there a couple years ago.
I was supposed to go, and then COVID happened. I was invited. It was going to happen. Going to go hang out with
Have you been to Hockenheim?
No.
No?
No. No. At this point, it would be like you'd have to make the trip all the FIA national event tracks. If you're going to do it now, you just have to make the you'd have to make the trip that. So what we're doing right now is, again, just a last touch-up of the first 60, 100 feet with the flat drag, but it's about to pull off the drag strip. Hopefully we have got Evan Erkowitz some brakes. If you're a TBM brake runner and you got a set of extra pads, he could use them.
You know what's the advantage of electric cars, Brian?
Oh, please. I'm dying to know.
You can't Colalilo the track.
That is the one thing you can't do. You cannot sweat horsepower on the track. The problem is that it's visually difficult to drive with a paper bag on your head. And that, I believe we just had...
Oh, see, you can't go back to this either. People are asking for another round of Johnny Horton.
Oh, no, listen, that's a one-time only show.
One and done.
One and done.
There is no Freiberger and Lohn's greatest hits. We will not go back. We will not do the compilation album.
Listen, we've not reached that point in our lives yet. Not saying we've used the drag a lot this morning, but the drag is needing a little attention right now.
How's your tractor running, Brian?
It's running good.
Yeah?
It's running good. I actually have an engine block at the machine shop right now for this flathead V8 I'm actually going to put in the
V8
thing.
swap,
Yeah.
the 8N?
8N. Yeah, it's like a kind of a mix of a couple of them, but yeah, N-Series Ford from the 40s. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
We build the horsepower that we're comfortable with. I get it.
Listen, I've never made a big secret out of the fact that I've have no huge desire to have, like, I love eventually when my life schedule calms down and I can actually spend some time at home and do other stuff. I definitely want to have a nice hot rod, muscle car, whatever. But you've always said to me,
you know your limitations.
You've always said to me, like,
Get
you
it.
have no desire to do to this other thing. I said, I really don't. Like, back in the day when I was a kid, I got to make some 8-second runs in a dude's drag strip, bracket race with my dad for years and ran, 10s, and that was fine. But that was enough for me. Like, that was good. I kind of did it. But that's why I got a lot of respect for people that come out here and throw down at this level and every other level. There's nothing worse than a wannabe racer announcer. It's one thing if you're someone that's gone out there and achieved and done stuff.
Oh, I see what
but
you're
if
saying,
you're the
yeah.
guy who's going to pretend like that he's got the thing and it's like, no, bro. You know.
I bracket raced once in 1962.
Right. Now you're gonna. I know
Yeah.
exactly what you're going. No, you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, reminder, a laptop, if you have a laptop in the car, you have any ballast of any sort, that needs to be secured. We cannot have loose ballast in vehicles. This morning's been a long week.
Glad you came.
I'm loving it. No, it's again they're working out there to get the drag kind of square up. I believe a pin came out of it and it got off center and kind of got to the tire. In essence, we got the beans above the Frank.
Someone asked, what's the slowest car in the history of Drag Week? Do you remember the 1919 Franklin?
The Franklin. Yeah, the Franklin was epic.
There's usually a leader of the bottom of the list, and we usually like it and cheer it on. We haven't seen the slowest car possible yet because we haven't got into our second group. Question, how late in the day will we be running? That really depends on how many more shutdowns we've got for oil or equipment or other things like that. We do change the schedule as we go to accommodate everybody's passes.
Which means we'll see you back here tomorrow morning. Warren Evans does not enjoy that, the quip.
This guy says, why would you have to tell people to secure things inside the car? Well,
okay, this is a guy who's never been. Visit your local drag strip.
Yeah.
You have to tell people to do stuff like fasten your seatbelts.
This guy would hate to be a commentator filling up time for track shutdowns. I would hate to be the audience.
Right. Yeah. I can't imagine how bad it is for you guys. Yeah.
Oh, people are asking about Dulcich's dyno. Did you see that?
Man, how cool is that?
We got a functional 901 at Dulcich's house. It's pretty crazy. The best part of it is the exhaust blasting directly out the side of the building in a residential kind of farmish neighborhood. It's shooting right at the neighbor's house, which bothers me not at all. This guy says, why does the first day usually have the most oil downs? Well, because all the leakers get sorted out, right, and everybody else who survives makes the rest of the...
It is a culling of the herd. It is that is how it goes. And again, it's not uncommon for us to lose, 10-15% of the field in the first day.
10 or 15 is our often quoted number of attrition.
Yeah. Not physical cars, but actual
percentage.
Yeah, percentage.
358 cars kicking it off here this morning.
All right, I believe we are ready to fire them up again and roll them around the corner. Track is clear, and Tractor is going to get touched up on the corner over there. All right. Got our turbocharged classic step-side Ford and Cody Helger coming up again in the 1955 Chevrolet with its two-lane blacktop theme with a sheet metal style, grump lump style scoop and the plexi sliding windows, 4-point bar in it. Hopefully a big block and an M22 rock crusher as well. Neil Torbett, the 1965 F100 truck.
The Grump Lump is the greatest. Obviously named for Grumpy Jenkins and the Lump.
Yeah, the complete lack of any sort of grace and creativity in its shape. But he had the vent.
You're popular.
Well, yeah, round is a very graceful shape, though. That's the thing.
You are a little bit more aerodynamic than the grump
that.
lump.
There is that. You ever see that? The guy who did like the computational flow dynamics on a cow, the aerodynamics of a cow.
No, I haven't seen that.
It's pretty good.
Right. How long did you have to stand there for that?
Oh, that's what I was going to say. It's more telling than you would suspect. As we see Torbett now rolling up.
You're sort of a teardrop shape.
Yeah. Hold on. I must also have a very bad vision problem because you also maintain that same shape.
You are my body double. I'll give you that.
Cody Helger is banging gears, and Neil Torbett has not been able to come off the starting line. Good gravy. Helger goes 9:49 at 142. He picks up 0.2 of a second. Torbett's truck is maybe lost fire or something off the start line. He's going to back it up, I think, try to restage it.
Excuse me, sir. You can't park there.
If there is any sort of way to interrupt the spirits that have befallen us today, that would be sweet. Torbett is going to restage it. We got a C10 with a diesel in it coming up next, one of the stalwart trucks we see year in and year out here at Drag Week, but Torbett's going to be on a solo. Turbocharged Ford engine in the 65. All right, take it on the racetrack, pal. That's 2 times, 0 for 2 on the staging process. And we're going to back up the Honda to move the Ford out of the way. Boy, oh boy. So I'm guessing Torbett's having a problem with a trans brake or something, but the truck is backing up. So if he has a brake, it's working, because when you have a trans brake, you have to engage it to get it back. But we're going to find out. I think every time he's trying to bring up the revs, it was just rolling through the beams. This little Honda that's coming up next is a very, very sneaky little car, and one of the neater cars you'll see here this week. Very high-strung, very unassuming looking, and if I remember correctly, David, I believe this thing runs in the 8s, or we've had one similar that has run that quick. Maybe if it wasn't this one it is this one because it's all-wheel drive. So he's got 4 slicks on the thing over there. And then we have the C10 truck that is coal-fired here that is completing a burnout. I have been giving Eric Bierkatfit. I asked about the origin of his name, and I have received a very nice handwritten note. I don't know if it's nice, actually. It's a handwritten note. I'm going to read it. Ancestors from Norway, not Latvia. My buddies have been texting me with lots of laughter. Thanks, Eric. I was certainly in jest mentioning Latvia.
Yeah, the B and J together would indicate Norwegian.
Yes. But thank you for that. And a smart bank piece of paper.
Bierkatvet.
Which, listen, Eric, I hope your buddies gave you a little bit of credit for getting it right. I did credit Derek putting him on the help there. But now
I will guaranteed mangle it by Friday.
Rob Courtney, the 1995 Civic. Watch this. And that big Chevrolet of Jesse Harris on the right side disappearing in a cloud of his own soot. And Courtney left before the tree was activated. He's got the parachute out and gets no elapsed time. Harris goes 9:22.3 at 145.50. So for the Honda, that is going to require a quick re-entry into the lanes or a wait till this afternoon. Jay Dolashall, 1967 Nova, and boy, Rick Trunkett coming up. The Big Three Racing guys had a horrendous fire at their shop. It's actually great to see Rick here. Rick Trunkett, actually, we talked about being here with Dulcich at the Mopar Nationals. He won the dyno contest the year I was here. It is a fantastic car, and I'm glad to see that Rick is here, and I'm very sorry about their shop fire.
All Mopar power.
And Trunkett's car breaks the tires loose past the 330, tries to change lanes. He was out of it very quickly. He goes 10:14 at 90 miles an hour as Jay Dolashall goes 12:01 at 93. And here comes Bryant Goldstone. Greg Black in a 1966 Mustang will be opposite Goldstone, but we're talking about another one of these guys who is a multi-time winner at Drag Week. he has really surmounted every challenge there is to take on in the world of drag and drive competition. He has competed in virtually every high-level event that is known in this entire genre of racing and has basically won at every level.
Also been there at Roadkill Nights. He did the Carcraft Midnight Drags at Great Lakes back when that was a thing. He holds the records for both the average ET and the best single in Ultimate Iron. His best single, 6.568. Now, I saw him come up a couple times last night at the Test and Tune and didn't get down the way he really wants to.
Greg Black, E category, meaning running in modified in his Mustang.
That thing has a cool stance.
It really does.
And the parachute placement's on point, too.
Goldstone going to wind up that big block Chevy. Comes off the starting line. Goldstone through the 8th mile of 470 at 152. And Goldstone goes 732.3 at 185 miles an hour.
The Mustang 1027 at a big 150 at 149.91 miles an hour.
I believe that is Jeff Butlin coming up next on the Summit Racing Equipment side. No, it's Andrew Slater, one of a handful of Vegas we have here. And Bob Perry right side, the 1987 Chevy truck, very cleanly executed truck.
I haven't seen too many competitive street race small block power out or pickup trucks.
No, I think that those kind of smaller envelope cars, excluding a couple like Rick Steinke's, they're typically smaller entries in that class.
And we still won't see a competitive pickup truck in this
I'm not sure you're going to see one here either. Andrew Slater, on the other hand, goes 916.5 at 150. The truck goes 970, a clean 140-mile-an-hour rip. Former Spirit of Drag Week winner Jeff Oppenheim coming up on the left-hand side. The 86 El Camino with its turbocharged LS engine. First Try Engineering is Jeff's business name, which I've always enjoyed.
Chris McNeely on the right-hand side in the Chevelle. Horrible story on their way out here. If you can look carefully at his trunk, he rear-ended himself.
Oh,
yeah. He ran his tow rig into the back of his Chevelle. And he's going to be disappointed also with that performance. He told me he had 3 nightmares happen to him yesterday. Rear-ended himself, had the car almost fall on him. It's been a bad day. And that's another disappointing day. 10-14, 146 out of the Chevelle. But on the left-hand side, Oppenheim, 894 at 154.94.
Group C lanes are open. Lanes are open for Group C. Group C lanes are open. Once again, Group C lanes are open.
Chris Engel on the right-hand side in the 65 Nova. Chris Mary in the 94 Mustang. The Mustang's another, we should just call them 850 cars.
It was the first car down the racetrack this morning. They're part of the first pair on that left-hand side, that 849.3 setting the tone.
Chris Engel on the right-hand side is running an Ultimate Iron.
This run right here for Chris Mary will definitely determine how long his day will be. If they put that thing anywhere over a 50 in spitting distance, I'm sure they'll pack it up. If they run under, they will have to stick around and make another run when we get to the all-run period.
What fell out of the back of the car? Did you see the red thing lying on the track?
There is something that did fall out of the thing. Let's look at Mary's elapsed time as he goes through an 8:54.2 at 161. You think, man, that's good. It is, but I don't think you're tight enough. I think if you really want to be a player, which obviously they do, I think they're going to have to stick around and make another one. Lanes are open for C Group competitors. Again, C Group competitors, lanes are open.
Man, last night there was a car who came up and ran, and I mean, he dropped a rock garden on the ground. All that was missing was like a little cactus, some bonsai or something like that, because it was
a couple of scorpions crawling around.
Yeah.
Little touch up on the starting line here with some traction compound. Or actually, that might be a little lacquer. We might be cleaning some up a little bit here.
Something definitely fell out of the back of it, right on dead center.
I saw that little red, maybe the pin holding the parachutes.
Well, I wondered if it was that also.
Yeah. All right, so the pickup truck completing burnout right side, and it will be Dustin Trance coming up in the left. Trance, the 2005 Mustang, ran 860. 8607 is a legitimate 10th over where he wants to be. Let's call it a perfect 10th over where he wants to be.
And the winner last year with an 8.504 average, and one of only 2 guys who has run 8.500.
Looks like he's on a pretty good one. That 547 in the 8th puts him in the ballpark. Goes 851.7, 161.
Not close enough. By the way, people on the live feed, if you're not hearing the cars as well as you would like to, we do have a truck that is blocking our microphone right now. We will get that thing moved, and that will be solved.
Glenn Hunter coming up on the right-hand side. Brian Acton on the left. The 1956 Chevy of Hunter. Running in the Pro Street Power Adder category, of course, and Brian Acton running in Street Race Small Block Power Adder, another of the 850 obsessives.
See, Glenn Hunter's car here is in Pro Street, traditional back half car. However, it is 7.0 certified, so we know it is extensive. We know it can't be a square tube car at that point, I don't believe.
Correct. Well, it can't be mild steel.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you couldn't have main frame rail square tube if you're going to go that
That
quick.
may be accurate as well. I know that the mild steel stuff, I believe, ends at 750 as far as a spec. All right, so let's see what old Acton and Hunter can do here. Glenn Hunter's car, back in the day, that was a big tire car, and he's been on radials for several years now.
Yet still in Pro Street because they're wide enough to be there. That thing has also been in the 6s.
Yes, it has.
He goes deep and red lights. None of that matters, although you do want to run shallow here, but look at him on the run.
He goes down to 733 at 198 miles an hour for Glenn Hunter. Man, a stock-bodied 56 at 198 is legit.
And Acton, 847 at 159.91. That's a time slip that's too quick to hand in.
He didn't run 847. He ran 8506. 847 was the quickest run he made. 8506 here is the ET there.
Thanks for the correction.
So 8506 for Acton. The 847 was the quickest run he made, but we just have an order here. But 50 with a 6. Acton is going to be very happy with that. He's in the mix.
I get it. It was on the list because he ran it, but it was still too slow.
Yeah, just the way the computer's set up, it's going to carry your quickest elapsed time. Ronnie Santucci coming up right now. The 1970 Duster in purple, and Fred Simmons, the 1999 Camaro. Simmons out of the great. Actually, both of these are Massachusetts cars. Fred has a great performance business up there, dyno, all that kind of good stuff. They're both off and gone. Hooked up and rolling. I love to see it. It is going to be on one side of 930 at 149 for Santucci and 945 at 147 miles per hour. David Armentrout came up, kind of had a swing and a miss moment in this Chevy 2 earlier today. We'll see what Armentrout can lay out here in that Malibu with a big blown motor in it rolling up in the water box. Going to be a pair of wagons next. C Group, the lanes are open for C Group. As a reminder, C Group lanes are open. Armentrout trying to build the boost there, and it cut off. And, you know, occasionally we'll see this happen where it's could be a fuel delivery problem.
Or discharge tube.
Yep.
I thought I heard a poop.
Little poop, yeah. Yep. Yeah, so it'll, you know, blow the little coupler off the intercooler sometimes or wherever their couplers exist, so hopefully they can get that squared away quickly. It does not appear to be a terminal problem.
If it's convenient, if you guys could just go ahead and move that Ford truck out of the way of our microphone, that'd be great.
Yeah, he's got ear protection on. He's too smart to listen to us. Okay, so Wagons Ho. Travis Fathy, the blown 83 Malibu, and TJ Linebaugh, the 1978 Fairmont.
Go back to about 1972 and tell guys that we were going to have a showdown of a couple of bingo runners like this. They wouldn't believe it.
And they are in different categories. The blown wagon is in Super Street Big Block Power Adder. Linebaugh's car is in Street Race Small Block Power Adder. Nice wheel stand. To the point where Fathy lifted. He's like, wait a second.
Yeah, it was a poor landing, but it was a nice wheel stand.
869 and 160 for Linebaugh as Fathy goes 966, 5 at 147.
I mentioned earlier that Glenn Hunter had deep staged really badly, and if you're unaware of why that's a bad idea here at Drag Week, it's that we're not playing a reaction time game. We're looking for the quickest ET, so you want to stage as shallow as you possibly can so that you get a run at the track.
Yeah, I mean, there could have been maybe another hundredth or two in there for him if had he been more shallow. One of our unlimited cars. This is Les Smith. Smith's first attempt resulted in tire smoke. It really does seem like the starting line has some big teeth now, though. We've seen some wheel stands. We've seen some quick runs here so far, Hunter being one of them. And the Street Race Small Block Power Adder Fairmont wagon on the left. Or that could be an LTD. Warren and Dolores Loans were owners of one of the millions of tan-on-tan LTD wagons produced in the early 1980s.
Must have had a lot of nose prints in the back windows, my guess.
Mostly lick marks.
Right.
Les Smith goes 725 at 199 miles an hour. Welcome to the show, Les. 923.6 at 145 for the wagon. But for Les Smith, I mean, that thing was on the right-hand side of the groove and stayed stuck.
And we've seen a handful of 199s. Alan Whitaker.
How small are your hands? Is one of them.
One. I thought maybe I was thinking about last night, but yeah,
those tiny hands of yours, that is a handful.
It made his ET look big.
Hey, look, there's more cars in the starting line. What do you mean we're fired? Steve Spees coming up. Spees, the 1969 Nova. This thing has a twin-turbo Boss 429 in it. It's a heck of a car. Spees out of the Illinois area, a longtime Mountain Motor Pro Stock racer, and I believe champion in the IHRA back in the day. He was just with some of his former buddies yesterday, like John Montecalvo, who's running the Mountain Motor class in Maple Grove. And Steve, I believe it's Chickhack. I always screw this guy's name up. I say Shishak, it's wrong. I think it's Chickhack. Chickadee, check. And we're off. All right, Spees. Little move down low, but he's trying to hang on to it. And Spieth goes a 683 at 205 miles an hour. And that thing was moving around down track. So Steve Spieth, the second quickest run of the event so far, 683.1 at 205 miles an hour. The second 205-mile-an-hour rip right behind or ahead of Clark Rosenstengel.
Man, fix it with a Ford.
Loving it. And Steve went 921, 148, not to be lost in the mix right there. But for Steve Spieth's big run out of that car, it may be the quickest run we've seen that thing make in in this drag and drive style of racing. I don't know how quick he's gone in testing and stuff like that, but that may be low AT from what I've ever seen the thing do. Wouldn't be a drag week without the Gebhardt family, and here comes Dale in his traditional big block tunnel. Whoa, tunnel ram Gremlin. That thing tried to hook a left-hand turn down there. Gebhardt goes 884.5 at 149 with Neil Torbett going 955.3 at 144.
Did he get loose after the finish line? Because that looks like that ET and mile an hour add up.
It may have been that late in the run. Yeah, it may have actually been that far down. Jay Grabiak coming up on the left side. The Grabiak Racing 55 Chevy.
Got a 427 small block in this thing, all appropriate with the Gold Moroso valve covers and tunnel ram. That car hit the wall at 131 a couple years ago. It was fairly maimed. He had to put a whole new front clip on it, had some damage into the cowl, but he's got it fixed and he is back.
Don Foss, right side, completing the burnout. Foss had an early shutoff, 8:08, during his initial attempt this morning.
Want to throw out some thanks once again to Rick Johnson and Gear Vendors Overdrives for being the sponsor of Drag Week for so long.
All right, Jay is pre-staged. Don now inching the Camaro ahead.
Grabiak courtesy staging here, which is kind of cool.
And at this pace, he is probably America's most courteous man. Oh, man, shooting ducks out there is Foss. Car was mixing cylinders up, still mixing cylinders up. He's going to outrun Grabiak, though, maybe. 937, 128 for Foss, and 982, 134 for Grabiak. Yeah, that thing was missing big time going down the racetrack. Remember, our stand here, the merch stand, if you will, the merch building, is open. 60th anniversary gear for sale. We have our Hot Rod Drag Week gear for sale as well. So make sure you swing by, grab your Drag Week shirt. Obviously, new and cool shirts made for each and every running of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. So make sure you get your 2024
20th anniversary Drag Week apparel.
Warren Evans openly approving of the staff shirts. It's good. It's always good to get that approval. Kind of like the Mr. Blackwell of T-shirt critique.
Someone did ask on the live feed why your shirt says stiff on the back of it. Oh, staff.
Wow. Wow, that is...
He asked.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Harpo Marx.
Wasn't me.
Craig Douglas and Joe Fritz come up next. Fritz in the 6th generation Camaro, and Craig Douglas, the 1970 Dodge Dot.
Did you know that Groucho Marx was great friends with Alice Cooper?
Really?
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
They were neighbors.
They both had an affinity for makeup, I believe. All right, Douglas is looking pretty good here. Stuck the tire, 19 green, right down the center of the groove, goes an 8.12.7 at 171 miles an hour, almost adding to our 7-second club here. This Camaro is looking pretty hairy. This thing backing its way up. The Pro Street Power Adder entry of Mike Ogilvie. 68 Camaro, whole bunch of tire on the back of it.
Remember the pea gravel story?
Oh, that was our boy?
Yeah. Mike Ogilvie.
Mike the Rock Crusher Ogilvie on the left-hand side. And Brian Krakowski on the right. 95 Mustang GT.
Maybe we can call him Mr. Slate.
We'll find. We'll see what happens here.
Obscure.
No, I just mentioned Mr. Blackwell.
Yeah.
Mr. Slate may as well be Taylor Swift at this point. Off the starting line is Ogilvie. Car didn't seem to make too aggressive a move early, but he is going to complete under power as he goes 9.14, 148 miles an hour. Brian Krakowski will slowly make the trip of 14.87 at 51.
And for those of you asking relentlessly, Mike Finnegan is in the pair after the ones that are on the line right now.
Yeah, he's being led into the water box by Tony. Don't call him Dale Armstrong Angelo. Jeff Mole right side, Brian Hansen on the left. Mole has this cool 4-door 67 Chevy 2. As we do have the Mustang did not make its way to the turnout, so we're going to go down there and give that a push. C Group, as we mentioned, the lanes are open. C Group lanes are open for business. Room 108 in the tower is where you're going to go to hand in your time slip. Room 108, time slip hand in. Do not be one of those people, because it does seem to happen every year where someone fails to get a time slip turned in on time or leaves the property and forgets something.
Alan Guerrero on the live feed adding some trivia, which I also knew.
Okay.
Is that Alice Cooper, when they were restoring the Hollywood sign circa 1978, 1979, different stars got to buy each letter, and he bought the O in tribute to Groucho Marx.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. I actually contributed to that when I was a little kid. I sent in my $5 to restore the Hollywood sign. Yeah, me and Alice Cooper.
Alice Cooper, as we can just keep this going all day long, the single largest crowd that Firebird Raceway in Boise, Idaho has ever had in its confines was an Alice Cooper concert in the 1970s.
You know, I've traditionally bored you with information about concerts that were held at each of the drag strips that we visited.
Yeah.
I failed to collect that data this year.
Well, I figured I bored stiff with you telling me. I figured I could throw one at you.
That's why your shirt says stiff on the back.
Oy, oy, oy. So bad. So the Mustang is being pushed off the top end. Jeff Mole's hood's being closed, and we're about ready to continue this thing. Making the first turn out there is Finnegan's looking on in blasphemy. I do like that inline injector he's got on top of the motor. It's cool. It's similar to an old Hillborn.
Yeah, that's new. I made a great post the other day. I saw what Finnegan was doing at home. I was like, so Finnegan is there with his custom handcrafted billet stacks. He's TIG welding them himself, and I'm spray painting stuff. There's a skill gap. And by the way, I put drips in it too. The guy Jeff Mall on the right-hand side in the 4-door Nova, he bought from me a 1966 Chevelle 4-door in the same colors, and he's been working on turning that into a drag and drive car.
Well, I don't know what's going on with that thing. It looked like they were going to try to get it off the first turnout, and that seemed to be an effort that was not successful. Maybe they're just going to swing it wide. And Maul is going to do a second burnout here because we've been sitting a minute. Okay, yeah, that's all they had to do. They had to get it hooked up and swing it around the outside to get it through the gate. Okay. Street Race Small Block Naturally Aspirated Nova of Brian Hansen. I think sounded nice in the burnout. Very sing-songy, as one would expect a high-winding, high-revving small block would be. Mole's category is Super Street Big Block Power Adder. He's gone 944 to 142, but it was a handful of a ride earlier. We'll see what Mole can do here. And Mike Finnegan stuffs the car in a low gear and brings it around to the water box. All looks pretty good here through the 8th mile. And across the finish line they go, a 9:42.3 at 141. Mole's car slows by about a tenth, goes 9:54.5. So Finnegan's first run was kind of all over the place. The car was moving around. He was on and off the throttle.
Well, you got to test that new throttle body.
It works. The linkage moves freely from the open to closed position multiple times. A-body over there, Billy Gebhardt, 76 Duster.
You can see AA Tony Angelo out there from Stay Tuned on YouTube.
He's a Pennsylvania guy, so I guess we have to give him he's Tim Richards, the general.
Oh, Finnegan. That looked a little spooky, but he pulled it back together.
Man, pulling hard. Goes 870 at 157 miles an hour for Mike Finnegan. Billy Gebhardt goes 969.0 at 144. And you're right, I wasn't quite sure how it was going to play out after the first gear change, but it really cleaned up nice.
That car has been 852 in past drag weeks, and I think that puts him at the top of that class. What did the Nova run earlier?
9-something. Baker's Nova.
So that's a pack it up and leave.
Here comes Randy Seward. Third attempt for Seward here to run that 850. He's got 866, and he's got 849. In a perfect world, Randy Seward would give back 0.03 of a second and land at 8500. Jason Willis, 2007 Corvette, running in the naturally aspirated street race small block category. Seward goes 851.7, 160.
Not good enough in the face of a couple of 8.0s in class.
If I'm a gambler, I might take that run just because that's my third pass now. How hard do I want to beat on this thing on day one? And it does not necessarily put me out. If anybody falls off by a couple hundredths and you tighten up, the thing can seesaw back and forth. David Armentrout coming up now. Tried to stage the car earlier, as David said. Maybe a couple or a boot blew off. Either way, he's locked in now. The fender is not attached on the right-hand side. The bottom of the fender coming out like a wing. He throws the parachutes early, goes 742.1 at 139 miles an hour. Those guys actually seem happy with it.
He had the chutes out at 1,000 feet.
No, the guy turned around and kind of raised his hands and pumped his fists, so maybe that's forward progress for this thing. Maybe they had some stuff they were trying to figure out.
And we got John Ferrone again out of Australia on the left-hand side, the 72 Valiant Charger, Mopar powered. Mike Delaney on the right-hand side with the 80 Trans Am. Larry Dixon's going to come visit us tomorrow.
Oh, good. Got to hang out with Larry down at the Wally Parks Nostalgia Nationals this year, too. Awesome dude.
Ferrone goes deep.
And again, really soft out of the hole. Then he pours the power to it. And then, oh boy, he gets loose at the 8th mile. And still wagging the tail, goes 830 at 154 miles an hour. Mike Delaney goes 1026.3 at 129. Jason DeShine, the 1970 Fastback Mustang, and Jamie Jarvis, the High Ride 1955 Chevrolet 210. Got some of our big A and B hitters still coming around the corner. Meanwhile, Alex Taylor being one of them. Seagate lanes are open for C Group. Lanes are open for C Group. As Nisheim goes through an 862.8 at 155 miles an hour. Jamie Jarvis goes 975.8 at 137.82. What's kind of interesting is to crack the quick 64 right now of Drag Week 2024, you have to be better than 966. We still have loads of cars that haven't even seen the racetrack yet, capable of running the 9s, but to be part of the quick 64, just overall, 966.5 is the cutoff. Eric Beer Catford right side, the 2000 Chevrolet Camaro, and Canaan Hall, the 1977 C10. Wow, big wheel stand for Eric. He pedaled out of it, and thankfully has a lot of front-end travel in that car because when it landed, it didn't totally just bury the nose. Beer Catford goes 991.0 with a pedal at only 105. 1039.7, 137. I don't know if Danny Ongaias was the flying Hawaiian. What do we call a wheel-standing Norwegian guy?
I'm trying to pull up memories of the chef on the Muppet Show.
Oh, Fjorgen,
Right. Yeah.
Kyle Bunley on the right side, and Jim Weiser. He was Swedish, though. Yep. That was a Swedish
Right,
chef.
I know I failed the reference, but...
Kyle Buntley has gone 916. Kyle's going to try to crack the 8s here, I believe. That's a 582 in the 8th mile, and that is an 896 at 159 miles an hour for Kyle Buntley. Jim Weiser goes 910 at 146 miles an hour.
Speaking of Norwegian, do you say Natas or Natus?
We have gone back and forth with this, and I think even Julie has had some.
She's changed her mind?
We're going to find out pretty quick which way she wants it because there's some news coming out involving her today that I'm guessing is probably already dropped as it's noontime. But
tightly kept secret.
Julie will be running a Top Fuel car for the first time in St. Louis this year, making her debut with a second Scrappers car. Only St. Louis in the plan right now, as best I know. Vinny Barbone coming up. 1980 Monza Spider and Graham Hayes, the 1966 Nova.
We can just stick with Julie. Makes it easier.
Yes. Man, that Monza
driving over to the
up by
center
the
line.
center is still trying to go across, and he has still got his foot to it. Goes 906 at 140. We're out where the buses don't run. As Graham Hayes goes 732.6 earlier, goes to 759 here at 175.
Into the marbles.
Yikes. Alex Taylor going to be next up.
The Flying Viking. Do you like it?
Not really.
No.
No, it can't be flying because we got to go another way.
I picked it up off the live feed. Don't blame me.
Yeah, no, I don't like. Well, whoever said that, bad answer.
Yeah, you're out.
Yeah. Please. Instead of us giving you a refund, now you have to pay to watch. That's
the
what
Norse
happens.
Icarus.
Icarus?
Icarus.
Icarus. Huh.
No, I'm
the same guy that busted my chops for mispronouncing alacrity. Now Icarus. You own it. You
I do.
flipping own it now. turnabout, or as the Canadians would say, turnabout, is fair play. Alex Taylor, 55 Chevy. You know it, you love it. It's been in the 6s. She wants to get there again now. Had to pedal it again, and Alex Taylor is still going to make a nice rip out of it, though. Goes 7:15 at 2:10 on and off the throttle. Oh, that thing was headed for it, though.
The other lane, 8:62 at 152.43 miles an hour.
And Dave Schroeder is going to be coming up next. The list of 7-second runners has now grown to an even dozen. Have they stuck with, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but with Schroeder's car, is it still the 864? It was an 864-inch motor for a long time, and I don't know if they went bigger or not.
I don't know.
872? 872, confirmed by Mike Galimi. A guy so cool, he wears his sunglasses inside buildings. Yeah, they're prescription sunglasses, pal. That's so you can drive with them on, not so you can wear them inside during the day. Stuart Barta, right-hand side of the racetrack, the 1967 Camaro. Typical New Yorker, just flipping me off, too. Great. Very classy.
It dims the view of Brian Loans. That's the benefit.
Big trouble here as Barta has tried, I believe, to stage with the rear tires. Schroeder's over there trying to stage his car, and this unfortunately becomes an issue for a car of that level. And Schroeder's car, once again, wheel stand, breaks the tires loose. And Dave Schroeder goes 678 at 210 with a pedal. With a pedal. Holy Christmas. If they can get the front end of that thing to calm down, it is going to run a big number. Like a big number. So it's the second quickest car on the property right now. And without pedaling it, that thing's probably going to go 650 or better.
John Paul Franks on the right-hand side. He's got the 88 Mustang. 871, 157. Dan Dinan on the left-hand side of the Malibu. 945, 148.
So Dan Dinan sticking with that left lane. I'm surprised he actually hasn't tried the right-hand side of the drag strip yet with this Mustang that he is attempting to become the first 6-second runner in his category. And no one in the Super Street Small Block Power Adder category has ever run in the 6s, and that is his stated goal. Matt Sweet, on the other hand, his stated goal is to run down in the mid-7s with the 1976 Nova.
He's looking for better than a 789 to beat Doc's record. Doc McIntyre. Dave Deal on the left-hand side.
All right, both pre-stage now. Sweet, of course, the naturally aspirated combination.
Oh, and he rolls all the way through the beams.
So he's going to back up. Meanwhile, Deal was up on the two-step over there, the transmission getting hotter by the second. This is the second time the Sweet guys have had an issue, I believe, on the starting line area of this car.
Brian commenting, one of the problems with a competitor who's messing up in the other lane is you're sitting there on the two-step, your transmission is glowing hot. The converter just builds heat.
No dice for Deal. Sweet, on the other hand, that car still trying to move left. He's going to get it back into the groove, and he goes 787.9.
Beating the record if he lasts the rest of the week.
So that is officially, provisionally, the quickest all-time naturally aspirated run in the history of the event, but it doesn't stick unless he finishes the race. For a Dave Deal, an 828 at 173 after pedaling, I really hope those guys try the right lane. I don't know, for whatever reason. It's just the left lane appears to not have as much forgiveness. The right lane's held on to some very good runs.
Yeah, that gets really interesting now. If he could get an all 7-second average with the Nova, that would also beat Doc McIntyre. All he has to do is make it to the end, though, and he's got some bragging rights. Brian Acton, the right-hand side. Dustin Trance, still looking for that 850. He's been into the 851 neighborhood. but we know he is the superhero on this index.
And didn't Acton make a 50 run the last time down? Is he trying to get even better than that? The two of them finished their runs, and wow, nowhere, not even
way off
not
the
even
plot.
Close.
856 right-hand side, 890 for Trance.
Drivers, you need to stay with your cars in the lanes. You need to stay with your vehicles. We're pulling lane 1, and we have people that have wandered off into the cornfield. So we need drivers to stay with your vehicles. Okay, from the comments, the Wheelin' Norwegian. I mean, I don't love it, but I'm not going to call your baby ugly either. It's just okay. It's okay. We'll be all right. Someone suggested that. We'll put it to the side.
McNeely. Nope. He is not going to get a hold of the track. He is not going to go down. Linebaugh is. He has 560 to the 8th, 865 at 159.99 on the left-hand side. McNeely has given up on it with a 14 at 68.
So, yeah, thanks to Derek, Scott Miller is the quicker of the two NA cars that are running at that high level. Miller, that 786.9, is a handful, about a hunt quicker than we saw the Sweet car go. They're in different categories, I believe. Actually, they're both in Pro Street NA. Meanwhile, on the racetrack right now, down the course goes Evan Rukowitz, 865.5 at 159 miles an hour. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a 786, 177. We got a little bit of a lockup up here, but a 786 for Urkowitz.
Man, we fumbled that on Scott Miller and missed that entirely because he's running in a different.
Yeah, it just
no, he's not in a different class. He's same class.
We just kind of locked in on the Sweet guy. So actually, what's even better about this is Miller and Sweet are going to have potentially a very good battle for this naturally aspirated title and do so in the quickest, potentially, average we've seen.
You said they were only apart by a hun?
Yes, 86 to 87. 86 and change, 87 and change, yeah. Mike Turner and Tom DeLessio. DeLessio in the 13 model year Mustang. Turner the 1970 Dodge Dart Swinger. 108 is where you're going to go to hand in time slips. When it's that time, 108 in the tower to hand in your time slips. And drivers, please stay with your cars. 1127 for Turner. 1060, 128 for DeLessio.
Hey, if you're a racer or if you're watching at home, remember you can go to hotrod.com and you can get the route maps so that you can follow along with these racers. You can see what they're doing on the road. All of the mandatory stops and checkpoints are usually a party. And racers, don't forget to take a photo of your car at each checkpoint. You're going to have to show them that when you hand in your time slip tomorrow. Fedin Barisa in the left-hand side in the 15 Mustang is going to get there 1041, 139.49. And in the right-hand side, 1221 at 116. Oh, Galimi's rushing out to put in his contacts.
Ah, so good.
Now we are into our Street Machine Eliminator category. You can see the S on the window of both of these vehicles. So what they're trying to do is run a 10-0 or a little bit slower to try and get on the field for the bracket race that's going to happen here at National Trail on the last day. So we haven't seen any cars run, so these are going to establish the bump for now at 11:03 on the right-hand side, 12:51 on the left. That's typically not going to cut it. Street Machine Eliminator is probably going to have to run neighborhood of 1080 or quicker to get on the ladder for the bracket race on the last day. Now we're seeing a little bit of a mix of the faster class cars with the slower cars, as right now you've got a car Street Race Small Block Power Adder in the left-hand side and an NA Street Race Small Block car on the right-hand side.
64 Valiant Signet.
Signet being the trim level that means don't get a hold of the track and drive it all over the place.
It's cool how they just shortened it into that one nice-sounding word, though. Chuck Sorensen goes 11:09.6 at 123 miles an hour. Jacob Hansen, 1082 on the left-hand side. Luke Van Allen and Josie Kirker. 1957 Chevrolet. We're in the Bel Air style trim for Kirker. Name of the color is Prune. I wouldn't call it that just because, no. I would call it purpley-ish.
Once you get to a certain age, I think you're okay with the prune.
I guess so. Luke Van Allen, the 1998 Camaro. Color black.
That was gripping information.
Yes, it was. As you can see, it looked like Kirker's car hit the rev limiter out there. You saw some stuff come out of the exhaust. As you can see, Allen go 10.24, 5.129, and Kirker's car is going to coast to a 13.71 at 64 miles an hour.
The other thing that'll do that puff of smoke is when you're detonating the brains out of it.
C4 Corvette action left side. That is Brian Kelly, 85 Corvette. Fingers crossed he's got the Doug Nash 4+3 in that thing. And John Powell, the 1987 S10.
The S10's banging gears.
Brian Kelly is emitting all the smokes. Powell goes 11.92 for a 119, and I'm guessing Kelly might have driven this thing from home, and the exhaust was loaded up with soot. He just blew it all out on a 12.42 at 103 miles an hour. The Italian tune-up, if you will. Lee Brooks and Chris Lewis. Lee Brooks, a 64 Ford F100 in bronze. See? Bronze.
Thanks.
Not prune. Bronze.
The other car's black, Brian.
Also with a white tail stripe, David.
You know that
details are important, too.
You know that our feed's actually in color now, right? The audience.
Yeah, when did we go to that? Yeah, the first year we did you used a courtroom sketch artist to do the live stream, and we've really stepped it up over the years. Yeah, no, Warren Evans does a heck of a job. And again, just because of all that smoke, we're just checking the racetrack. I do not believe, at least I hope nothing was coming out of it. It appears as though our track official is going to retreat. Yep. The key move is to make that U-turn without flipping the quad over. It's a real sign of a pro when you can make that quick turnover and not turn the quad over, because have definitely seen that happen before.
Have you?
Oh, yeah.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah. Yeah, keeping the tailgate closed on the utility quad, also a key element of success. And off the starting line goes Lee Brooks and Chris Lewis. So Brooks and Lewis going to power on down. Brooks going to get there first at 10:12 at 134. Lewis goes 11:43 at 116. All right, James Jekyll and Steve Eden. Boy, Steve Eden's been coming out here a good long time, Eden the Nova. And he's got a stick back in that thing, which is great. James Jekyll, the 1967 Buick Skylark. Running in street race small block power adder, the Skylark goes 11:23.5 at 125 miles an hour. 10:85 for Steve. Little Mustang convertible rolling up on the left-hand side. I got an SN95 on one side and the Fox-era Mustang on the other. Would you mind hitting the button, David? Thank you. Chris Reeder, the 1992 Mustang. Kevin Adams, 94 model year car on the right side. Both of these cars running in Street Machine Eliminator. As we get into this group here, we've been following along with Lonnie's instructions. And again, a reminder, please stay with your vehicle in the staging lanes. It will be Kevin Adams running down through a 10:94.121. Opposite Adams is Reeder going 10:55.5 at 126. Brian Doyle on the right side, little Ford Falcon on the left. The Falcon is classified as an all-motor big block car. I'm not saying somebody's fuel pump's on the way out, but we can hear it through the glass idling in front of the timing tower. Either that or this person is performing dental surgery in the trunk of their car, which I wouldn't put it past any of you people. Brian Doyle goes 10:47.8 at 132. Meanwhile, a 10:76.7 at 123 across the racetrack. Grabber Blue Mustang, left-hand side. And the early second-gen Camaro on the right. Once again, I'll remind my esteemed assistant that with each pair, I would enjoy you hitting the button so I don't have to reach over your food, which you're consuming like a hyena right now. Ian Strecker. And yes, you can use whatever finger you'd like, including that one. Azim Sheik on the right-hand side. Azim, the 1970 Camaro. 73 Camaro, my apologies. And Ian Strecker in that Grabber Blue Mustang, Summit Racing Equipment side. Strecker goes 10:31, 134. Sheik goes 990 at 140. Another one of our Monte Carlos coming up right now. This would be on the right-hand side. I would call this color, it's prune adjacent. Not necessarily prune, but prune adjacent. Camaro on the left-hand side. That is Charlie Krause driving that car, which he calls it burgundy. Yeah, okay. Kimball Hodge, the 1969 Camaro. Whatever he wants to call it, though, Krause's car joins that fraternity of Monte Carlos that are just so awesome to watch on the drag strip. A big, long-nosed car going down at 10:45 at 128. Hodge goes in 11:90 at 108.86. Once again, staging lanes are rocking and rolling for our C Group competitors. C Group competitors That is what we're into right now.
Brian, this is purple.
You don't say.
Yeah.
You only know that because that's the color of the one of these you bought.
It is not.
Ah.
I have Go Mango.
Of course you do. Shane Fitz, 2000 Mustang left-hand side in silver. And that car is running clean. Another of our Street Machine Eliminator entries. 10:21.2, 130 as Dean Bunting goes 11.92.8 at 113.38 miles an hour. Super B coming up on the left-hand side. 1970 model year car as David wipes some emotional tears off his cheek with the bun of his vegetarian sandwich. Jim Dressler, the 1999 Camaro. Now he's using a piece of pasta salad to wipe those tears away with. Very messy. But a good-looking car, that 1970 Super B. Apparently his eyes are stinging right now. So the 99 Camaro of Dressler, both of these cars are, again, Street Machine Eliminator entries. David largely unaware that they made a Super Bs in any color other than orange. They did. They most certainly did. This one goes 10:02 at 133. Nice lick there as Dressler goes down 11.92.8 at 113. Challenger with the old school, late model Challenger, the old school kind of billboard style Hemi call out on the side. And a Vermont car here on the right-hand side. How about that? The little A-body Mopar on the right side with a Vermont license plate on it. That is Devin Noyce. Devin Noyce, 70 Duster, Mike Sweeney, the 19 model. Oh boy, Noyce car, he dumped the clutch and that thing really squatted hard. I thought it broke some in the rear end. And it's driving like it broke something in the rear end, but it's going pretty fast. Noyce goes down 11.46 at 129. Sweeney goes in 11.56 at 117. The Gremlin coming up now.
Brian, can you help me with my cookie wrapper? I figure you're an expert.
Well, normally I don't eat through it like you've just done. I use my hands to unwrap it, but you're not concerned about the plastics, clearly. That's fine. It's weird you're wrapping the pickle around the cookie. I've never actually seen anybody do that, but I guess it is that savory and sweet taste.
Is that what the kids are calling it these days?
All right, so the Gremlin rolling up on the right side. Dan Schell, the 1978 model year Gremlin. Yeah, go ahead and put that over there. And the high riding Duster on the left-hand side. Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2024, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive, Mickey Thompson Tires, and a host of others. It is the 20th running of the originator of the drag and drive movement, and we are here on day one at National Trail Raceway in Hebron, Ohio. 11:29.5 at 116. The Gremlin goes 12:29.9 on the right side with a speed of 112 miles per hour. Paul Llewellyn and Chris Nelson come up now. Pair of Corvettes, the 01 model year and the 11 model year vet. Screaming LS is a pair here as they go past the 8th mile. The 01 model year car pulling 5 mile an hour more than the 11 vet. 10:25.6, 133 for Llewellyn. Nelson goes 11:24.6 at 121. Tom Hogshead, one of the OG 2005 Drag Week competitors, has come back. Very great to see Tom here. Rick Callahan, 2020 model year Challenger. It has the fender flares. I did not see the callouts on the side, so it could be a Demon. Could be a Scat Pack wide body. About to find out. For Tom Hogshead, I'm not sure what the combination is in this car. It was for a while a Blueprint 632. Leaves the starting line. Nice wheels up launch. He's running a Street Machine Eliminator. Rick Callahan is going to get outrun by that 1977 Nova. 10:12.132. Callahan goes 10:38. Also 132 miles an hour. 1957 Chevy sedan delivery here on the right side. This is Hunter Hayes and Kevin Augustin on the left side, and we'll talk more about this over the week every time we see Hayes' vehicle, but reminiscent of what we would have seen as a junior stocker back in the day. These were very popular to run in the junior stock ranks. John Barkley, a guy that you and I both know, David, had great success, national event winning success with one of these cars.
And John Diana as well.
John Diana was, I believe, the publisher of Hot Rod and had such a command of his own ego that he placed himself and his car on the cover of the magazine.
That was, in fact, before
he
was on the staff.
Yeah.
Just to give credit. However, John Diana's Duster, that's a different story.
Kevin Augustin down the left side goes 10:55.132 as Hunter Hayes goes 11:57.8 at 116. Undoubtedly, you'll be bored by some of my Scotty Fenn stories, but one of the best ones that I've discovered so far in the making of this video that I'm doing is that Fenn was writing for these car magazines, and he was writing car features on cars that he built, talking about how good they were. And one of them, he ends the story by saying, you really shouldn't mess with the car and just trust the guy that built it. That's what the guy was a lunatic. Joe Ocone and Rich Hilly. Hilly left side, the 2023 Cadillac CTS-V. Ocone goes 10:06.6.133. Hilly goes 11:66.5.121. Last week in Maple Grove, I happened to look out the back of the timing tower, and I saw a beautiful brand new Cadillac Escalade V being hauled onto the back of a tow truck. And I thought, uh-oh, this is somebody important that drove this here. And it was Fletcher Cox's truck. NFL veteran, drag racing enthusiast and racer, Fletcher Cox. Yeah, we towed his car away.
Brian, check out the Model A on the right-hand side, Walter Ziltner. This was a two-door sedan, and he put roadster quarters on it and caged the thing up, turned it into a roadster, and it's got a small block Chevy twin turbo. He said it's eBay turbos. They survived 8 years. Well, they've been on
in
the
box
8 years.
So Ziltner taking the forever altered 29 Ford Model A down the racetrack with Dave Gallimore next to him. Ziltner goes 11:02.122. It's an awesome little car. 11:03.128 for Dave Gallimore. And Mike Finnegan has turned in his time slip as projected, 8:7:04 at 157 gear banging miles an hour. So Finnegan and Blasphemy will be hitting the road. Let's really hope that doesn't tank our viewing audience by revealing that information.
7,000 people watching worldwide right now. Jeff Mink on the left-hand side. Tommy Dupree on the right. Tommy goes 10:66.127. Mink 10:74.136.
Summit Racing Zone, Tommy Dupree. So if you want help, you need parts, pieces, Summit's going to be supporting this week. Tommy's going to be one of the guys. Tommy, again, he and I go way back to our time at the IHRA together in the early 2000s. Super great guy. He's been with Summit many years. And up until that moment, his most famous drag week moment was pitching one of his T-tops out of the top of the car at speed. Riley Grabiak, and he loves when I remind people of that. Dude, look at the guy's name in the right lane.
No way.
This is art imitating life. Herb White. Way. There's a guy named Herb White in the right lane. And if we go back to this morning, Herb White's the guy that owned the house at the end of the track that the funny car ended up in front of.
No way.
It's all come full circle.
And he's off the end of the... No.
Well, that's freakishly cool that there's a guy named Herb White here.
Yeah.
This thing's got twin superchargers on it.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday. I haven't looked into it, but there are two blowers on the black Camaro that's coming up after this pair. That's hilarious. Department of Obscure Drag Racing Trivia for 10,000, Alex. Yes. Otherwise known as the Drag Week live stream. Frank Veneziano on the right-hand side in the 2021 Shelby GT500. Kim Kelm in the 2010 Camaro. Shelby's not going to really make it. This thing's a flat plane, right? 500s on site. It was wicked last night. As Kim goes down 997, 139 miles an hour. Too quick for the class. They can only hand in a 10.0. Street Machine Eliminator 10.0. David Monahan in that twin-blown 68 Camaro right there. It's black, Brian. 909 at 153.06 miles an hour. Ben Hunter in the right-hand side in the late model G8, the 2009 Pontiac G8. Carl Capilla there on the left-hand side. Ben Hunter, 1220 at 112.79 miles an hour, and Capilla on the left-hand side, and the Nova, 1037, 128.19. Now we have Sean Gilbert on the left and Bobby Admire on the right-hand side, a many-time drag weeker. We see so many of these people year after year after year. Bobby Admire, 2005 GTO, 1046, 129 miles an hour. We're still waiting for Sean Gilbert. Hey racers, if you've got these late model cars that have air conditioning on them, please remember to turn them off. We don't want any water falling on the track. Your air conditioners should be off in the staging lanes and as you pull up here into the burnout box. They're going to help Mike Higgins sort out his staging progress here, probably back him out, and he'll run a solo. Higgins going as shallow as he possibly can in that 69 Chevelle. This is a Pro Street naturally aspirated car. 1033 at 130.78 miles an hour. Chris Vanderwalker in the 21 Charger on the left. David Lips in the 18 Hellcat on the right side. Lips versus Vanderwalker. The slightly better reaction time went to Vanderwalker on the left-hand side. 10:66 for Vanderwalker, 10:29 on the right-hand side for the purple car. Now, Dave Hoover in the 64 Tempest. This is a great story. This guy's 73 years old. He races the wheels off this thing. If you look at it, you can see that he absolutely pancaked the wall up at Milan a little while ago, and he threw new sheet metal on it. The car's really buckled in the back. It's a drag. He's still racing it, though. It has Pontiac power, iron cylinder head deal. I can't remember right now if he's got a Pro Charger on it or if it's one turbo, but it should be a mid-9-second car, and this guy's just in a great mood, having a good time. Timothy Bradshaw on the right-hand side goes deep in his Mustang. Dave Hoover goes 6:48 to the 8th and 10:13 at 133 miles an hour in that Pontiac on the left-hand side. Bradshaw on the Mustang, 10:83, 133. Jared Fowler is in the 2021 Challenger. A lot of these late model Mopars out here this time. I don't know if that would include the 2008 Chrysler 300C. 2008's a brand new car to me, but it's probably, in fact, old. That's Jeff Watt in the right-hand side, getting out way ahead of Jared Fowler. Once again, this is not side-by-side drag racing, but it's still sometimes interesting to watch. He goes 10.95 at 123 miles an hour. Left-hand side, 12.11 at 112. I'm seeing a little bit of a mix of cars in here that are not in the Street Machine Eliminator category, like that car that just went down on the right-hand side. But these are a pair of Street Machine Eliminators. Once again, trying to get on the ladder for the bracket race that's going to happen back here on Friday.
You know, so many of the commenters have shown themselves to be lacking in creativity or intelligence or good ideas. There's one good guy in there. Clay Milliken has joined the comment section, right? So the real estate's on the rise.
Clay, you're winner of the U.S. Nationals. If you have not seen the in-car video of him crossing the finish line after he won, that is absolute must-see TV.
Yep. Super amazing.
Yeah, he loses his mind in the car. He called me later, and he's like, I watched that thing, and he said, I had no idea
he told us the
did
same
that.
thing, yeah.
He's like, I didn't know that even came out of me. He told me that they were playing it back to the crew in the shop, and everybody's just like openly weeping and being like, I can't believe we pulled this off.
It is why when this event concludes on Friday, the people that win, the people that survive it, have that same emotional reaction. It really is, and it's like it is a training experience. That is a very long, sustained event. This is a very long, sustained event. It's an event, the U.S. Nationals is an event you get lost inside of because it takes so much of your time and effort and focus to succeed at it. Everything else gets such pushed away that you become hyper-focused on what you're doing. The same thing happens here. So it's why we see a lot of emotion at the end of that one and a lot of emotion at the end of this one.
U.S. Nationals being the only NHRA national event that is 5 long days, just like Drag Week.
I mean, technically 6. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
I didn't know they ran Wednesday.
Yeah, we run time runs in stock, super gas, and super comp. That's all we do. You run that twice because every class has 160 cars in it.
And we will be there tomorrow.
Yeah, we will.
Where you will hear more stories about the NHRA Nationals.
Outside of New England Dragway, my favorite drag strip.
You know, you talk about how emotional these things are. The Gear Vendors party on the last day is always pretty amazing as we name all of the winners and the Spirit of Drag Week winner, who is the person who most embodies the sort of friendship, camaraderie, helping out with other people, and keeping going no matter what. A lot of tears flow. I mean, Brian would cry at a mall opening. And that's why he leaves on Friday.
No,
he just can't come to grips.
See, this is where you come close, but you don't quite get it over the line. Like,
What's that?
You could have gone with a fast food restaurant opening. You could have gone with an ice cream parlor opening. You could have gone with any sort of business. But you said mall. Nobody opens a mall anymore. This shows your age.
That's why you're crying
It's like
about
somebody.
it.
It's like somebody talking about a space shuttle. We don't even use that thing anymore. It's over, Johnny. There's no malls. Come on, man.
You were making references to like Fred Flintstone and
No.
Mr. Blackstone
You
and
said
all that
Mr.
stuff.
Slate. Now you're trying to. Now see, this is a sign of advanced age. Now you're trying to place it on me. You're trying to turn this whole thing. You were the one who brought up Mr. Slate. Correct me if I'm wrong. You brought up
that's
Mr.
correct.
Slate. See, there you go.
I did.
I'm glad we've come to this place we can be honest now. Oh man. All right.
All right, Mike Finnegan has trained me on what went on with him earlier today. He says on the first pass, the clutch slipped badly in every gear. We heard some serious RPM spiking going on. It sounded like he was pedaling it all the way down the track. The second pass, he added some grams of counterweight to all 6 levers and added 1 more turn of base pressure adjustment, and it responded with the best pass the car's made in 4 years. He is leaving for Indy. He went at 870.
Yeah, he put a Black Magic clutch in that thing. He's got what's called the Black Magic Defiant clutch, so it's a really cool piece. It's got 6 adjustable fingers in it. When he's talking about the weight, he's added weight to those levers to really lock the thing up down course, and then, of course, you can add a couple of turns on the springs to tighten it up on the launch, too. It's a really cool and very tunable clutch, and they got it right that time. Biff Rollins and Pete Shongris go down. Shongris manages a 1078.2, 126. Biff goes 1042.5 at 131. This Nova is kind of like your tunnel cram deal. It has the look to it without the giant supercharged engine, but it has that same type of stance.
It's just like mine, but with more competence.
And Jim Everett, 55 Chevy 210 in black. Oh yeah, with a 4-speed.
That one's HR puffin stuff. Did you see the smoke coming out
Yes.
of it in the first few gears? Jim Everett, 1119 at 121 miles an hour. And remember that competence thing? I take it back.
JC from Strange is coming up soon. I like it.
They're going to restage Marcus Clark here in the 68 Chevy 2.
And our dude with the electric hot rod is back again from last year. The guy with the electric, 39 Chevy, he's right back here.
Do you want to run a paper bag down?
No, that's actually acceptable. That's a home built job. That's
Marcus
a home-built
Clark
job.
with the Nova, 1065, 138 miles an hour.
He can get away with just a hockey mask.
Maybe Lone Ranger?
No, I mean like an old one, like a Jason Voorhees style hockey mask. Yeah. Andrew Jeffries and Clint Taylor. 80 Malibu wagon for Taylor. Jeffries, the 87 Buick Regal. Little fender flareage going on as a very, very awesome rig just came around the corner. Speaking of fender flares, my wow. So the Buick Regal on the left-hand side, powering its way down. 1118, 117. Clint Taylor goes 1178.7, 115. All right, give me the rundown on this awesomeness.
All right, the little Toyota truck in the burnout box right now. It's an 86 Toyota pickup. This guy's 24 years old. He built the whole thing himself. It's a full tube chassis, rear-engined. It's a 5.3 LS that he put a 4.8 crank into so that it would be small cubic inches because he wanted RPM. I think it goes 7,500. It's got a Porsche transaxle in it. and he's never drag raced it before. This will be his first pass. Well, I guess they've done it before. This is his first time on slicks.
This is one of those things I look at and admire, and then meet the guy who built it and say, show me on the doll where he hurt you. because what possesses you? And I love every incident, but my goodness, what possesses you to do this?
You're looking at him, Brian Loans. He was inspired by the Roadkill Maserati.
Man.
And he did get a little bit sideways out of the hole.
In the same way that Squeaky Frome was inspired by Charles Manson. Nick Costello goes down 11:15, 1:18, and Matt Frater goes 12:70 with a 6 at 1:10, and there's plenty more where that came from.
The truck is entertaining.
It is great. Seriously great. And again, one of the defining characteristics of this event is stuff like that.
Yeah, we should run through some of the freak shows we've seen over the years. There's quite a few of them.
I got a milk truck and a boat coming, so let's wait on that.
Let's wait on that. Austin Baden in the right-hand side. He's taking a nice putt. Left-hand side, 10:41, 130 miles an hour. We had a little bit of time for some contemplation as they were going down the track. Lifting, 10:98 at only 93 miles an hour.
All right, here comes our home-built, electrified 1940 Chevy Coupe. Paul Mangelsdorf built this thing.
I remember this.
And
Yes,
we went and
this
hung out with
rules.
him. It is an amazingly neat thing. He built this whole car himself, and Bob Ritchie, the 88 Camaro on the right side. It's a battery out of a GM product, I believe, right? So it was a Chevy battery, maybe?
Mangelsdorf is a good name for this guy. He really collected junkyard parts in building his own electric car, and he was camping out of it. We'll have to see if that's his program this year.
He was plugged into a 110 RV outlet, charging it last year at one of the drag strips. Goes 12:33 at 108. You can't argue with that. And he really methodically plans out his drives on these routes to figure out where he can charge it and stuff. 1082.5 on the right side. Big respect for Paul and that little hot rod. Ken Senko and Phillip on the left side. Phil coming up in that nice ice blue Chevy too. Man, that 55 is good.
Yeah.
With New England Dragway stickers on it. Ha! How about that? Old school, the diamond shaped ones in the rear quarter window. The black and gold ones are vintage. Ken Senko. You know, we used to see more of these. The Trackhawks, we haven't seen as many this year.
Ken Senko, 1084 the Jeep Grand Cherokee, 126 miles an hour. Left-hand side went 1045 at 128. Here comes this really awesome Gasser. I think we like it because it's understated, and that green gold muted color is so 1968, isn't it?
And it looks like pretty much everything you own with that leaking out of the bottom of the motor. Stuff that color. Antifreeze, slightly impregnated by oil.
Oh, that's what the paint looks like. Yeah.
Yes. Mark Cryer, the 63 Divco. Dairy/Molly truck.
Twin turbo big block in the milk truck.
Go ahead and tell them what Divco means.
Detroit Industrial Vehicle Company.
Got it.
And look at the wheelie out of the milk truck. Everybody loves that thing. It was on the cover of the last monthly edition of Hot Rod Magazine. Now, of course, it is quarterly. It is larger, better paper, more effort put in. They love that thing now. Sales have gone up. Advertising sales have gone up.
The only thing that hasn't gotten better while getting larger is you.
Yeah.
Mike Sullivan, 1968 Mustang Coupe. Dodge on the right side here, a little, 330 model?
You know, by the way, make sure to go to hotrod.com. You can see information and results and photos every single day at hotrod.com about Hot Rod Drag Week. You'll also get results if you want to go see those spreadsheets. Left-hand side, Mike Sullivan, 13:57 at 99 miles an hour. And the Dodge, 19 seconds, 36 miles an hour. It's difficult to go 36 miles an hour at the big end of a drag strip.
It does take some effort.
And
so, the boat.
The boat.
Jenny, otherwise known as Brandon Tothrow's
boat.
That is a turbocharged BMW.
It is, in fact, a BMW, and it's a drift car. Apparently, it's somewhat well known in the drift community. It's internet famous for drifting. He's never run it down the track before. And he normally tows a jet ski behind this. Yes, it drifts in this form with the boat. Warren's over here going, what the hull?
He just hopes Brandon Tilthrow can keep his ship together. Oh, you can do it and I can't? Come on.
Brian is the anchor on Fox, which is how he comes up with this stuff.
Well, David's an expert in buoyancy.
Oh, look, he pulls over. Perfect. Dock that thing, baby. You got parts falling out. You're going to need to stop.
Raise the mainsail. Doug Wyatt goes 11:55 forward, 118 miles an hour. As Jenny, doing the same thing she did to Forrest Gump. Slowly leaving him the distance. 23:69 at 61 miles an hour. Doug Wyatt was 11:55. That was a total delay.
Delayed reaction over here.
Warren Evans has a joke delay box installed, and I have bad material. So when you combine those two elements, it is a total delay reaction.
You know what's hilarious on the boat also is that his passenger in the boat he met yesterday in tech inspection.
Oh, God.
And he said, here, take the Hawaiian shirt and take this flotation ring and come along with me. And he is.
All right, so it is Chris Dubas coming up right side, 68 Baccaruda, and Justin Good, the 2017 Mustang.
How are you on the Barracuda Coupe versus Fastback?
I think the Fastback is more visually pleasing.
Yeah.
My opinion.
That was the backhanded or the front-handed way of saying it's fugly.
How
and the coupe goes 11:32, 121. Justin Good on the left-hand side, 11:35. At a big 129? 129? Is that fast for an 11:35?
It is fast for an 11:29. Joseph Harris woke up one morning and said, what I need to do in order to complete my life and goals and vision is to place a Mercedes diesel engine in the front of a 1979 Chevette.
As you do. Is that KJ out there on the line?
It is. KJ Jones is all over this thing.
KJ Jones on the staff of Hot Rod and our pit reporter, but remember, he was also the editor of Diesel Power for years.
And Tim Grabiak, the 1968 Camaro. No word of the maybe Harris is running this thing on French fry oil or something, but he is going to back it up. Now it's got a big tire on it.
I was going to say
there's a lot of tire happening for any experience I've ever had with a Mercedes diesel. Has not required a lot of tire. They could have, in fact, been made out of small stone.
Grabiak makes a solo, 7:10 to the 8th mile, and 11:12 at 122.
So they're going to have to fix something here on Harris's Chevette. Might have been leaking or something.
It does look cool.
It does. It sits good.
It looks like when they tubbed it, they offset the axle a little bit to the back in order to lengthen the wheelbase and get the tire to fit.
I was going to say the same thing. It looks neat. No, it really does. It has a kind of a unique appearance to it.
Yeah, the meats are all the way out at the corners.
KJ Jones. Aha. Diesel on the ground.
Aha.
Just like that song. Diesel on the ground. Diesel on the ground. Looking like a fool with some diesel on the ground. No, it's that Pants on the Ground song. I just adapted it and put diesel instead of pants. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Explaining jokes.
I'll be here 80% of the week.
You know that diesel will just evaporate right off the track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as best we know, waiting on any updates from Lonnie Grimm, we're just cruising along here with our C Group machines. KJ Jones asking us to request to remind the racers to tighten down the fuel caps, which we'll do. We'll do it.
Yeah, we've had that a couple times.
Tighten them down.
Batten down the hatches.
Lock them down.
Yeah, tighten your fuel caps, knock the rocks out of the quarter panel, don't have your computer flying around inside. wear your helmet, put the visor down.
Yeah, for the visor area faces forward for some people who may be confused about that. Just making sure they scrape the spot there that the fluid had got on. They're scraping that one isolated area. Good catch by the starting line. Hey, that's their job up there is kind of last line of defense. If you spot anything, got to stop them. KJ Jones, can you hear me? Give us some impressions. What do you think? How do you think the day's going? What I'd like you to do is speak into that microphone facing a camera with those ideas.
We're good. Okay, we can do this. Brian?
All right, thank you. Thank you, KJ. Appreciate it. Warren's over here spinning knobs and flipping switches. Thank you. Everything I do, man, for you. Tim Lorenz from Massachusetts coming up. 1955 Chevy Bel Air. Beautiful car. He has run a load of different races with this thing. He's taken it down to Yellow Bullet Nationals. He has done, I believe, Sick Week with it, but he has been around the drag and drive world. And Evan Ools, the 1981 Chevy Malibu. Some smoke funneling out of the back of Lawrence's machine. And Tim Lorenz goes through the finish line. It did clear itself up after it left the starting line, thankfully. 11:24 and 119, just blowing some junk out of the exhaust. Meanwhile, at 11:02.3 and 127. Here comes Andy Savakinas, the 2004 Ram SRT10. The V10 powered truck. And Mike Gillette, the 1998 Pontiac Firebird. Only a handful of 4th Gen F bodies here this weekend. Or this week, I should say. Not a ton. So Savakinas in the pickup truck. Standard cab, short bed. I like where this is going. Savakinas had this thing last year, and I think he had some problems with it. But, man, this is looking pretty good. 92 in the 8th mile, goes across the finish line stripe. 11:84, 114, nice. Mike Gillette goes 13:71.8 at 103 miles an hour. Keaton McGill coming up, 1967 Nova. Beadlock style wheels on the back. Nate Garber, 2021 Dodge Challenger. Do you still own a Dodge Challenger, a late model one? I know you bought one. I don't even know if you still have it.
I do. I never drive it. It's only got 5,000 miles on it in 2 years.
But you still got it.
It's still sitting there. That defines all my cars, though. Never drive them.
So Keaton McGill first off the blocks here. Gonna have enough horsepower in the Nova to outrun the heavier Challenger. Nova runs 10:48, 127. Challenger 11:37.7, 121 miles an hour. All right, our diesel-powered Chevette has been spruced up, dried up, and removed of any diesel leaks.
In this case, diesel-powered is a misnomer.
Diesel encouraged. Diesel persuaded. Steve Lemieux, 1970 GTO with a stick shift in it. And Carson Powell, the 1991 Dodge Dakota truck. I like that little Dakota. Looks cool. Runs 11s. Take it.
Lemieux's dad with the Pontiac, he rides with him. He's 83 years old, and this is his 4th or 5th drag week
Super
as a
cool.
passenger.
JC Casco coming up left side. You may know him. Exactly. So Casco will have Joseph Harris. I don't know if it's an inline 5 Mercedes diesel. They have certainly had a couple of different ones, but it's inline 6er. Inline 6er. Thank you, sir.
That drives exactly like every 300D I've ever been in.
And JC is going to outrun the Mercedes-powered Chevette. 1280, 109 for the truck. That is a fun driver. And somewhere between here and the former Herb White Manse is a white Chevette. 1564, 104 miles an hour. Broke a hundo.
Yeah.
Triple digits.
It was quicker than I thought it would be.
And will likely get about 80 miles to the gallon between tracks. Rick Dorn, one side. Frank Diana on the other. Diana's car, 55 Chevy wagon with Daisy Mags on it.
I love them. The American Racing 200S or knockoff.
That was the actual model number? Or
the American 200S, yeah. But then other companies made them also.
Yeah. Healthy sounding car for Diana goes 1067, buck and a quarter. Rick Dorn goes 1066, 332. Delta lanes are open. D lanes, Delta lanes are open. The D lanes are open. To all who wish to be a part. Dalton Knopfsinger goes down the right side. Knopfsinger in that Chevy truck, early 90s model, goes 11-14, 112. 1039, 125 across the racetrack.
And Doug Hall on the right-hand side has got a legit former 90s NASCAR Cup car.
That is Kenny Schrader's 1991 Pontiac Grand Prix. That is the actual car Kenny Schrader raced.
It's been reskinned, but it is the actual chassis, and it still has the NASCAR 358 cubic inch engine. It's pre-SB2, so it's a conventional layout. He put some AFR heads on it, which is different than what they would have run. But let's see how quick it is.
And Kevin Poe, 65 GTO, and that butternut yellow color. With Doug Hall going 1238 at 111. Kevin Poe going 1255 at 117. I would suspect this is not a Mercedes diesel in the pickup truck that just completed a burnout. But another member of the compression ignition crew, this is Aaron Huseman.
That thing looks like a gasoline engine that Brian tuned.
Give or take, yes. Yes, except it's still running. Reaction time rule is going to come into trouble here for Huseman. 7-second reaction time means at that time is going to be added 6 seconds of it onto his time. So still 10:17, 117. If they can work on the spool time there, get it spooled in pre-stage, then dump it into the fully staged spot, it's going to save their beans.
The honest truth is probably on your first violation, you can sweet talk Keith Turk into overlooking that and giving you your time. But if he does that every single day, that probably gets to be a problem. Ricky Edwards on the left-hand side, Isaac Poe on the right. This 1970 Satellite on the right-hand side has a Hellcat under the hood, somewhat vaguely inspired by the Roadkill General Mayhem when we first put the Hellcat engine in that. And Hellcat-powered Mopar 1086 at 124 miles an hour, and the Camaro on the left-hand side went 1233 at 111.
Steve McNew, 2022 Mustang Mach 1. Kyle Thocher, 1991 Mustang. Man, that Mach 1 sounds good. That thing is turning like eight grand probably about when it's shifting out there. Sounds great. McNew takes it down at 1086.5, 127. Thocher goes 1155.5 at 118.97. Pontiac Ventura rolling up on the right side. Josh Felix, a 72 model year Ventura, and Kyle Dennis, the 1991 Mustang. Dennis calls this Mustang Project Apocalypse. Sounds like a fun guy at parties. Felix is car getting with the program. Heads down the right side, 1030, 131 miles an hour for Kyle Dennis, 1254.6 at 110.
It's always interesting to Brian and I, or interesting to Brian and me, how the reaction times are so poor for the Street Machine Eliminator guys. And then all of a sudden on Friday in the bracket race, there's a bunch of guys cutting all lights, or at least a handful at the low end of the field.
Lull him into a false sense of security.
Yeah.
Brian Clark and Andrew Taylor. Taylor, the third-generation Pontiac Firebird. Brian Clark, the 69 Nova. Beautiful shade of blue with some metallic in it on the side. Brian Clark goes 1063.5 at 126 for Andrew Taylor, 1123.3 at 122. And just when you thought it was safe to go outside, Leroy, the master mechanic, rolls around the corner in what is, beyond any shadow of a doubt, the most wild thing, at least visually, on the property. It is a ProCharge big block with a throttle body style fuel injection on it as Brent McCoy gets ready to run down here. Is this Brent McCoy
of Buck McCoy fame?
Of Buck McCoy fame. The same guy who ran one iron and one aluminum head on an engine for the entire drag week.
Yep, on purpose. He's banging gears as one of the leaders of our stick shift shootout that happens on Friday. And he goes 10-11 at 139.
So this is a street legal center steer altered for Leroy, the master mechanic.
Has a 572 Chevy with a ProCharger on it and 2 nitrous bottles hanging off the back. I don't know if that all comes into play.
Now, he's officially the first guy to ever show up with a center steer altered style street legal car, and the first guy that was going to do it was Eddie Miller. And Eddie Miller was pretty far down the road to do it. He was going to do it with Scott Winnie at S&W Chassis in Pennsylvania, and then unfortunately Scott Winnie very unexpectedly passed away, and that ended the project. But Eddie Miller, if you're out there watching, I know you wanted to do this a decade ago, but Leroy Edwards is actually insane enough to pull it off.
Well, in 2007, your friend and mine, Chan Reynolds, talked hard about getting a Suncoast car and doing this. We just figured, why not have the lightest car possible?
And Martin Villeneuve on the right side, and then Mike Oldham showed up with that twin side-by-side, what was effectively a super gas roadster with 2 seats in it. That had a big fire, and it's still out there being run around today.
Leroy does not have a license in that car. He's slowing down pretty aggressively, almost like something was wrong. The Belvedere goes down 1049 at 126 miles an hour. I love the Belvedere wagon, I can't lie. 8th mile time on the altered, 719 at 64 miles an hour.
And I believe Leroy was out of go juice by the time he got to the finish line with a 34 mile an hour terminal speed through the trap. George Wright and Mike Turner. Turner, the 1970 Dodge Dart Swinger in black. And George Wright, 73 Duster, as Leroy. Wow. George Wright's car just jumped up on those super stock springs and did a bit of a stationary burnout.
Michael Turner, 11:45 at 112 in the Dart Swinger. And the 73 Duster jumping all around on the starting line, 12:70 at 129. I'd say one of the big bummers about this year at Drag Week is that we don't have Wes Allison here. He had been the photographer on this deal since 2005. Wes shot more Hot Rod Magazine covers than anybody else in history. And great for him, he retired. He's done. living in South Carolina, going surfing, having a good time, but we sure miss having him here.
Absolutely. Great guy, super guy to hang out with, and just the talent and the eye and the passion he had for what he did helped to bring so many images to so many millions of people, so many iconic photos, whether it was Tom Bailey in the driving rain and the Camaro with the trailer behind it.
Eddie Miller purging the nitrous in the rain on the highway.
Yeah.
That was a great shot. The milk truck that was on the cover of Hot Rod Magazine.
Goldstone
You know
with no
what?
door.
I'm not positive that the milk truck was Wes's shot. I'm only assuming it. It could have been Kevin Diassi, who's also here this week.
But even over the years, and he shot for so many different magazines. We talk about his influence and the work he did with Hot Rod, but Super Street,
Sport Truck, Hot Rod Harleys, Carcraft, all of it.
All of it, yeah.
The interesting thing about Wes is he has a creative job, but he has a very logical and organized mind.
The guy was going to college for math.
Yeah.
And he took a photography class, I think I kind of like this.
I think I can do this.
But yeah, he is, I know him, obviously you've known him way longer than me, but as a friend and even as a business partner, the guy's fantastic.
Now, if you have a life problem, you can call him, and he will tell you what to do, and he will be right.
And he will not cut to the. He will cut to the chase.
Right.
Too. There's not a lot of beating around the bush.
No.
Yeah, right into it, which I can appreciate. All right. So current plan here. We're running out the C group. Delta, the lanes are open for you. Delta lanes are open. KJ Jones, what's happening, man? One problem, Kate, you have to be closer to the camera for your deal to pick up there. Sorry. So we touched up the starting line, got to fog a little traction compound on it, going to take a quick run down to the quad, it appears.
Wes was also real good for giving us the critique on our commentary.
Oh, yes, he was. Yeah, it wasn't that good.
You know what he actually hated?
Yeah.
He hated the play-by-play on the potato chips.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
He told me we had completely jumped the shark with that.
It defies every logical thinking part of his brain. That's why. I understand it completely why he would hate that.
Yeah, last year at Bristol, I was eating a bag of potato chips, and we were chatting, and I asked Brian, can you call it? He's like, oh, yes, I can. And so he did a play-by-play of me eating the bag of chips. Is he a finger licker or is he a pants wiper?
At Mickey Thompson, we never stop innovating. From our insanely quick and consistent Pro Bracket radial to Mickey Thompson's undisputed ET drag. When you need traction, we have you covered. Looking for the ultimate in street legal drag performance for newer classic American muscle? Then the Mickey Thompson ET Street is the tire for you. Check out the ET Street SS and ET Street R, and we'll give you the hot tip for choosing the right one for your ride. Truck and Jeep owners, Mickey Thompson has a tire for any terrain. From the aggressive Baja Boss Hybrid All-Terrain to the off-road only Baja Pro X. We even have something for your side-by-side. Check out all the Mickey Thompson tires at MickeyThompsonTires.com and stand on the gas with Mickey Thompson. And away we go, picking it back up again here after that quick starting line touch-up. Car from Ontario, Canada, of Faden Barisa, with the license plate of Redliner. And the Mercury Marauder of Zach Skirba on the right side. Szurba, the 2004 Mercury Marauder. Both of them sounded pretty mean out there, completing their burnouts. Of course, the Marauder, we talked about those a little bit earlier. My youngest son has made the purchase on one of those babies, 03 model year car. The dual overhead cam, 4.6 liter from the factory. This one sounds like it is boosted. Guessing with a Pro Charger or some such centrifugal. And Fadon Barisa, left-hand side, the front end stripped off of that 2015 Mustang. Zach and Fadon leave the starting line, and it will be the Mustang getting down there quicker. Not by a super huge margin, 985.7, 140 for the Mustang. 11:01 and 124 for Zach and the Marauder. Good moving car for a big piece that it is. Mason Miller and Mike Weissert. Weissert is in the 81 Chevy Malibu. And Mason Miller, the 2005 Silverado. Short bed single cab truck from Mason Miller. So it is Miller and Weissert. Man, pretty evenly matched. They left the starting line within 7 thousandths of each other. 11:46 and 11:12. It wasn't good, but they were close.
Their ETs look like a 60-foot time.
It's like zeroing, synchronizing your watches. Yeah, it doesn't have to be the right time. It's just gonna be the same time. John Powell and Chuck Sorensen back up with the Valiant Signet. And Powell, the 87 S10 truck.
The Signet looked 4-speed looking to me last time. Yeah, I'm going to say that's got to be.
Yeah.
Yep. Looks like he hooked up better this time than he did before.
The suspension appears to have the forgiveness level of an iron beam. 11:09 at 124 miles an hour as John Powell goes 12:28.7 at 118. Les Mihu out there doing yeoman's work, picking stuff up off the racetrack, running a camera. Just saved a cat out of a tree a few minutes ago. Stopped a convenience store robbery last night. Is there anything this guy can't do? I don't know. I mean, hey, listen, you put in that amount of work, getting to work on time can be difficult too. I sympathize.
All right, Steve Eden. He's trucking in his little Nova. This thing's been to Drag Week a bunch of times. 1034 at 128 miles an hour. That's a solid number for getting into the field. 1683 is not.
Les Mayhew is he's going over the wall like he's training to be on the pommel horse at the next Olympic trials. He's putting in some work out there. John Cardolas left side in a 72 Firebird, white with a Lucerne blue stripe. And the naturally aspirated big block Falcon. Man, that Firebird is really good.
Are you sure?
Listen, it makes so much power it can spin the tires. Huh?
Look at these two guys, 200 lights. You don't see that much. Right-hand side, 1077, 122. And even with difficulty, the Firebird goes 1106, 118.
So the 57 Chevy, otherwise known as the Prune Mobile, has made its way back up again. A.J. McPherson, 2014 Camaro. He describes that car as being the color of pewter. A.J. McPherson has never seen pewter before.
That is not pewter. You know, Brian, after wrapping up Drag Week, you might want to go to the cruise.
You never know.
I've seen you at meals.
It is a... Well, Guilty as charged. Josie Kirker, something blew through the beams down there. List of 7-second elapsed time. That is going to be no dice. 10:65 at 131 miles an hour. So occasionally we'll see something like that happen where a piece of debris blows through the beams halfway through a run and triggers that quarter-mile clock.
Or the mile an hour, right?
Yeah, you can get either way. Yeah.
Did the Greek invent that?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was halfway thinking about doing some of that, and it's like, I don't need to do this.
Nah.
The Buick Skylark
It's
right-hand
boring.
side, Azim Sheik left side, because he goes, quote-unquote, 204, and then, like, for the next year, it's like, the Greek runs 191 again, 188 here. It's like, this is a little odd.
Hydrazine.
Well, if he'd done that, he would have kept using it. 10:08.5, 139, 10:44.5, 134 on the Coughlin car's side.
I thought maybe he came to his senses on the hydrazine, once his skin turned green from the
Right.
elbow up.
Yeah, but listen, the guy is, what, a 95 now?
Yeah, well,
So
maybe it's a
stuff can't be that
preservative,
bad.
and we didn't realize it.
Pickling agent. Clearly what nitro is with all these guys that are still around. Leaded gasoline on the other hand, clearly not.
I mean, I have pretty solid confidence they were running hydrazine in that thing. No?
I don't know. Even if they were, it doesn't, like, think of it this way. The car is going to spin the tires the whole way down the racetrack. So you add more power to a car that already has no traction. What do you end up with?
More smoke?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
no much more forward motion. That's
Yeah.
my opinion on the subject. It's one thing if the car had a clutch that was going to allow it to get traction and lock up and accelerate. It was just going to blaze the tires the whole way down. So if you're going to add power and increase the wheel speed, maybe it picks up a little, but it does not pick up
10 miles an hour.
plus.
Right.
All speculation. Mike
Meanwhile-
Sweeney and Devin Noyce.
Meanwhile, no one in the audience has any idea what we're talking about.
We're talking about this Alton, Illinois in 1960. Chris Karamessinas laid down a run at 204 miles an hour that was like mind-boggling and has been disputed since that day as being the first ever 200-mile-an-hour run in the sport. And, they have a lot of people that are buy it completely. Some people are, speculative about it. Then you have some people that say Don Garlitz did it first, and then you have some people that say Connie Coletta did it first because Coletta did it at a national event. Garlitz did it at an NHRA-sanctioned event at Island Dragway in New Jersey, and Chris Karamessinas did it at what is now a trailer park in Alton, Illinois.
And now we have street cars out here running 200 miles an hour.
Correct. Correct. Yeah.
Michael Sweeney on the right-hand side, Devin Noyes in the left in the 70 Duster.
And Devin's car can outrun the late model brethren out here. 10:24.132 as Sweeney goes 11:66.7 at 117.57.
David Gallimore getting crossed up, leaving the line in his 71 Chevelle. That's Dean Bunting in the left-hand side in the 2019 Challenger. Gallimore goes 11:15, 127.59 miles an hour. The Challenger didn't get a time, left before the tree was activated.
No bueno. Overbumped.
See, we're getting comments on the live feed. Love the new Hot Rod Magazine format. It's a beautiful thing again. Fantastic.
Cool.
Yep, very cool.
Richard Hilly and Paul Llewellyn going down the racetrack. Llewellyn in his swift little Corvette goes 10:18.41. Hilly goes 11:91.8 at 121 miles an hour. It's the GT 500 or GT 350 Mustang rolling up on the left-hand side. 6th gen Camaro on the right. Frank Veneziano, it's a GT500. And Kim Kelm, a 2010 Camaro. So that'd be a 5th-gen car.
Veneziano did not get down last time. Sounds like he's winging it now. I love the sound of those things with the flat plane crank.
Really do sound pretty nasty. 1082.9, 132 as Kelm cracks the 9s. 999 with a 6 at 128.
Which is a time slip he can't hand in Street Machine Eliminator.
He's trying to run 10-0, but he ran a 10-0 something last time, or he or she. It's Kim, so you don't want to mess that one up. Oh yeah, this is cool. This guy's back. That little Chevy 2 is a yearly competitor. I just remember because it's a stick car. Sean Gilbert goes 10:44.3 at 131. The
Carl Capilla
goes to 10:59 at 126. It's my ex-wife's Explorer, it says. Pull it into the water box now. We'll get to that in a second. Ryan Palmer.
If he got that in the divorce, he lost.
Apparently, yes.
Now that Duster leaves like every Mopar I've ever owned. The whole body goes straight up and then it goes. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it's what they do. Ryan Palmer, 11:11, 123, and the Duster 11:32, 118.
Katie Clark, 2023 Explorer ST, about 400 some factory horsepower and all-wheel drive. Chris Vanderwalker, 2021 Charger. .3.5 liter EcoBoost, I believe, is the motor in the Explorer, which they can be wicked up to make a bunch of power. The turbos on those things are so small.
Or the intake valve falls out if it had half track.
That's the 2.7, I believe.
I think it's both.
I think the 3.5 motors are the good ones. I thought the 2.7s had all these problems.
The 2.7 and the 3.0.
Okay. No, see, 3.0 and 2.7 are a different engine family than the 3.5.
Right.
The 3.5 was like the OG EcoBoost motor. Vanderwalker goes 1070, 128 as Clark goes 1282, 2 and 107.
It is amazing how quick people are going with those EcoBoost V6s and F-150s and stuff.
Even the 4-bangers at 2.3 is a good one too, yeah.
And the 5-liter with the Whipple on it is also, that thing has game.
Nasty. Andrew Jeffries, saw him before. He's back up in his 87 Regal. Bob Ricci, the 88 Camaro. In safety orange. Oh, it's definitely hugger orange, but I like if you use that same color in a factory, it's safety orange. But on the side of a Camaro, it's hugger orange. And if it's on a Pontiac, it is Orbit orange. Sneakily turbocharged Camaro on the left-hand side. A couple of turbos tucked near the hood of Kimball Hodges 69. Justin Good, 2017 Mustang. Keeping the traffic rolling through the staging lanes here. I wasn't kidding. That thing does have turbos on it. Does not seem to be moving like it does, but 12:51, 113. Justin Good goes 11:37, 132. Pontiac GTO, depending on the model year, it's either an LS1 or a 6-liter engine in this baby. 06 or 05, I believe, would be a 6-liter. It's Bobby Admire. Bobby has been a drag and drive racer for a couple of years now. Has run I believe he won the Street Heat last year. Bruce Peterson, 72 Chevelle. And Admire, 102 in the 8th mile. The GOAT goes 10:48.5 at 130. 11:17, 119 for Bruce Peterson. Digging this silver first-gen Camaro rolling up. Has a kind of a Baldwin Motion look to it because it uses the Stinger-style hood. which those guys, I believe, Ball of Emotion kind of used that look on some of their earlier cars. Tim Bradshaw, 2002 Mustang GT. As we're ripping and rolling and rocking through our categories like Street Machine Eliminator and Street Race Small Block NA. A couple of those competitors coming up. Rick Branson had a 1 second advantage on the starting line. And even he wasn't exactly world class. 10:79, 133 for Bradshaw as Rick Branson goes 13:67.9, 100.25 miles an hour. A big thank you to Gear Vendors Overdrive for their continued support of the Drag and Drive world and their continued support of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. Rick Johnson at Gear Vendors. You can't talk about Drag and Drive without them. They are one of the companies that has supported this movement and supported this entire scene since its inception as Sean Roos and Bill Stockard leave the starting line. Rick is always displaying. He's always here to answer questions. We mention this every year, but Rick is a legitimate driveline expert as Bill Stockard goes 12:64.112. Roos goes 13:21.4. If you are running into issues with your transmission, even if you're not a Gear Vendors customer and you're here, Rick can provide some incredible insight. We've seen him do it year over year.
Here we go, Brian. Vince Rash, one of our originals on the left-hand side. He was there in 2005 for the very first drag week.
In this car. Isn't this the same car he ran back then?
Yep. And then he also has that Firebird that's more of a fire breather. But his convertible has been doing this for 20 years. Many years he has showed up as a spectator in recent years.
Yeah.
But he was a participant for quite a while. Right-hand side, 12:53 at 110 miles an hour. And Vince is having issues because it should be way faster than 20 seconds at 79 miles an hour.
Wes Kawaja coming up right side, the 07 Corvette. And Cole Poncelet, 78 Camaro left side. And Kawaja goes 12:47.5 at the vet. Poncelet goes 12:59.3 at 106 on the left-hand side. Really nice little Hornet down here.
Yeah, Sharon Bogardus, if this has got the same drivetrain that it has in the past couple years, it's small block Chevy powered. I really like the Hornet. I consider Land Speed Racing one of those because they have less frontal area than a Camaro, than like an 80 Camaro, but they're a similar shape. Adam Green's in the right-hand side in the second-gen Camaro, giving a visual example of what I was talking about. Adam Green with the Camaro, 1193 at 112, and the Hornet, 1283 at 106 miles an hour.
So the all-motor big block Ford on the left-hand side. Old school ladder bars underneath that thing, steel wheels on the back of it. And Kerry Nisheim coming up right now.
I can't tell. Is that like a 65?
I believe it's a 65. Kerry will take the Mustang all the way down to the quarter-mile stripe first, 12:41.3 at 110. Meanwhile, the Ford, or the more elder of the Fords, goes 15:41.1 at 89. And the hits just keep on coming. 67 Valiant of Kathy Rugg and Chad Whittam. Right side, 75 Duster. And that appears to be a Slant 6 stock car.
How can you tell?
There are a couple of indications. The mud flaps. And the breezy levels of acceleration.
Well, look, Brian, it's peppy. 1997.
It's a hyperpack. It's a hyperpack car.
Yeah, it is. Left-hand side, 1250 at 107. Someone on the live feed said that they only tuned in to hear me bellyache about stuff I don't like. He likes to hear me talk about you, Brian.
Matt Beebe and Rob Brewer coming up. Beebe, the 1968 Chevelle in green and black. And Rob Brewer, the 96 Camaro. Matt Beebe. Goes 11:57, 117 with Rob Brewer chasing at a 16:23.9. So how about this Comet over here on the right side?
How about it? Matt Lewis.
Jonathan Nucha. Jonathan Nucha, the 1999 Dakota SRT8. But for Matt Lewis, somewhere Jack Christman is either nodding in approval or covering his eyes. I'm not sure either one, but that thing's awesome. B-Maxwell in the front, huge nose-high stance. Running in the gasser, the B-gas category. Matt Lewis goes 12:43 at 103, and Nucha goes 13:02.2 at 106. Shades of the F100 XL truck over there. Of course, that was a semi-factory backed BFX Ford truck back in the day. They put a 427 in a 63, I think, for them, but this is a 61. Good looking truck, though. I like this whole program.
And they were both unibodies.
Yes.
This thing has a 331 Ford, and he told me it was a 331. I'm like, oh, yeah, RPM, small block Chevys. No. A 60 over 327's a 331. Andrew Wamsley on the right-hand side, 1767, and the truck that we're talking about, 1316 at 89 miles an hour.
Civic rolling up left side. I'm sorry, Subaru WRX. My bad. My angle here was bad. WRX over there, and Ken Robinson, the 68 Valiant in black. WRX, of course, the turbocharged all-wheel drive Subaru, which, if driven with great levels of hatred and violence, can move along pretty good. The Valiant is having major problems down there. 14:34 at 90 for Montgomery as Ken Robinson slowly crosses the stripe at 43 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'm thinking he wasn't even mildly peeved.
No, you have to really want to try to rip the shifter through the floor and then just dump the thing, the all-wheel drive drivetrain, sidestep the clutch on the rev limiter. Nate Broom, 64 Dodge Dart, 85 C10 for Jake Youngblood. Jake's truck's cool. Has a nice lowered stance to it. 1293 104 as Broom goes 1245 at 114. The Pontiac Grand Prix coming up next. This will be a 3800 series motor in this thing. Could have a blower on it. Kyle Osborne, they had the factory version, the factory supercharged version of these cars. And Jesse Pringle, 66 C10.
You know who drove a Grand Prix like that forever?
No.
Michelle Thurston.
Okay.
Our producer, Michelle.
I mean, this one's quick enough to be outrunning this old classic pickup truck right now. That pickup truck's kind of moving all over the lane down there. 13-14 at 111. All right. That's impressive.
That's cool.
1470 at 92 miles an hour for the truck. The Grandma Clean Pontiac Grand Prix, complete with the factory wire wheel covers on it. The half Lando roof.
It'll shock you to know that in fact has an LS swap under the hood.
I was going to say the exhaust exiting in front of the front wheels has given me an indication that I don't think that was a factory optional setup.
Has a turbo on it, but it's very stock engine with a very small turbo. Should be an 11-second car.
John Marecki in the Pontiac and Lowell Rust in the 1967 GTO. Rust Pontiac's pretty sporty. Doesn't sound like it has Pontiac in it, though.
But did you hear RPM?
Yes.
Was it more than 4?
It was more than 4,000, so I assume it was not a Pontiac. 12-11-7 at 109 as Marecki goes 13-30 at 110.
Oh, here comes the big old Buick. Remember this thing? It's been progressing over the years.
Yes.
I think they have a 455 in it now.
Well, they were spraying it, right?
Yeah, they had nitrous on it. They added, I think, a Sniper EFI to it as well.
And GMC with the bed cover on it. That thing still has it's got a full floating rear axle in the back, but Mark Count's got a huge. Would it be a Dana? No, like a 70 or something. What would they put in the back of those things?
No, they had that weird Eaton.
Oh yes. With probably a not too friendly gear ratio. Hello.
Oh, look at that as he heads for the wall in the big old truck. That's some violence to it.
Kind of in love with it now.
Yeah.
Kind of loving it now. Yeah, it might have broken that rear end.
And he goes 14-14, coasting at 81 miles an hour. But the Buick, 1344 at 101 from that big old barge.
And I feel like it was a 4,600-pound car when we talked to him, something like that.
Yeah.
All right, so that pickup truck, when it's going to be right, it's going to be pretty fast. Tim Woolen and Red Klaus coming up. I agree, in the way it was. So Tim Woolen. And Tim Woolen, 11:64.7, as Red Klaus goes 13:67.2 at 98 miles an hour. Summit Racing Equipment is proud to sponsor drag and drive racers around the country. You'll always save big at summitracing.com. Shop millions of in-stock parts now from over 1,500 brand names. Parts for racing, street performance, trailers, trucks, tools, accessories, and more. If you need something now, the Summit Racing parts truck will be on site at every stop. Conveniently buy the parts you need to drive and race with right here and buy them in confidence. Use the Summit Racing app to shop anytime, anywhere. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
As we see a 69 Camaro and a 67 Mustang Fastback on the starting line, I'm kind of thinking how blown away I am at the value that all of these cars have generated over the years. From 20 years of Drag Week, the value on those things have probably tripled.
At least, yeah. Especially a car like Jeremy Lohman's, that baby blue. Oh, man. That thing leaves like it's one of the factory-appearing stock tire cars. Like, real good working suspension on what appeared to be a stock wheel and tire package as Orlando Garza is faster in a Mustang, goes 11:25 at only 96 miles an hour, as Jeremy Lohman goes 13:03.3 at 100. Garza ran that ET because that car could far, far, far outrun a machine that doesn't have a wheelie roll bar.
Yeah.
Look at him. We are in Delta right now, so this is Delta Group, otherwise known as Delta Force. Delta Farce? Did I hear you say? Oh.
Mike Whitney, 66 Nova wagon. Seth Lindner, 85 C10. Oh, and Whitney's got that 1.21 reaction time that's not going to make him happy when they deduct 0.215 seconds off his ET. He'll probably go see Keith Turk with that time slip as well and say, I didn't mean to do it. 1369 at 99 miles an hour on the right-hand side, and the Chevy pickup truck 1432 at 94.88.
Matt Kelly and Bob Levens.
He's a real lever.
Where's Galimi when you need him?
He left.
Useless.
Lever.
That's why he hates the word, because he is that thing.
Yeah.
He doesn't like to be reminded of that. Meanwhile, Levens did exit the starting line area second. 11:81.13 as Matt Kelly goes 12:92.1 at 107.
We are starting to see a mix of cars in different classes coming up. And as a reminder, in our all-run session, you will see some of our quickest cars come back and try and run the number that they didn't get in the first round.
And you will continue to get this high level of commentary, humor, and fun along with it all.
Were you handing the mic to Warren?
Yes.
Okay.
I was hoping somebody else was going to come up and take it from me.
Yeah.
Luke Latomsky goes 12:30 at 1:16 as Bob Goupel goes 18:45.4 at 72. Pretty nice Corvette rolling up over there Summit side. See if they're actually going to employ that luggage rack on the trunk of this car. Jeff Richardson in the 76 Vet, and Jeff Sixt, the 1975 Camaro. Tell us about the bad old days of 1970s, mid-1970s performance cars.
What about them? I was actually reading comments for some intelligent, commentary and not listening to you.
Well, that's good. 13-19 with a 701 because you would have attempted to answer a question that you probably would have just barfed all over anyway.
Probably.
14-26 won at 95 miles an hour on the Summit side. Dave Witt and Josh Jablonski.
That car's turquoise, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, listen. If I had to name a car Jablonski, I would name that one Jablonski. It looks like a Jablonski mobile. Running Rust, it's called.
He's giving you a nice long look at it.
Yeah, he is no Bob Levens. He is Josh Stayens.
As David Witt goes 11:40 at 116.
He is Josh Goins nowhere. There he goes. I feel like this is the car those guys ran last year. I think last year they were doing it on a total shoestring. We'll see him on the road undoubtedly to catch up them a little bit. 1276 won 107.70.
Yeah, they've obviously thrown the bank at it.
Yeah, they really have. Been a huge impact. How quick is our quick 64 now? 9:55. Tim Gregg and Randy Kenny. Nice clean 69 Dart for Tim Gregg. Hey, man. Hey, easy. Yeah, we get it. It works. Wow. Randy Kenny, 1377 98 miles an hour. Tim Gregg, 11803 at 100 miles an hour. I am not, I don't claim to be psychic, but I'm putting out a parts call right now. We need a set of valve springs on Wednesday for this red Ford truck.
That guy thought this was a roadkill casting call. Jennifer Reynolds in the Camaro on the left-hand side. He's banging gears in the thing, too.
Chassis all torqued over to the right.
Headed over to the left-hand side of the lane, making a long track out of it and still going 10:52 at 123 miles an hour. And Jennifer's Camaro, 1367 at 102.
I like it. The new Edge-style Mustang rolling up right side. Chandler Good and Bob Helm, the 1966 Plymouth Satellite. Wow, Henry J., yeah. A lot of people don't know, Richard Petty in 1967 won 27 NASCAR races in one season. And it was in a 1967 Satellite, which was, or actually, I think it was a Belvedere, but it was just 66 car they just changed the nose over on.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So, yeah. 15:54.7 102. Bob Helm goes 15:17.9.
And hence the legend of the Hemi, honestly.
Yeah. Jason English, the 1988 Dodge Dakota that has like a bug spraying logo on the side, says license to kill, has a toolbox and stuff in the bed, has half a ladder rack on it.
The Fumigator.
Dave Hagood, right side. Hagood, the 2011 Mustang GT. See how quick Jason English's truck is. All right, I'm going to say quick enough. And so English and Haygood get down all the way to the finish. 13:61.105 for Haygood. English goes 14:65.3 in the Dakota. This Henry J is very cool.
The Henry J gasser is neat. As you know, the Henry J named for Henry J Kaiser, who owned the company at that point. Henry J Kaiser, the industrialist who helped build the Hoover Dam. He made concrete, he made aluminum, he made steel, he made Liberty ships, and he made these little bitty cars that in the first years didn't even have a trunk on the back. They added trunks later. 1371 at 99 miles an hour for the Hemi Henry J.
They also made the Kaiser Darren, which was a sports car. They made the Kaiser Manhattan, and they made the Kaiser Dragon, some of which could be bought with a factory supercharger.
That is right. And the, let's see, the sports car was designed by Dutch Darren.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to think, briefly, Kaiser had a company with the other guy, Frazier, Kaiser Frazier.
Yep.
Not Joe Frazier. What was Frazier's
No,
name?
that Joe Frazier had a very good left hook,
Right.
but was not good as an industrialist.
Yeah. Monte Carlo drove away way before the tree was activated. He was almost at 60 feet before the other guy went. Brian Hosner on the left-hand side. 1050 at 130 miles an hour.
Yes, so you could buy the Henry J through a Sears catalog. It was called the
Allstate.
Yes.
Just like the refrigerator.
It shows you how good a car it was that you could buy it from a catalog. That kind of tells you all you need to know. Harry Skozik and Ryan Buchel.
I think the Henry J had the Go Devil as power, didn't they?
It might have. Honestly, it was a flat four, so yeah.
And I think that Kaiser owned Willys by then. 1953-ish.
Skozik goes 12:10.3 at 111. Buchel goes 12:04.6 at 114. How about the little S10 mini truck here with the paint job, the roll pan, the louvered,
the 1989.
Tailgate. Yeah.
All the 1989.
All the 1989. It's got it.
Miami Vice all over that thing. Yeah, that's a call back to Brian, also known as Tubbs.
Yeah. And guess what? The Don Johnson pastel jacket wearing era of David Freiberger's life never existed. Never that level of cool, calm control. Never happened. There was a very long period of makeup and hair metal bands and some confusion of his earlier age, and he worked his way through it, and look at him now. But let's be real. I'll take Tubbs for what this man put himself through during the 1980s. That's fine.
I 100% had a couple of those Don Johnson jackets. I did.
You see that old Saturday Night Live skit with John Lovitz and Tom Hanks, and they're at a high school reunion, and the chicks keep walking by him, and they say, "Still don't got it." And that sums David up as well. Troy Norris goes 1387. Right side, 1404 left-hand side. As this is a kind of a Plan B style car here, Joel Kerr. It is a turbocharged LS motor in the front of the 79 Impala wagon. Was going to be Lon Tibbs, as that wild kind of street legal pro mod project. They couldn't finish it in time, so they slapped this thing together.
And Randy Giuliani on the left-hand side in the 68 Dodge Super B.
Nobody specified Randy Giuliani driving that vehicle. It's close. Joel Kerr's got the flag flapping in the breeze as Randy goes 11:66.7, 115. Kerr goes 14:42.2 at 97.
Almost as if he didn't have a turbo LS in it.
Yeah, very strange. Or one that's brand new and being leaned on for the first time. Bob Ayers. Go ahead.
72 Ventura.
How about right lane?
That guy, Ryan.
Go. You got to do it.
Mejkrowski.
Yeah, Mejkrowski. We'll go with it. We'll go with Ryan Mejkrowski. 69 GTO Judge. Air is the 72 Pontiac Ventura. Pair of Pontiacs, the 1319 104 of Air is quicker than Ryan's 1285.7 at 111. Jeff Good, 54 Ford F100 truck. Good look at Pontiac Firebird, the left-hand side.
Did you see the 56 I acquired? It's orange.
Mm-hmm.
It's really,
yes.
It's really cool.
With the wagon wheels on and stuff?
Yeah. They look like Jackmans. They're not. This 54 Ford goes 1546 at 89 miles an hour on the left-hand side, 1245 at 87.
What about your old four-wheel drive? What's the program with that?
Oh, dude. You will love my fridge, my 1960 F-250 4x4.
That thing, the photos you showed me are awesome.
The gold mining truck with the dump bed, with the ladder rack, with the hood ornament of the little guy panning for gold, with the CB radio.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
It's epic. Glenn Rice in the left-hand side in the 2013 Mustang, 1248 at 111. And the right-hand side, 1245 at 106.
So Mike Snook and Dan Austin, 29 DeSoto.
Has a DeSoto ever run drag week before? There might have been one that was circa 53-ish.
Yes, you're right about that. I was going to say, I feel like we have seen at least one DeSoto before, so yeah.
Oh, and his rumble seat pops open under the brute acceleration of a 184 60-foot time. Throwing Granny right out.
And Mike Snook's having acceleration trouble in his 03 F-150, but Dan Austin, 14 flat at 91 miles an hour. If he's able to close the air brakes in the back, it'll probably pick up 200s. Although that thing created a lot of nice downforce for traction down there, I guess. But how about the 87 Chrysler Town & Country, Jared Nowinski, and Ryan Hagem in the 69 Mustang? And yes, it was a K-car wagon with wood on the side labeled the Town & Country.
Is he banging gears, or is the rear end just bouncing?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's probably the turbo 2.2 turbo motor, right? 1351 102, and that motor in a 5-speed, you're looking at 13s, right?
Yep.
With some treatment. 1308 for Hageman. Here's a great story from Lee Iacocca's book about those cars, and he wanted a factory convertible, and the engineer said, the structure of this day. He said, cut the roof off one of these things. I want to drive it around this weekend. And they're like, well, we can't just cut. He says, cut the roof off one of these cars. I want to drive it around. And they're like, sir, it's a horrible idea. He said, I don't care. I just want what people. So they cut the roof off this K car, and Lee Iacocca's driving around Detroit, and the doors are flying open, and he gets back. He said, oh my God, this is so dangerous. So like we tried to tell you that. He said, but everybody loved it, and so they re-engineered the chassis. They came out with a convertible K car, all because Lee Iacocca drove around Detroit and tried to kill himself in the thing for a weekend.
Justin Robbie in the right-hand side, 1211 116, and Rob Mazer, 13:57 at 103.
Joey Nichols looked for a taller bed cap for his truck, but they don't make one taller than this one. This must have been owned by a clock-moving company or something. Don Springer, 13 model year Camaro.
A clock-moving company.
Yeah, like a grandfather clock. Like, what do you need a bed cap that tall for? What are you doing in there?
That's a duplex. That's what that is.
It is a duplex. Yeah, I didn't realize it had a loft in it.
Oh, and it opens up the back window.
There you go.
As he launches, he can get together with Rumble Seat guy.
So Joey Nichols going stride for stride with the Camaro, 1365. Nichols goes 1431 at 83.
That's the whole farm truck shtick, right?
Oh, that was, yeah, back in the day. Dave Hart, 69 Satellite with the A12 liftoff hood on it.
Hopefully it doesn't lift off at half track. We've seen plenty of that at Drag Week. Chucking body parts.
Listen, we were given free bacon one year that cost the guy his hood.
That's right.
Yep.
1214 on the right-hand side, 1375 on the left. Dallas Shelton's got the 71 Super Bee out here. It's all dressed up like a 446 pack car. It's actually a 383 car, but it has a 446 pack in it, and it runs pretty strong. It should be good for a mid-11. He goes 760 to the 8th mile, and his quarter-mile time, there you go, 1190 at 105. And in the right-hand side, Kyle Sherman went 1305 at 112.
Dave Brock and the Dart on the left-hand side. So Brock and the Chevelle, the Dart going to be the quicker of the two cars, but a couple of car lengths ahead of him. 12:04, 115, as Brock goes 12:94.8 at 108 miles an hour. K5 Blazer on the right side. Very, very clean. Dan Chandler, 80 GMC Jimmy, and Trevor Miller, the 81 Camaro.
Fun fact on two-wheel drive square body Blazers, they were still called a K5.
Really?
They were not a C5. They were still a K5.
That's interesting.
Even though they were two-wheel drive.
All right, Trevor Miller going to take another crack at it here at the tree. Charging headlong into the afternoon here in Hebron, Ohio. For those of you complaining about a hiss on the microphone, we do apologize, but it's something I've known for many years. David is a snake, a bad person. But here we are. John Bucci, right-hand side of the racetrack, 1984 Mustang.
With the camo wrap.
The digitized camo wrap. Well, well, well. Here we are again.
I know what you're thinking. You're thinking about that Camaro we saw years ago that had the orange and gray and black camouflage.
Yes.
And I said, Brian, I think that camouflage is, what did I say?
You said, I wonder what he's trying to keep people from seeing. I said, I don't know, but it's keeping me from liking it.
Right. Next round was probably, it's not doing its job. I can still see it.
Yeah. So the unique wrap there on Bucci's car, Spencer Moorfield, a 1990 Volvo 240. And the Volvo goes 12.11.116. Bucci goes 13.68.5 at 99. And here comes the Beretta, baby.
I sent you a clip of Ida saying Volvo exactly like I do.
Do it again.
Volvo.
Right.
Yeah.
You're saying Volvo.
Volvo. Volvo.
Oh, it gets so much worse. You can't even do it.
She's
and
Swedish.
She is Swedish.
She said the same thing.
With a Swedish accent.
So? It's a Swedish car.
How do you say John?
Well, if you're in Mexico,
how do you say John?
Juan,
no.
right?
How do you say the word John?
John.
You know how she says it? There's
Jan.
no J. There's no J present. John Chamora, left-hand side. Chamira goes 12 flat at 114 in the raspberry-colored Beretta. Mark Vernon, 13.66, 200 miles an hour. And Ida, of all the awesome things she's done, she actually made Joe Maynard way cooler, even the first time she mentioned his name on TV, because he immediately became Yo Maynard.
I know.
It's awesome.
I heard that, too.
Yes, it's the best.
Yeah. I figure I'm pronouncing it like they would in the homeland.
Okay. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that. No, I'm just doing it the way they do it there. It's culture.
Lindbergh is going to be there tomorrow. I'm going to ask him to come up and say it live on the feed.
It's 5 letters of fury.
You started
Brent
it.
McCoy. No, your incompetence started at 977.4 at 141 miles an hour.
977. Nice run for that thing.
Really nice run at over 140. But your inability to manipulate your voice box and or vocal cords in the correct manner is the problem here. Not the word or the origin of the word.
Hey, Brian, has Finnegan run yet?
All run lanes are open.
All run lanes are open.
Run
Will
lanes
Finnegan
are open.
come back?
Let's hope so.
How about Cletus?
I hope Cletus comes around the corner again to set low ET of the entire event again.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Okay, so here's the deal. As of right now, all lanes, all run lanes are open. All run lanes are open. To give people an idea of what we're looking at here, Lonnie Grimm has said the latest we will close the lanes is 3:30. If we run out of cars before then, they will be closed before then. But the latest opportunity you will have to make a run or to get into the lanes will be 3:30. If we run out of cars before that, of course, they will close prior to that moment. 1375 for the Tahoe on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Little Dodge Charger rolling up over there. It's Allison Jenks and Randall Doan. 71 Chevelle for Randall Doan. An 8-speed torque flight transmission making the shifts over there for the 19 model year Charger. Randall Doan takes the yellow Chevelle through a 13.042 at 107. Jenks kind of limping down there to a 1932 at 61. Pair of Pontiacs. I would say the one vehicle we have less of than I can ever remember seeing before are 4th gen Camaro and Firebirds. We have a few of them, but like we used to have these things by the dozens. Adam Toney and Nate Bender. Tony goes 12-11, 116. Nate Bender goes 15-40 at 82. This is a part of the day that we call Brian and David Attack the Audience.
Yes. Early in the week, and we're already going for the jugular.
Justin Dean's going down the racetrack, doing all the right things. Justin Dean's out here supporting Drag Week, supporting this great event and this great drag strip at National Trail Raceway, 1198-1, 123 miles an hour. So we have been to 35 different tracks in 20 years of Drag Week, David.
And yet we have commentary on the feed that says Drag Week is going to be hard to continue because all the tracks are closing.
Right.
There is this impression that drag strips are just vaporizing from the United States.
Correct. Like the rapture is taking place.
So let's look at the facts about this. Drag Week has been to 35 different tracks in 20 years. I want you to go ahead and guess how many of those tracks have closed in 20 years.
Place your guesses in the comments section so we can have public record of them.
35 tracks. How many have shut down in 20 years?
Warren is guessing 28 or 29. Very aggressive. Very aggressive take. Jim Fogarty, the 2004 Toyota Tundra. 28 or 29.
I think people are picking up the message from our tone, and they are guessing low, which is correct. 4 tracks have shut down in 20 years. Brian, how many tracks have opened in the 20 years that we've been doing this?
Way more than 4.
Way more than 4. So that's kind of a small sample size, but it gives you an indication of what's actually going on. There are some tracks that are closing, many of them to mismanagement.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, but there are even more opening. Do you think it's a net zero? Are there enough opening to offset the closures?
It comes in bursts and spurts, and I'm going to say no there. I think in an overall picture, it's there's some shrinkage, but it's like not to the degree that people are making it out to be. Josh Miller, 1323. Negative headlines always make for the big clicks. So when some schmo that doesn't know anything about drag racing writes a story about how tracks are closing, it is always a doomsday scenario look when it in fact is not. Chris Hosner and Frank Porco. Hosner, that 1972 black Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser wagon. 1247, 109 for Frank as Hosner goes 1538 at 87. If we threatened any racetracks by saying, listen, we will put the Vista Cruiser and that Buick Electra 225 on your scale at the same time, and it will never work again unless you capitulate to our demands.
Oh, the Vista Cruiser, they were going for the weight loss program. They put a fiberglass hood on it. No, they really did.
Factory fiberglass hood?
No, not factory.
Oh, that one.
No, I'm saying this one.
I see.
They tried to lighten it up so they could run in the 14s every day. They got rid of all of the metal panels in the way back, and they put a fiberglass hood on it.
Trevor Slusser, 1276-123. Brian Decker, 1561 at 83.79. Jeff Stoska, 64 Fairlane 500. And Jake Knopfsinger, right side, 67 Le Mans.
You know, it's weird how much John DeLorean loved European racing, which really showed in the cars that he built. The Le Mans, the GTO.
The Grand Prix.
Gran Turismo Omologato, the Grand Prix. And that's, I think, also why he built the overhead cam inline 6 based on the inline 6 Chevy. 1846 on the right-hand side for that Pontiac that we are commenting on. Le Mans.
Ty Cobb, 1988 Ranger. Got the chrome tube bolt-in roll bar, slight lift, It's got those weirdo, like 95 Mustang wheels on it, and it rules.
So, Brian, do you say Le Mans or Le Mans?
Listen, I am not so pretentious as to say Le Mans. So what I say is Le Mans. I just say Le Mans.
Le Mans.
Yeah, I just say Le Mans. Which, if you translate from French, is the Mans.
Yes, it is.
John Gilliard and Daniel Warren. It's a horrible joke, but it works. It works. John Gilliard, right side. 12:69.6, 106. Dan Warren, 12:12.3, 113. All run. Lanes are open. All run. Yeah, it's getting very gusty out there. International pickup truck rolling up on the left side. I never had a Scout, no.
That's on time.
That is Neil McNulty, the 1969 International truck, as James Tony Van Bolius goes down the right side. Trouble for McNulty. So Neil McNulty. McNulty now leaves the left-hand side. In my dreams, there's a 871 blown 392 International motor under the hood, but it's probably just a LS. It might be a 392, 1798 to 77 miles an hour. FYI, folks, the VP fuel truck will leave between noon and 1 every day. This is valuable information to deliver at 2:30 p.m. The truck will leave between noon and 1, and you missed your flight. Just a reminder, though, if you do need fuel each and every day, that is when the fuel truck will be departing our company between noon and 1 and drive to the next spot. So the secret of the Pontiac revealed, it has a turbo on it. Sharon Bogardus, Rob Brewer. And Bogardus in the Hornet. 1263 to 106.
Improving by 0.2, I think.
See? Dave Witt, Kyle Osborne. Osborne, the turbocharged 02 Pontiac Grand Prix. Uh-oh. Okay, that is the front tire spinning, thank God. I thought it was pumping every ounce of coolant out of it possibly could.
The Colalillo?
I thought we were going straight back there again. So Dave Witt, 1261 and a tire smoldering 22nd elapsed time for Kyle Osborne. Monza Spider rolling into the water box there. Orlando Garza, fastback 67 Mustang, and Ken Robinson, the 68 Valiant.
Is Orlando Garza, is that like, Chicago Joe?
You're right, Chicago Joe. Orlando Garza.
1494, 67 miles an hour. Ken Robinson in the Valiant, 1298 at 103.
Albuquerque Pete. Josh Jablonski.
Yosemite Sam.
And Nate Mahoy. Mahoy, the 1980 Monza Spider in black. Louvered back window and all. Very nice car. Once again, lanes are open for all run. Lanes are open for all run. The latest of those lanes will remain open is 1 hour from right now. T-minus 1 hour until the lanes are closed unless we run out of traffic before that. Lonnie Grimm will monitor that situation. Nate Mahoy goes 13-24, 9 at 104. Josh Jablonski goes 13-19, 3 at 105. Chandler Good, 99 Mustang, and this is our high-winded Ford pickup. I think that thing might have just picked up the left front tire. Yeah. $1268.75 as Chandler Good goes $1293.5 at 111 miles an hour.
Brian, what is the prune upset about?
What is
it's the angry prune.
It is the angry prune. The Accelerate license plate.
How torqued can a prune actually be?
I'm saying less than 2 foot-pounds.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I think that might be a case of we mentioned that and they took it upon themselves to own the name.
Oh, man, Kirker's car is missing bad. That sounds like fuel delivery to me. It kind of launched and then just got all wonky out there.
Yeah, the prune had enough.
It had enough.
It was done.
It was out of
here.
Out of juice. Kayla Frenetti goes 15-12 Ford, 86 miles an hour.
Yeah, oh, no. It looks like this Corvette that's coming up in the next pair has carbon fiber quarter panels.
Yeah. Matt Jarowski coming up now on the right-hand side is Brian Robinson, the 81 Camaro with the Pontiac Snowflake-style wheels on it of that same era. Good-looking factory wheel. Snowflake wheel, good-looking factory wheel. What is the best looking factory wheel?
Snowflake's pretty good. I don't do the honeycomb. The honeycomb Pontiac.
You don't like them?
They're not as good as the Snowflake.
Okay, I'll go there. I'll agree.
The last generation TJ Wrangler Rubicon has a pretty cool looking wheel.
It almost looks like it almost looks like a method wheel from the factory, if the one.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yep. I think that the Mopar rally wheel trumps the GM rally wheel.
Of course you do.
No, it does. With the sombrero cap, though, not the 72 center cap.
The deep C10 rally wheel from the 80s, the deep one, very good wheel.
Yep.
Kylie Hawley and Kyle Sherman going down the racetrack. Sherman, 12:42.0, 112. Hawley, 14:31.9 at 91 miles an hour. Hot take, just because I was reminded on the right side of the Fairmont coming up, the 10-hole Ford wheel is growing
good.
on me. Vintage.
Yeah.
I hated them as a kid. I thought, why would you leave those on your Mustang? And now I look at them and think, pretty good wheel. The 93 Mustang Cobra wheel is one of my favorites.
That's solid. You know, my new Challenger has the Dynamics package.
Yep.
It's kind of like a Hellcat wheel. It's a fatter
yeah.
meat. They're pretty good.
Yeah, that last generation, last call Dodges there. They made a green Charger you could get with that copper-colored deep inset wheel. Like, you got the good-looking package there. Blake Ayers goes 12:09, 119. Justin Good, 11:55.4. What we're going to do here is we're going to run Mr. McCoy in the 55. We're going to re-prep the racetrack, and then we're going to unleash the furious, fun fanaticism of the all-run group, which will be the all-run for the rest of the day, less than an hour till we close the lanes or we run out of traffic. One of two things will happen there.
Brett McCoy back up to see if he can improve his 963-ish pass from the last time he was out. Considerably less violence to the ground than he had last time.
Yeah, it did not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah. 1055, 113 lift. One thing that has come up, I would say, quite a bit is why doesn't Drag Week have a stick shift class? There was a stick shift showdown on the very last day that was really born from the competitors themselves. They started putting it together, including Brent McCoy, who just went down, sort of made that happen. Why isn't there a class just for stick shift?
Because it would be a giant disaster.
Because,
okay, my 4-speed Muncie goes in there. My Liberty goes in there.
Right.
My Lenko goes in there. My T56 goes in there. My faceplated boom, bada boom. I mean, come on, man. It would be a disaster.
And this is why I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get rifled on that all the time.
That's not a stick shift. Then you'd have a guy.
Finnegan.
Then you'd have a guy show up with a Lenko with a converter drive in the front of it.
That
and now
too.
what? What do you got?
What do you do?
Yeah.
You all of a sudden have to write a bunch of minute details of limitations.
Yeah.
Must be H pattern, must not be clutchless,
Right.
must be this. And then how do you even tech that in an environment like this?
By the time you're done, it's like two ball guys fight over a comb, and no one wants it anyway. So forget it.
But that said, the stick shift showdown on Friday here at National Trail is actually going to be pretty good because it is a mix of all of those kinds of
That's
cars.
what makes it good. And people willingly subject themselves to it. They enter into it whether they know they have a chance or not. So that's what makes it fun.
Well, that would be true of every class here. They would willingly enter it, right?
But you're not regulating them into one class per se. It's a specialty race. They get to compete where they want to compete, and then they can get together and do their thing.
I suppose what you could do is let stick shift cars run in every class, but then name a winner of the quickest stick shift car at the end rather than having a shootout. It gets too complicated.
Yeah, were you just the guy who wanted to cut all the classes out of the event 3 hours
That's
ago?
another reason why it's not
yeah.
there. No, that's exactly
Yeah.
right. I mean, I had the opportunity to add it and didn't, so, blame me. I think Galimi rubber stamped it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we can run through actually the lowest ETs of the day while we have a second. They're prepping the racetrack. And this is for no particular class or category, but just who's quickest overall. Of course, that's Ned Dunphy, 619 at 247 miles an hour, which does a couple of things. One, obviously establishes him as a front runner, but two, puts him on a pace that could be maintained to be a record pace. 19's a record average, so he's still within, easily within spitting distance of that. Dave Schroeder went 678 at 210. Not sure if we'll see him again. Steve Spiess and that turbo Boss Power at 69 Nova went 683 at 205. Josie Kirker, I know we'd love to give it to you, Josie, in the Prune 57, but when the hot dog wrapper blew through and you went 705, that didn't quite happen. Clark Rosenstengel did go 707, though. Rosenstengel at 205 miles an hour. Alan Whitaker in the Monte Carlo in 713. Alex Taylor's been 715, 210. Again, not sure if we'll see her again.
You mean today?
Today, correct. Yeah, sorry about that. Les Smith in the 11 Camaro, 725, 199. Chuck Stefanski, the Le Mans wagon with the headers climbing out of the front fenders, went 730. Goldstone went 732. I have to expect we'll see him again.
Yeah. He's going to need a better number than that.
Glenn Hunter went 733 at $198. I'm guessing he stands on that. We'll see.
Probably. Yeah, if he's looking at the other competitors in Pro Street, you might as well hit the road with that number.
Dave Armentrout went 742, only 139 in the Chevy 2. Scott Miller and Matt Sweet, a story that we botched.
Scott Miller is one we did not see coming. It didn't even cross our mind that he just laid down the number that was the quickest NA car in the history of Drag Week.
786.9 for Miller. Sweet went down and ran 787.9. Oh, we're on camera now in our relaxed chairs. And they spin like this. This is pretty sweet. Hello. So that's what we're looking at here. And again, these are in different classes and categories. John Ferrone has gone as good as 830, 154, being very conservative with his launch
back.
path.
He's coming back.
So because we're going into all run right now, not that there really has been anyway, there's going to be very little rhyme or reason as to what you will see as far as the order of stuff. You're going to see some really fast cars, maybe lined up next to some Street Machine Eliminator stuff. You never know.
How far down do we go before you get an 8-second car here? All the way to 19.
Yeah.
19 cars in the 7s or quicker.
And we need to keep this, too, because tomorrow we can see how many of these 19 cars made it to Indianapolis.
Check them off. Man, that's a lot of 7-second cars. Is 7s going to be the new 8s? Remember when 8s become the new 10s?
It's a thing we talk about with some frequency here at this event because it does change over time. But yes, all of a sudden, 9s became the new 10s, and then it does replace itself over and over again.
I feel like 9s were leapfrogged. 9s is no man's land.
It really kind of was,
Isn't
actually.
that weird?
It really kind of was, yeah.
How fast is a uncorked, unlimited super gas car?
It could depend. I mean, honestly, some guys still run super gas with a small block, and if you let that thing go all the way through, maybe it runs 890. But the guys that can go out there in a super gas car and run 180 miles an hour,
right?
Those are 7-second cars, I'd have to guess, or a very low 8-second car. I remember Steve Will, when he put together his new top, there we go, Brian Goldstone's under the tower. When Steve Will put together a car that he runs in top dragster, which is limited to running 610, he was testing it, blown alcohol dragster with a Hemi in it, and he was out there. I saw him run like 580s, 570s, 580s at Phoenix. NHRA top dragster, you can't run any quicker than 610. IHRA back in the day, you could run whatever you wanted, and this guy, Eddie Carencia, showed up with a legitimate top alcohol dragster to run a bracket dial-in race and was running in the early 2000s, 570s or 560s in this thing.
Koretsky as in Koretsky?
Eddie Carencia.
Oh, Carencia.
Yeah, different guy.
James Voil's on the line. His Nova is in Pro Street Power Adder, so this is where we start to see some of our quicker cars come back. And he deep staged and red lit. And he went 212 to 60 foot, so that's going to be nothing. TJ Linebaugh on the left-hand side in the wagon 854 at 161.
All right, Ethan Garber. Ethan Garber. We need to see you in the timing tower. Ethan Garber, we need to see you in the timing tower, please, or somebody that knows Ethan Garber and can tell us where he does his banking.
Or dinner's on you.
Or, yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Bryant Goldstone, what was his best number thus far?
732.
And this should be a 6-second car.
Yes, it should. Kim Kelm coming up. Kelm, one of our Street Machine Eliminator competitors. I always think it's kind of fun when a Street Machine racer gets to climb on the racetrack for a minute with heavy-duty machine like that of Brian Goldstone.
One of the reasons why we instituted the 1-second penalty on reaction time is we didn't want to see a slow car at half track while a freight train was coming past him in the other lane.
That does get very dicey. All right, that's looking pretty good for Goldstone. 176 in the 8th mile, and Goldstone 652 with a 3 at 223 miles an hour. Brian Goldstone teed one up and put it over the fence. A great run. Man, 102 short time.
I saw that.
Yeah, what's interesting is this racetrack is like seasoned in like a cast iron skillet today. I've just been noticing as the day's gone on, it's really gotten better out there. So there is a lot of racetrack out there to use, and Goldstone has gotten the job done. We have a racer in need of your own parts back. If the marker light assembly fell out of your car, we have it in the timing tower. Believe in that Freiberger, sign it.
Doug Wyatt on the left-hand side, Tim Bradshaw on the right-hand side. Couple of Mustangs. They're both 2002s.
Man.
Left, 1108. Right, 1078. That just put Goldstone number 2 overall.
Kind of loving it. Kind of loving it there for Goldstone. 223-mile-an-hour speed, too. That was getting it.
The 102 60-foot was a wow.
Yeah, it really was.
It basically just ran exactly like a Pro Stock car.
Yeah, 652. I mean, except it ran 13 additional mile an hour. But
right.
yeah.
Well, there's that.
Yeah.
Does a Pro Stock run a 980 short time?
Yeah, gear ratio.
Right.
Yeah, and lighter.
Yeah, which is just the difference between a turbo combination and a naturally aspirated deal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Goldstone's car weighs, but Pro Stocker's 2350.
That too.
Yeah. 1066.5, 126 for Pete Chongris as Terry Kiefer goes 969.5 at 145. So a man who suffered a series of unfortunate events yesterday in his Chevelle, crashed into his own car somehow, managed to pull that off, had all kinds of issues. He's trying to put the train back on the tracks. Randy Seward has waited around to try to better an 851.7.
Went real shallow. Randy Seward has driven this thing absolutely everywhere. I think he circumnavigated the United States.
Going to miss it a little bit here, I think. Yep, 849.7, 160. He did the same exact thing earlier. He ran 849.7 once. He just did it again.
Is that the wrong guy? What am I thinking?
No, Seward's the right guy. I was shaking my head and saying he was going to be too quick.
Oh, okay. You started giving the no, and that generally means Freiberger, you're a complete idiot.
I just do it all the time. Usually, it's a
Pavlovian response.
Pavlovian pre-programmed response. Much like breathing, I don't have to tell myself to do it. When you speak, I take a negative.
You hear my voice. It's that cringe kind
Correct.
of.
Correct. Correct. I suppress a lot. You know, I kind of suppress some of the heaving. Another one of our, again, this was the first car down the racetrack this morning, the Mustang in the left lane of Chris Merry. Jim Fogarty coming up in his Toyota Tundra truck.
And he already went red.
Yeah, and that's going to kind of cost Merry a run here unless we let him stage again, which it appears we're going to do.
I think we've established that first-time drag racers are not afraid to come to drag week.
Yeah, and look, I would say this, and if you're a racer that's still here, and maybe we mention it tomorrow, but if you're coming up in an all-run situation, and maybe you're somebody that's going to be running like a stock pickup truck here that goes about 18 seconds, it really does go a long way when you know who you're going to race, and if you're going to race somebody with a really fast car, stick your head in the window and say, I'll stage first. I'll give the guy a little chance, because there's a bunch of procedure that's going to go on in these cars, especially those that are turbocharged and stuff, that if you're going to be very slow to stage, which we're not blaming you for, but if you're going to be really slow to stage, give a courtesy to the other driver and just say, let me go in first before you start to spool the turbo or get up on the trans brake. Transmission temperatures can raise up to 100 degrees a second when you're on a trans brake. So if you hang a guy out there for a couple seconds, it's not good.
The Valiant Signet. Thing's fun to watch.
It is. It is sprung like a parking garage.
And 1067 at 123. Yeah. Tom List is in the left-hand side. He went 1390 at 100.
Might be a little Gen 3 Hemi in that car too. Josh Felix, 72 Ventura. Rick Trunkett coming up here, the 1972 Duster out of Big 3 Racing.
This should be a 7-second car.
Absolutely should, and the Honda Civic is coming back up too, which is a little mini killer as well. Looks like Dave Daniels back in there as well. Now we're talking. Trunkett gets that thing planted. He drives it off a 139.60, 527 in the 8th, and Trunkett goes 801 at 177 miles an hour. A vast improvement, but will it be enough to let him leave? Josh Felix goes 10.15.7, 133.
He's running Super Street Big Block Power Adder. Have we seen somebody? Well, yeah, there's definitely 7-second cars in there. But will he be back? They can make another run at this point if he wants to pack the chute and get back in line.
At this point, as long as the lanes are still open and you're in them by 3:30, you'll be able to make another hit. And we're closing in on 40 minutes until the lanes are closed.
Well, you say that, but if we got no one in lanes, Lonnie's going to shut them down earlier.
That's what I mean. If they run out of cars, we run out of traffic, they will be closing before that. 67 Belvedere wagon of Martin Villeneuve on the right-hand side, and A.J. McPherson, the 14 Camaro. 10-17 at 128 for Martin Villeneuve, as McPherson goes 11-16-4.
We did have an issue one time a long time ago where it may have even been Larry Larson who was trying to service the car in lanes because he said, you said if I was in the lanes, we could run out.
That was the truck.
That was the S10. And so there is a new rule that there's some sort of time limit about how much you can do there. Lonnie will be on top of that as well. Rob Courtney gets
He's on
out.
one. This thing's going in the 8s. Courtney jabbing gears. It's all-wheel drive. 128 in the 8th mile, and he goes an 888. 160 miles an hour for that rocket ship of a car. Spencer Moorfield goes 12:06.2 at 117. I am unabashed in my love of Rob Courtney's Honda.
888 with a 1:35.60 time.
Hate me if you want, but that thing is fantastic.
I don't hate you. I love the thing.
I
It's
wasn't
great.
talking to you. Never really talking to you. I'm talking. I don't need your validation for everything.
I hate you.
All right. We have the Mustang back, and we got a big block powered Dart on the right side. Chris Merry. Flickering the bulb in so shallow. Oh, he's going to be close. 5:49 in the 8th. Goes 8:53.4, 161. It's closer than he's been, but not close enough. I bet we see him again.
All right, Brian, I have some couch riding booger eater here in the comments who's complaining about how there's no fans in the grandstands.
Right.
Dude.
Right.
It's Monday. It is
and we have been on
end of the day.
And we have been on the racetrack since 8 a.m.
Yeah, drag racing is dead. Look at those grandstands. Yeah. The fans are out in the pits watching guys pack up and leave at this point.
Yeah, just be careful with your Ozempic injections, sir. Kimball Hodge and Randall Doan go down the top of the racetrack. Hodge goes 11:72 at 115. Doan goes 14:50 at 71. I think Warren, I don't even know if Warren has the authority to fire us, but I think he's going to just prohibit us from using his equipment, which would, by proxy of that, fire us. Mike Weissert and Jamie Jarvis. Weissert smokes the tires off the starting line in the 81 Malibu. Jamie Jarvis, the 55 210, high riding and polished as it is, goes 973.2 at 137.85 miles an hour. Oh, man. Yeah, look at the stands. Look at the stands, would you? Here's the thing. You actually should look at the stands because what they have done at this racetrack is expanded the seating capacity here massively over what it was years ago. The stands on the left side were temporary stands that have been there 100 years. They got beautiful aluminum grandstands there. Right-hand side's huge. If you saw the crowd they had in here earlier this year, they had this place packed multiple times. And so, you know, just, man, what a schmuck. What a schmuck. I think we're having some fun now. 55 Chevy. McCoy's back up here. He is just pounding that stuffing out of this thing all day. I have always been of the belief that there is a prescribed sequence in which to manipulate the gear lever.
Oh, but look at him. Oh, no, 10:18. He's done better than that. I went 960 something, 63.
I believe that's the way I've always done it, but I felt like he skipped a step. Yeah.
Well, that's how Finnegan blew the guts out of his Hemi one time. It was a 2-1 power shift.
That's
yeah. And that's because they had the shift lever upside down. So he was leaving in second and power shifting the thing into first.
Sheesh.
Yeah. Parts fell out.
Brian Clark, Roy Hageman. Clark's rolling his own gears over here. 69 Mustang Coupe for Hageman. 13.016, 100. Brian Clark goes 13.12.5 at 111. Hard running customer over here, left side. I believe that is Armentrout over there in the Chevy 2. Could really know for sure if David would lean forward and hit the button, but it would require a massive amount of. Oh, wait, he's doing it. It is David Armentrout. And Rob Mazer, 66 Fury for Mazer. Big old car over there for Mazer. Let's see what Armentrout can do. It's been 742. Now we're talking. Now we're talking, Dave Armentrout. How about you? 681.5, 208 miles an hour, and they are all about it on the starting line right there. Those guys are high-fiving. They're hugging. They don't even know each other. Just bro-hugging like crazy out there.
Which puts him at third quickest overall. No, fourth because of that other pass that we saw.
Killer job,
he's
guys.
All stoked.
That was awesome. My man is running back to the pits. Does not strike me as a normal runner either. That's how you know it's special.
Sorry I was slow on the button. I was basking in the glow of praise for the booger eater thing.
I thought your gut had fallen over it.
Right.
Craig White. Pickup truck. Zach Zazurba coming up. Zazurba and the Mercury Marauder. And it's got a stick in it. Or a transmission of varying gear ratio order. Because that thing is up, down, and sideways. 12.19, 119 for Zerba. And Craig White goes 13.66.3 at 100. Sam Bam Colalilo coming up on the left side.
Sam the Trans. His transmission puked all over.
Yeah, yes, it was the transmission cooler line. KJ Jones went and investigated that malfunction earlier.
Was it the cooler line?
Yeah, it was a transmission cooler line. So they've made the associated repairs. They're up here for redemption. I like the starting line guy approaching the car with a mop like it's a lightsaber. He is ready at any moment. He is ready to just pounce. But in all seriousness, it was a crummy thing to have to clean the track. But for Sam, it was a lucky break because we saw what happened. Again, on that stuff, it just turns everything into ice basically. And he came across, got into the other lane a little bit. But if that happens at speed, you can pile the car up. Dan Dinan jumped in took a big bite out of the starting line with his bump box. And for Sam, it looks like they're just going to try to get it down the racetrack. Maybe they come back and make another run, but this at least puts them on the qualifying sheet, so to speak, here on day one, 11:46 at 132. A lot of times you see that digitized camo on something, and it's made up of like little images or different shapes and stuff like that. This is just a bunch of squares.
Each one represents a meal for Brian this
Cooter.
week.
That's Cooter's Mustang, baby. So Cooter waiting as Evan Ools on the starting line and Nate Bender on the other side. Evan, that 81 Chevy Malibu blue with the silver stripes.
People are demanding couch riding booger eater T-shirts.
I think you're onto something there.
I could get you a hat.
I think you're onto something.
You prefer the hat.
Founding member. I'm not
Right.
just a member. I'm also the president. Nice launch there for Evan. That is the classic G-body shuffle launch, too. Swallow the right rear, carry the left front. 1048, 3, 126. Bender in the Pontiac goes 16-12 at 76. Man, this has been a day of effort here on the left-hand side of the racetrack. These guys have been trying to make that 6-second run, and as I mentioned a few minutes ago, they really do have the best racetrack we've probably seen all day to do it on over there. We'll find out if Daniels can get it done here. Right side, Cooter rolling up there in the Fox body. At least that's what his license plate says. John Bucci. Dave Deal. Trying to go 6s. Will we see it? Stages. Let's go with the button and smokes the tires. Pedals it multiple times. Deal runs it through, goes at 814 at 194. I mean, the power is there. There is no question about it. Bucci goes 1364 at 100.
We got to go talk to Dale Gebhardt on the right-hand side here in the Gremlin. It looks like they have stepped up the violence on this thing this year.
Yeah, I don't remember the big long wheelie bars hanging off it before. Have they always had those? Or is he one of the guys that scored us? Yeah, that thing's hustling.
Only a 1:35 short time, but 5:54 to the 8th. He's going to run 8:57 at 160 miles an hour. George Wright in the left-hand side, 11:08, 132.
Awesome rip for Dale, and on top of that, a 10 reaction time for Gebhardt. So he left on time, and he goes 8:57.7 at 160 mile an hour.
Alex Taylor is back on the left-hand side.
7:15 at 2:10. Jim Beard coming up in that mini truck, the 85 S10.
Alex has not yet been in the 6s at this event.
She got a shot now. Made it through low gear. Made it through mid-range. 4:58 in the 8th mile. 6:87 with an 8. 215.51 miles an hour for Alex Taylor in the 55 Chevrolet. Man,
that's awesome. Now we're watching Andrew Taylor on the right-hand side. He's got the Firebird. Brian Hosner on the left has got the Chevy pickup truck. Chevy truck is going to go 1079. And on the right-hand side, 1141 at 124.
So Dave Armentrout went 681 earlier. And we have a 687 for Alex Taylor. So that is going to be a battle to watch. They're obviously chasing Brian Goldstone, but you have two cars now that have run within a handful of hundreds of each other in that time frame.
They're both in the conversation. I mean,
yes,
Goldstone ran a couple tenths more on him, but once again, it's the survivability, and one bad day can throw it off. Pretty impressive that we got a chase that's that quick.
In Alex's car, the way it launched was beautiful. You could hear it pull the motor down, just drove out, and as soon as it kind of started to pull the RPM back up and the tire was stuck, it was like, all right, game on. Man. Eric. How about you? 880, 160. I mean, he's got 863, but that kind of looked like it was pulling even harder than that. Very nice run, but it appears that car is as quick as it's going to go today. 108, remember, room 108 is where you hand in your time slips. Room 108, and that time slip window closes 30 minutes after the last car. And I am looking like we have very little traffic in the staging lanes right now, as I can see behind the tower to a small degree. We have about 6 or 8 cars sitting here. Remember, Lonnie Grimm will make the ultimate decision as to when the lanes close. Time slips again, room 108. 30 minutes after the last pass. Tony Angelo giving us the goods there. Sorry, Tony, I missed this message a little bit earlier, but that was when Alex Taylor was pulling in. Nine cars. So the lanes are closed. I've not got the word from Lonnie. Okay, there's 9 cars in the lanes. Thank you, KJ. Thank you for that. Give me an update. I'm just being pummeled with information. David is searching recipes on his phone, but don't worry, I'll handle it, David. Thank you. We have a racer in need. We need to press off and then press on a distributor gear. It is a black Mustang near the rear of staging, B71M. The guy's name is Brian. I give him credit for that, first off. Correct name. But if you have the ability to press off and then press on a distributor gear, Brian needs your help. It is a black 95 Mustang at the rear of staging. That is a racer in need. Lanes will hard close at 3:30, being told. Now lanes will close at 3:15. Do I hear 3:10? Do I hear 3:10? That is 10 minutes from now. Lanes will be closing in 10 minutes. Once again, lanes will be closing in 10 minutes from now as Neil Torbett, who struggled with his truck earlier, that turbocharged small block Ford goes 942.7 at 147 miles an hour, as Mike Gillette goes 1355.7 at 104.4. This was a great day. It was a drag week kind of day. Had some adversity to deal with on the racetrack. Huge props to the National Trail Raceway staff for the way they turned this racetrack around. Like, that was obviously a big job out there, full on deal, both lanes, a shutdown area, and it's come around to show us representative speeds and ETs out of the best cars on the property. Nobody's leaving here thinking I left something on the table.
I think Linebaugh is the guy who's making laps here at the end of the day. We've seen this car a bunch of times. David Hart's on the right-hand side for at least his second pass. It might be a third.
Who was the old guy with the old telephone booth tee that would come out and just make runs and runs and runs?
I forgot that guy's name. He was relentless. He was like 80, wasn't he?
Yes.
And just made all sorts of laps. The Mopar, 11:04, 127, and Linebaugh's having issues. That's probably why he keeps making passes. He probably is out of time at this point to get back in lanes.
And your favorite Signet is back up again with a new Edge Mustang opposite it. Chuck Sorensen.
We have to go investigate this thing because it boogies.
It says Little Hemi for the license plate, as Warren pointed out. I bet it has a Gen 3 Hemi in it.
Probably. They are pretty good. This time, the little mini Mopar 1064 at 123. Left-hand side, Tim Bradshaw, 1070, 134.
Who is the most famous Charles Sorensen in automotive history?
Is Sorensen automotive, like Sorensen reproduction parts?
No.
Not reproduction parts, but OE supplier Sorensen?
Sorensen was the genius that Henry Ford employed as the head of his engineering and casting department. So it was Charles Sorensen that
made the monoblock.
The monoblock V8 is what Sorensen, he was the most brilliant man on the planet when it came to casting complex metal objects.
Let's see how brilliant Randy Seward is trying to find that 850.
Oh, yeah!
8502 at 160 miles an hour.
That puts him number 2, right? Because we had a 50 with a 1. Yes, we had that is Bill Schwartz went 50 with a 1, so that places now Randy Seward right behind him, number 2, baby. Number 2. That's either the peace sign or the number 2, or it's both, but that's the story. Nice work. So, yeah, Charlie Sorensen was the casting genius for Ford Motor Company that developed the monoblock V8, and then that translated into the ability to make all different kinds of stuff. Cast Iron Charlie. We are 5 minutes away from locking these lanes down. Nate Bender and Jennifer Reynolds on a relaxing Monday afternoon cruise down the drag strip. 1360 at 97 for Jen Reynolds. Nate Bender goes 1466.3 at 87.5. And what may be, unless something happens here in the next couple of minutes, could be the final vehicle of the day here is Brian Hosner. Oh, more breaking news coming in. Terz is going to break into the newsroom here. We need a back. Oh, we need a back window for. Oh boy, need a back window for a 1981 Chevy Malibu. Mike Weissert, if you have one or access to one, come to the timing tower so we can figure that out for you. We need a back window for a 1981 Chevy Malibu, specifically a 2-door, which I don't know if that makes a difference, but they're looking at quarter glass. Okay, I'm not sure. I didn't know if it was like a full-on back window or quarter glass. If you have access to 81 Malibu glass, but yeah, I'm sure Safelight's got a whole bunch of that stuff they can knock an inch of dust off of. It's shattered in the grass. This is like a busy town mystery. What is Fauna? If you get that glass, just come to the tower. I don't know. I'm going to stop asking questions.
Hey, if you're on the live feed, don't forget we will be doing this every single day this week.
Yes, and that we will always include a segment of us attacking you, the viewer. And sometimes it's not even a full segment. Sometimes it's just randomly. We will snap back at you. We will clap back. David will call you couch riding booger eaters as he did earlier, and we'll just keep it up.
It's like an insult fest and a drag race broke out.
It is. It's some sort of a very strange aggressive therapy. I like the guy spelling Tesla with an H. That proves he owns one.
Tesla?
The John Tesla, live at Red Rocks. It's a very popular, if I remember that. Well, we have a moment, and we're, again, waiting on what is going to be the final vehicle of the afternoon. Huge and sincere thank you again to Rick Johnson, Gear Vendors Overdrive. For those of you that are out there building a project car, working on a truck, doing anything involving driveline, and you want to have a robust driveline that is versatile and can make your vehicle more drivable, whether it is a ragged edge drag and drive car, whether it's a classic, whether it's a pickup truck, whatever you have, Gear Vendors has an option for it, including an up to a Lenco. If you have a Lenco, they have a unit that will go on the back of a Lenco. They can make anything work. Whether you got a Turbo 400, you can add their overdrive unit. And the benefit here, of course, is you have the indestructibility of a very strong, well-built, traditional transmission that you then add this overdrive unit to, which also is very robustly built and strong, reliable, better efficiency, better drivability. That's what Gear Vendors has been about since they started, and that's why they've been such a big part of Drag and Drive.
Of course, we also appreciate Mickey Thompson Tires and Summit Racing, Tremec, VP Fuels, and all the Holly brands for helping us out here at Drag Week.
One more car coming after this Pontiac, and it will be the first car that started the day. Will end up being the last car that goes down the racetrack here at National Trail Raceway, a successful.
And Molly Pistons, Brian.
Molly Pistons.
You started breathing heavy. I didn't know how to interrupt you.
The Power Pack. Breathing heavy. This guy was eating a vegetarian sandwich, and I thought he was running a marathon over here. I almost had to give him a paper bag to calm his cadence down in. Yeah, he did. He got lettuce sweats. He did.
It was a cheese sandwich.
Yeah, it was handed to me. It was a cheese sandwich, all right. That's your whole act. 1091 2 at 125 miles an hour. It's been an 8-hour cheese sandwich.
I thought Brett Kempner was praising me for a great job, but no, it's a guy called Bear Keeper. And from a distance.
Yeah. I'd ask him to elaborate on that, but I don't think I want to know.
What I want to know is, once we shut down the live feed and walk away, will guys at home be sitting in front of their keyboards asking if Finnegan has run yet?
Well, I can tell you who they won't be asking. Their girlfriends. Because... Oh, man. So much fun. Like we said, it is a study in time and space here all week long. That's the best of both worlds burnout. You get the rev limiter smash smoke, and then it sounds like a Chips Patrol car chase from 1981 at the end with the tire squeal. It's good. You get all of it.
Somebody asked if we had to turn away any waitlist folks this year. We did not. 41 waitlist guys made it in the race, guys and girls. What's amazing is that 97 people who actually registered didn't show up.
Okay. All right, Chris Mary. You better show me a 50 with something. You better show me a 50 with something. You show me a 60 with something, that ain't going to work.
Bye-bye.
It's no good.
The guy says on the live feed, who needs racing? Just insult people all day. Have you not been tuned in?
Cody, you're onto something here. So Stephen Hale, a rundown of the class standings. And the honest answer is we can't really give you an accurate one of those until the morning, because until all the time slips are put in and until they're inputted in the spreadsheet, I'm not comfortable with standing here and telling you. Yes, I can tell you right now that Nate Dunphy is the overall event leader. I can tell you that Brian Goldstone is leading Ultimate. But when we get down to some of this other stuff, it's going to get a little dicey. The 8501, we can tell you that is the leading pass in the street race small block power adder category. But it's much better for us to do that accurately in the morning so we don't get people bent out of shape when they're on the road, because everybody starts doing math right now.
The ultimate answer to that is nothing we say can be considered accurate, informative, or entertaining. Yeah, go to hotrod.com, by the way, and you can pick up all these results. Probably an hour and a half after we close here, you'll have the results. Lanes are closed at this point. Lanes are closed.
All right, final automobile of the day. It is our man Eric Bierkatfit, a man who I made a crack about having a Latvian background. Of course, he has a Norwegian background. I'm respectful of that. How quick can he go? 863 is best. Oh, man, it's working. You watch that thing climb up on a rear suspension. It really, really went to work there. 134 short time goes 865, 158. A couple of hundredths behind his best, but a very good run. You have 30 minutes to hand in your time slips. 30 minutes until the time slip area is officially closed, and that's going to be the end of that. So, KJ Jones will grab a seat. Warren Fellini Evans will move the camera.
Yeah, Fellini. He could have said Scorsese.
Yeah, Fellini's a better reference. No, he made Fellini. Come on, man. This guy made beautiful things. Hey, everybody. It is the end of the day here. Day one, Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2024, brought to us by Gear Vendors Overdrive. We talked about the great sponsors. We talked about Mickey Thompson. We talked about Molly Pistons, all the Holly brands. We talked about Tremec. So, KJ Jones, you've been out there roaming the pits all day, getting the stories. We saw you live a few times, but you're also putting together a bunch of different features.
Putting together a bunch of features, Brian, that will air throughout Drag Week, and pieces of some really interesting cars, man. This is one of the most innovative contests that I've ever experienced, that I've ever been a part of. And when you see some of the stuff that we captured out there, you're going to be impressed.
This is the part where you talk now, David.
No, I was absorbed by what he was saying. It's going to be fantastic.
You're absorbed, all right.
And it will help the audience not have to listen to us throughout the pauses tomorrow, which makes it even better. There's a lot of cool cars here. I think we've got one of the quickest fields that we have seen probably ever. There's a lot of 7-second cars here. The list of 8-second cars goes on and on. It's going to be an amazing week. And as we hit the road, we'll bring you the stories from what happens out there. You know, there's already people broken down and fixing stuff. We've been getting a feed in our texts from photos of what's happening on the road. And I think we're all going to ride together and probably laugh ourselves into a absolute coma. Yes, stupor. And find out what happens tomorrow.
Well,
you think these guys are one circus, it's going to be a real circus on the road.
Oh, it's worse. Yeah. It's way worse in the car by ourselves.
On behalf of everybody here at Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, Warren Evans and the production team, thank you for watching our live streaming coverage today. We'll be back at you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning from Lucas Oil, Indianapolis Raceway Park. Another historic drag strip on another historic day of drag and drive competition. On behalf of KJ Jones and David Freiberger, I'm Brian Lones, and I'll see you from Indianapolis tomorrow morning.